Prior to entering meditation, Yihuan was assiduously cultivating within her grotto on Mount Cunius rear hills. How did she arrive here upon opening her eyes? Her fingers brushed against the silken smoothness of opulent satin. Crimson veils met her gaze, and subtle fragrances vied for her attention, permeating the air. The chamber was an ornate and unfamiliar spectacle, unlike any Yihuan had ever beheld. With a fluid motion, Yihuan alighted from the bed, her feet landing soundlessly. Confronted with the alien surroundings, she instinctively channeled her energy, preparing for any threat. Alas, her inner energy was dissipated and unruly. A wave of pain washed over her, causing her to collapse back onto the bed. Her pulley teeth bit down on her lower lip, rendering it pale, yet she remained stoic, uttering not a sound. Revered Master, young Master Jiang Wang of the Jiang family, your junior disciple, has arrived. He is currently en route to Chuanyu Peak. Does the Peak Lord wish to receive him? A sprightly voice echoed from beyond the door. Alarm bells resounded within Yihuan's mind. She lifted her head, her limpid eyes wide with vigilance. Should this person barge in, she would be utterly defenseless. Outside the door, Yuanbao's chubby face betrayed a hint of resignation. What was the Peak Lord up to now? The guest had already arrived, yet the Peak Lord was still engaged in some mysterious activity. Yuanbao shook his head, sighing softly. His plump face bore an expression of sympathy for the future junior disciple. With such a master, the days ahead would be trying. He wondered if the delicate young master from the Jiang family, who seemed to fall ill with the slightest breeze, could endure it all. Master? Sixth Elder? Peak Lord? Immortal Lord Yihuan? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Shoo, shoo, begone. Yuanbao waved away the plump, flight-challenged little bird with its yellow down. Sway, sway, let out an angry huff, and turned away with a perturbed sway of her hips. Could this fellow truly be a bird? Can he even take flight? Yuanbao pondered as he observed Sway's plump form and her round head, filled with questions. Before he could dwell further, a more pressing matter arose. Master, master? Junior brother Jiang has arrived. Though Yihuan was currently enduring excruciating pain, her mind remained remarkably clear. The names of Jiang Wang and the immortal June of Yihuan, which the young man outside kept uttering, struck a familiar chord. Jiang Wang? Immortal June of Yihuan? Master and disciple? Were these not the very characters she had encountered in the novels about the disciples she had read before her seclusion? Yihuan glanced down at her delicate, pale fingers, stained with crimson danko. Yet, her hands had never borne such marks before. The scene before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the dream of the great sage, transforming into a butterfly. Had she, too, become a character from her beloved stories? Ancient tales spoke of ascendants encountering their own tribulations before soaring to the heavens. Could this bizarre experience be the tribulation meant for her? She cleared her throat softly, her tone calming yet laced with caution. For the time being, place him in the West Hall. I shall meet him shortly. Upon finishing her words, she strained to listen. The person outside responded affirmatively, and soon the sound of retreating footsteps faded away. Yihuan exhaled in relief, having successfully deceived him. She promptly closed her eyes, channeling all her energy to regulate the qi within her. After a brief period, her internal energy gradually settled. Yihuan opened her eyes and sighed deeply. That was close. She nearly jeopardized her internal sanctuary. Beside the white rain-soaked ink bamboo screen stands a tall copper mirror adorned with a golden peony motif. She knows without needing to approach the mirror that this body is no longer her own. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, her curiosity overcomes her restraint, and she glides gracefully to stand before the mirror. The reflection reveals a figure clad in resplendent attire, with a skirt embellished in intricate patterns reminiscent of sunlit clouds, and a touch of purple floral adornment gracing her forehead, truly enchanting and exquisite fairy. This visage bears a striking resemblance to her own, albeit with features that are even more stunning and three-dimensional. However, she feels utterly unaccustomed to this attire. She circles the copper mirror, scrutinizing the opulent and exquisite room. The floor and walls are crafted from millennia-old small-leaf rosewood, creating a harmonious ambience. How did she end up here? Is this truly her celestial tribulation? She has never been one to indulge in novels, yet one day, a young disciple in her class was caught sneaking glances at another book. It was surprising, for this disciple was the most talented and composed individual in their sect. Intrigued, she confiscated the book to discern what could possibly captivate her prized student. Upon glancing through it, she found it filled with chaotic tales of love and passion, particularly focusing on a master-disciple relationship. In the realm of cultivation, mentors are akin to one's own parents, and romantic entanglements between masters and their students are looked down upon by society. Should such a scandal arise within a sect, it would be met with severe consequences and expulsion. Though she intended to reprimand her disciple for indulging in such forbidden literature, she never anticipated that she herself would become ensnared in the narrative. Yihuan found herself perplexed. If this indeed represented her celestial tribulation, why was a vulgar and base tale chosen as her setting? She pondered that throughout her life, she had never entertained romantic inclinations nor harbored any improper thoughts towards her mentors or disciples.
How could this be?
She shook her head, contemplating that perhaps the so-called Jiang and Jiang Wang were mere coincidences. Seated gracefully upon her soft couch, she turned her gaze towards the intricately carved incense holder on the rosewood table, from which tendrils of fragrant smoke wafted. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Although uncertain whether she truly resided within the world of the book, she possessed a celestial technique known as the recollection art, which allowed her to access the memories of this body. With memories at her disposal, matters would be considerably easier. Master, junior brother Jiang has fainted. Yihuan reluctantly ceased her celestial incantation, preparing to dismiss the intruder.
Ah.
Master, what's wrong? Master, are you really all right? Accept, reject. Yihuan endeavored to expel the cacophonous voice echoing in her mind, yet no matter her efforts, the cold, indifferent female voice continued its relentless cycle. To her bewilderment, she even perceived the words accept and reject inscribed within two distinct square frames. What was this phenomenon? Had she inadvertently allowed someone to invade her sea of consciousness? Yet, why could she find no trace of such an intrusion? Unless this individual possessed far greater cultivation than her own, which was already but a step away from ascension, and significantly stronger than she, could it be that a celestial being had descended from the higher realms? Accept, reject. Accept, reject. Accept, reject. What if I choose to reject? Eradicate. Could this truly be an illusion before ascension? To progress, one must follow the narrative failure results in obliteration. Upon contemplating the fate of the illustrious immortal June of delight, every cell in Yihuan's body screamed in rejection. The original host was a charismatic and powerful female immortal, destined for ascension in a century's time. However, ever since the original host encountered the male protagonist, her cultivation plummeted dramatically. Instead of advancing, she found herself either healing him or journeying to his aid, transforming from a figure of allure and strength into that of a benevolent savior, yet only in relation to him. Initially, the male protagonist evidently exploited the original host to ascend, draining her last vestige of utility before casting her aside for another, treating her as if she were worthless. Just when the female protagonist managed to emerge from the shadows with the aid of an old friend, the male protagonist hesitated and once more seized her, subjecting her to an array of melodramatic tribulations. Please make a decision within 10 seconds, host. Chapter 2. I accept. If it is for the sake of ascension, then it is permissible to meet according to the plot. As for the subsequent tumultuous love affair, Yihuan's brows knitted tightly, visibly resisting. The moment she uttered the words I accept, the intense pain dissipated instantaneously.
Bang!
The wooden door was flung open, and a stout boy rushed in. Yihuan lifted her gaze to meet his, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Master. Master, are you unscathed? No harm done. Yihuan discreetly scrutinized the plump young man before her, who bore a striking resemblance to the great disciple of the delightful immortal. As described in the book, Yuanbao stood upright, his head bowed, hands fidgeting together in a display of nervousness.
I
feared something had happened to you. Isn't Jiang Wang in trouble? Let us go. Yihuan followed Yuanbao closely, mentally noting the route they traversed. Master, we have arrived. Junior brother Jiang is inside. Yuanbao pushed the door open, revealing 2 or 3 individuals already present within. Greetings, Elder 9. Master, I specifically summoned a junior sister from Xinglin Peak to examine junior brother. Elder 9, junior brother Jiang suffers from an ailment. My medical skills are limited. I cannot cure him, only alleviate his suffering temporarily. No matter. Jiang Wang is afflicted with a chronic condition. Even your master would be unable to remedy it. The young girl nodded in disappointment. Her gaze toward Jiang Wang filled with compassion. Has master arrived? Jiang Wang, pale-faced, struggled to rise. Do not move. Yihuan stepped forward, immediately confronted by an icy chill. I beg your pardon for my disrespect. Jiang Wang's eyes, round and glistening like black crystals, were veiled with a mist, exuding an enchanting allure. It was truly disheartening that the master had come personally, yet the disciple could not rise to greet him. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Yihuan instinctively prepared to sternly interrupt, only to recall that the delicate figure before her had indeed been a frail and ailing being, a pivotal character in her trials. She must not frighten her into distress. Pausing for a moment, she remarked, speak less and take care of your health. Jiang Wang smiled sweetly, fully aware of his master's concern for him. Yihuan responded with a soft acknowledgement, though her mind was far from the strikingly handsome youth before her. Why had the voice in her mind vanished so abruptly? Wasn't she tasked with meeting the male protagonist? Go ahead. Yihuan thoughtlessly glanced back at the pale, exquisitely beautiful boy lying on the bed, pondering whether heaven truly envied such beauty. Jiang Wang, focus on your cultivation at Chuanyu Peak. There is no rush regarding your training. I shall heed my master's words. Jiang Wang replied with a radiant smile that revealed his 2 adorable canine teeth, his innocence accentuated by the crimson tear mole at the corner of his eye, adding to his charm. If you need anything, just inform your senior brother Yuanbao. Very well. Master, please attend to your duties. As the esteemed leader of the peak, you surely have many important matters to address and need not waste time on me.
Indeed.
I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, have your senior brother Yuanbao notify me. Understood. As Jiang Wang lay on the bed, he watched each person depart with a smile that gradually faded, and in his fox-like eyes, the innocence and charm had vanished entirely. The downward curve of his lips and the indifferent glimmer in his eyes seemed to narrate a tale of scornful derision towards the world. The male servant, brought from the Jiang family, lowered his head even further upon witnessing such a demeanor. The plot had progressed, and the task was accomplished, with rewards duly dispatched.
Master.
What troubles you? Yuanbao inquired as he noticed Yihuan pausing in her steps. Although the celestial-grade artifact did not strike her as the finest, it was undoubtedly a rarity. Qingqiu, she uttered, and before the words had fully escaped her lips, a vivid, comprehensive map materialized within her consciousness, highlighting an unremarkable hillside encircled by a red line amidst lush green mountains and flowing waters. Intriguing, she was inclined to investigate the veracity of this artifact. Yuanbao, I shall descend the mountain for a while. You are entrusted with the numerous affairs at Feng. Master, when shall we depart, and when shall we return? Yuanbao pondered, surprised that he was to manage the matters at Chuanyu Peak, which he typically oversaw. However, he dismissed his curiosity, as his master was known for her capricious temperament. Rest assured, Master, I shall take care of Chuanyu Peak diligently. Yuanbao trailed her by about half a foot, his stout figure exuding a sense of stability and propriety, reminiscent of her eldest disciple, Xiahua. Before entering, Yihuan cast a deliberate glance at the plaque of her residence, the Hall of Complete Joy, the elegant calligraphy encapsulating the essence of the phrase. It appeared that the original owner possessed a nature of profound emotion and sincerity. Master, is there something amiss with this plaque? Yuan Bao cautiously inquired, wondering if his ancestor wished to replace it yet again. There is nothing inappropriate, Yihuan replied. Advancing a few steps into the hall, her gait calm and unhurried, emanating an innate sense of authority from within. Yuan Bao gazed at the dignified figure of his master, Yihuan, and found it peculiar that today she appeared even more composed than the group of square-collared individuals, exuding a palpable aura of righteousness. Although it was not unusual for his master to embody the essence of the righteousness of heaven, given that she practiced the righteous qi technique, Yuan Bao considered it an extraordinary sight to witness such an aura emanating from her. His master had always been unpredictable and free-spirited. Aside from the rare instances where she displayed her formidable righteous energy, it was typically impossible to discern that she cultivated a path of inner tranquility and enduring human righteousness. Upon entering the hall, Yihuan immediately established a barrier, sitting cross-legged to perform the recollection technique. This technique allowed her to glimpse the past events experienced by this body, revealing every occurrence, no matter how trivial. The drawback, however, was that she could only view each memory once and could not retain them all. Yihuan devoted an entire day to meticulously unravel the past of this life, and she could not help but acknowledge that the original owner of this body was a person worthy of respect. Though she did not agree with the original's methods, she admired her character. Exceptionally gifted and deeply emotional, despite her whimsical nature, she adhered to her own principles and kindness, which had never wavered. What astonished Yihuan the most was the profound connection she shared with this woman. Their cultivation methods were intricately linked, and there was also this group of jade peaks. Outside the window, clouds drifted gracefully, while fine dust particles danced in the sunlight. The cheerful chirping of birds outside sounded so vivid, yet she understood that all of this was an illusion. She was not the joyful immortal Yihuan, but rather the soon-to-be ascended immortal Yi, the descendant of the illusory fairy of the Jade Peak Mountain. After perusing the original owner's memories, she gained a fundamental understanding of the current world. Although Qingqiu belongs to the realm of demons, both cultivators and mortals may traverse freely. The customs of the 9 provinces are far more inclusive and enlightened than those of her former world, where the conflict between demon cultivators and human cultivators was irreconcilable. It is unthinkable that, in her time, such freedom of movement could exist, let alone demons being able to enter the ranks of immortal cultivation. Times have indeed changed. In Chapter 3, Yihuan deliberately cloaked herself in invisibility to observe Jiang Wang before her departure. Clad in a white cloak and adorned with a ruby and blue crystal silk crown, he appeared ethereal, his skin as white as snow, and his features strikingly beautiful. To Yihuan, Jiang Wang's enchanting demeanor was akin to a mere specter, her concern for him stemming solely from her belief that he was the key to her escape from her predicament. Eager to ascertain the existence of the so-called reward, she soared through the air on her sword. The original owner possessed a flying artifact, but it was too ostentatious to be of any use. Yihuan ventured deep into the heart of the demon realm, and as she approached the edge of Qingqiu, she felt an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, imparting a sense of entering another world. Yet, even within the demon realm's core, the air was thick with not only demonic energy but also human presence and spiritual essence, even traces of demonic aura. For a fleeting moment, Yihuan was lost in thought. In her era, the demon realm was particularly sensitive to boundaries, as its inhabitants were innately attuned to sense, making it one of the most challenging realms to infiltrate. Little did she expect to witness a scene where various races coexisted harmoniously within the demon realm. Suddenly, A voice clamored in her mind, alerting her to the proximity of her target, accompanied by the projection of a flat map. The map depicted her current location, marked in yellow, while a large red circle indicated a small hill not far from her position. Yihuan collected her thoughts and hastened toward the location indicated by the red circle, eager to ascertain the authenticity of the so-called reward. Was the peculiar voice in her mind perhaps that of a formidable ancestor? Could the promised treasure be an artifact of theirs or something entirely different? As she paused, a verdant hill emerged before her, the refreshing scent of grass and trees enveloping her senses, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. It was beautiful yet commonplace. Such lush hills were ubiquitous across the 10 Directions continent, average in both spiritual energy and geographical positioning. Perhaps it is the ordinary that serves as the best hiding place for treasures. Following the map's guidance, Yihuan arrived at the midpoint of the hill and halted. This was the spot. Digging 3 zhang beneath the earth, she executed the task with ease, employing her technique to carve out a perfectly round pit, immaculate and devoid of dust. This entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye as she stood there in her plain attire, her expression serene, resembling a goddess descending from the heavens. At the moment the pit was excavated, a dense aura of spiritual energy radiated outward. From the richness of this energy, Yihuan discerned that the voice echoing in her mind had not deceived her. It was indeed genuine. A thin, ethereal skin, reminiscent of tranquility, fell into her hands, its touch cold and smooth, indistinguishable from human flesh. This exquisite celestial artifact, 1,000 faces, could transform its wearer into the likeness of any person, undetectable even by transcended beings in the tribulation stage. The unfamiliar feminine voice in her mind spoke again. Yihuan caressed the 1,000 faces skin and inquired, "How did you know that an artifact would be found here?" If other cultivators of the celestial realm were to hear these words, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed, lost in a euphoric state. Yet, Yihuan remained indifferent, her expression as aloof as if the so-called celestial artifacts and divine instruments were no different from scrap metal in her eyes. Even the emotionless system, typically devoid of sentiment, exhibited a hint of surprise. "Are you not moved? The place I wish to go?" Yihuan seemed momentarily lost in thought, her countenance flickering with a transient pause. "Can you assist me in ascending?" "Certainly," came the system's reply. "I shall notify you when there is a task." After uttering this, the system fell silent, no longer offering its voice. The Yunzhou realm is renowned for being the most bountiful in spiritual energy within the cultivation world, housing 3 significant spiritual veins, each claimed by one of the 3 major sects, the Longhu sect, the Bishi Palace, and the Shugu sect, where Yihuan currently resides. The most prosperous city within Yunzhou is Guangling City, teeming with numerous independent cultivators. The city lord, Jin Xingjian, hails from the esteemed Jin family of Yunzhou and has reached the late stage of the spirit-severing realm, making him a formidable local authority. However, both the original Yunichi and the present Yihuan possess cultivation levels far superior to that of city lord Jin. Prior to her arrival, Yihuan had already attained the late stage of the tribulation transcendence realm, mere steps away from ascension, and she now boasts a mid-stage void realm cultivation, surpassing city lord Jin by a significant margin. Had it not been for her exceptional cultivation, Yihuan's previous demeanor would have undoubtedly incited public ire, preventing her from surviving to this day. It is also why the esteemed young scion of the Jiang family from Mengzhou sought her as a master. Given the proximity of Bishi Palace to Guangling City, the city is filled with numerous beautiful and powerful fairies. Even the citizens of Jinling City, accustomed to seeing countless beauties, find themselves momentarily entranced by Yihuan's countenance. Yihuan possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities, effortlessly discerning the astonished gazes of those around her, as well as the quiet retreat of others. Yet, she paid them no heed, Those who distanced themselves were merely reacting to the reputation of the original owner. In this moment, she felt a surge of confidence, fully aware that she would soon comprehend the formidable power of that reputation, and that she would be compelled to strive against it for a long time to come.
Yihuan?
Turning her head, she beheld a young man clad in a dark green robe adorned with a bamboo leaf pattern, cradling a long guqin in his arms, who smiled gently at her. The joy that danced in his eyes was unmistakable. Yihuan had glimpsed the original owner's memories and recognized him instantly. However, she needed to maintain her disguise to avoid being mistaken for an ancient entity that had usurped another's identity, thereby inciting a hunt against her. Zipei was his courtesy name. His given name was Ji Kongbai, the premier young master of Huangyu. Yihuan, what brings you here? I thought you were at Chuanyu Peak, tending to your delicate disciple. The Jiang family was a prominent clan, and Yihuan was a celebrated figure in the world of cultivation, making her act of taking on disciples widely known. Yihuan endeavored to mimic the original owner's usual demeanor, yet she found herself incapable of such frivolity. Instead, she softly replied, "Not at all." Zipei noticed her unusual behavior. "Yihuan, what troubles you? Are you not happy?" His lake blue eyes brimmed with concern as he stepped closer, a refreshing scent of bamboo leaves enveloping him. "If you're feeling down, would you like to come and sit with me for a while?" Yihuan was about to politely decline when a cold, indifferent voice echoed in her mind. Task 2. Accept Zipei's invitation to rest in his courtyard. Reward: immortal grade Ningyue grass. Very well. Upon hearing the words, Zipei's face radiated unrestrained joy as he stepped forward to grasp her hand. Yihuan exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise, retreating a step to subtly evade his touch. Something felt amiss. It is well known that the illustrious Huanyu's foremost gentleman, Ji Kongbai, and the esteemed ninth elder of the Shibu sect, Junhuan, are the subjects of a tale that has captivated the cultivation world. The romance inspired by these two has gained immense popularity, with everyone being aware of their story, although they bear no formal title of husband and wife. Their relationship is recognized as such, and many believe that Junhuan's extraordinary advancement in cultivation is intricately linked to this bond.
Yigangbei.
Renowned not only for his celestial beauty and remarkable talents, but also for his exceptional physique suited for alchemy, has captured the admiration of many. Yet, only the two directly involved are aware that nothing has transpired between them. Had Yihuan not perused the original owner's memories, she would scarcely believe that the two, surrounded by scandal, had not engaged in any romantic entanglements. This peculiarity prompted her to discreetly glance at the smiling Zipei beside her. In their past interactions, he had never taken the initiative to approach her, exhibiting remarkable restraint. "Yihuan, we have arrived," Zipei announced as he pushed open the wooden door, revealing a vast stone wall that stood before the entrance, dividing the interior scenery and the blue stone path. He entered first and turned, looking at her with an expression that seemed both affectionate and somewhat aggrieved. "Yihuan, you have been absent for quite some time. Perhaps you have forgotten all of this." Yihuan sensed that Zipei's gaze held something more, yet it bore no malice. Suppressing the strange feeling that arose within her, she stepped forward. In an instant, she sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy at the entrance. Had it not been for her extraordinary perceptive abilities, it would have gone unnoticed. She recalled the nature of the spiritual energy disturbance at the door. Zipei observed her effortlessly crossing the threshold and let out a soft sigh, his demeanor relaxing. "Yihuan, why are you acting so strangely today?" he inquired, chuckling to himself, as refreshing as a gentle breeze. "When have you not been peculiar?" Due to his physical constitution, Zipei harbored a deep aversion to cultivation. Thus, despite his commendable innate talent and his association with a formidable ally like Yihuan, his cultivation remained perpetually at the qi refining stage. Such meager prowess rendered him vulnerable in the realm of immortals.
To safeguard him,
The original host not only provided him with protective talismans, but also reinforced his dwelling with an additional layer of barriers. Entry for anyone other than GC and the original host required an invitation from GC himself. One day, GC whimsically posed a question. What if someone were to disguise themselves as you to gain entry? The original host laughed heartily, responding, not only could they not impersonate me, but even if someone were to seize my body, they would still be unable to enter. Though GC did not practice cultivation, he was well informed and quickly deduced that the barrier must be related to the soul. Each individual's experiences are unique, leading to distinct souls. And no two souls are ever identical. Thus, only Yihuan herself could gain access. It was no wonder that GC had entered before her without extending an invitation. She had initially forgotten this detail, but as she crossed the threshold, the realization struck her, leaving her confounded. Why was it that, despite not being the original host, Yihuan, their souls resonated so closely? She suppressed the doubts swirling in her heart and carefully scrutinized GC appearance, his demeanor as upright and serene as bamboo. His visage, though not as resplendent as Jiang Wang's, exuded a tranquil comfort akin to clouds, mountains, and water, instilling a sense of calm within her. A pang of regret coursed through her. Such an ethereal being was destined to meet a tragic end in the tale, succumbing to the whims of the immortal Lord of Joy. Why do you gaze at me so? GC inquired, bending down to place his ancient guqin aside. Your visit is fortuitous, for I have simmering on the stove your favorite tofu, shrimp, and mushroom soup. Yihuan instinctively wished to decline. She was not one to indulge in earthly desires, having long forsaken the taste of food through years of cultivation. Yet, a rich aroma of broth suddenly wafted to her nostrils. Do taste it, GC urged, handing her a celadone bowl filled by the young servant. Yihuan lowered her gaze and accepted the bowl, her mind momentarily blank. Her body instinctively brought the fragrant soup to her lips, and it felt as if her dormant taste buds, having been silent for years, suddenly awakened. After a few moments, the exquisite flavor began to unfurl gently across her palate. GC observed her dazed expression, a smile gracing his lips. Why, after just a few days apart, do you appear so befuddled? Have you not found the taste you're liking? He asked, furrowing his brow as he ladled another bowl, savoring it delicately. I have been fasting recently, she replied. Understanding dawned on GC and he ceased his insistence, quietly sipping his soup. The rustling of leaves in the wind mingled with the occasional splash of fish leaping in the nearby pond. The person across from him, holding a white jade spoon, appeared as harmonious as the porcelain in his grasp. Yihuan connected her consciousness with a system in her mind, inquiring, is it permissible now? Yihuan gently caressed her fingers, oblivious to the current circumstances. The initial encounter with Jiang had been brief, merely a moment to accomplish their task. Yet, now she had sat here for an eternity, with the system remaining unresponsive. Could there be some unforeseen anomaly? GC, though sipping his soup, found his entire focus drawn to Yihuan across from him. He sensed her fleeting restlessness, and his heart constricted with unease, a profound void gradually unfurling within him, causing his complexion to pale. Had he become a source of her annoyance? Did she no longer wish to protect him? Upon reflection, it had been over a month since her last visit, and their chance encounter today seemed to bring her no joy. Was he destined to be relegated to another? A haunting memory flickered through his mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. He fought to suppress the turmoil, striving to maintain his composure. Yihuan, you have been. His words were abruptly interrupted by a series of loud knocks at the door. Brother Kongbai. Open the door. Brother Kongbai. The voice of a young woman rang out, sweet and melodious, akin to a nightingale's song in the woods. A flicker of irritation crossed GC's eyes. He had no desire to engage with her, yet the incessant knocking persisted. Who is it? He inquired. The granddaughter of the city lord, Bai Tao, came the reply. Noticing Ji Sipei's evident impatience, Yihuan asked, "Do you dislike her? Would you like me to assist you?" Ji Sipei shook his head, saying no need. I shall clarify matters with her myself. He had encountered Bai Tao by chance during an outing, and since then, she had taken a keen interest in him, persistently pursuing him. Ji Sipei's aversion towards her had reached its zenith. He had finally found a rare moment alone with Yihuan, only to have it disrupted by her presence. "Brother Kongbai, you have emerged." Bai Tao gazed up at him, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. In contrast to Bai Tao's bashful flutter, Ji Sipei's countenance bore no hint of spring. Rather, it displayed a trace of impatience in his eyes. "What is it?" "Nothing, I merely came to see you." Bai Tao lowered her head, her toes tapping lightly against the ground, yet the corner of her eye darted towards the courtyard. She had heard that Lord Jiang had entered the city and had visited Ji Sipei's residence. She could not help but wonder what they had just been engaged in. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Tao lifted her gaze to scrutinize Ji Sipei's appearance. His ethereal visage appeared even more handsome than in her dreams. His complexion was normal, his lips at ease, and his collar and hem were neatly arranged. It seemed that nothing untoward had transpired. Fortunately, she had arrived just in time. "Since there is nothing, I kindly ask Miss Bai not to shout at the door." "I wish to rest," Ji Sipei stated, unceremoniously shutting the door. Bai Tao, quick to respond, called out, there is something. "I wish to meet Lord Jiang. I have long admired his esteemed reputation." "She is not here." "She is clearly present." Bai Tao was no ordinary female cultivator of the immortal realm. Born into the Bai clan of the Falling Moon Palace, she had grown up amidst adoration and luxury, isolated from the world. This was her first venture outside. The daughters of the Bai clan revered their illustrious ancestor, Bai Luoyu, the Falling Moon Immortal, who had ascended a millennium ago. Bai Luoyu was a legendary female cultivator who had stirred the immortal realm into a tempest, establishing a new order. Most remarkably, she had 5 exceptionally talented husbands, each a king among various races. The current flourishing state of the immortal realm owes much to the contributions of the Falling Moon Immortal. The Moonlit Palace, established by her, has consistently dominated the order of the cultivation world, standing as the foremost power therein. Ji Sipei, unable to endure any longer and constrained by her own status, feared causing trouble for Yihuan. "Lord Jiang, are you present?" "I, Bai Tao, a disciple under the esteemed Shui Bao of the Moonlit Palace, have come to pay my respects," Bai Tao declared loudly, her head held high. Despite her words of homage and admiration, her expression betrayed a lack of reverence. "The Bai family of the Moonlit Palace, I have long admired your illustrious name. Yet I find myself greatly disappointed upon this first meeting," Bai Tao remarked, scrutinizing her surroundings with a smile. "The rumors have misled me. I have often heard of Lord Jiang's spirited and carefree nature, particularly the poignant tales involving Brother Kongbai. However, I observe that you are a man of discernment and virtue, quite contrary to the tales spun about you. It seems that these rumors have unjustly tarnished both your reputation and the friendship with Brother Kongbai." With her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, Bai Tao articulated her thoughts. Having conducted a discreet investigation into Ji Kongbai, she had been perplexed by their relationship, perceiving them merely as ordinary friends, though she lacked certainty. Witnessing their interaction firsthand today provided her with a substantial degree of confidence. If there were indeed feelings involved, they might very well be one-sided on her brother Kongbai's part. Nevertheless, Bai Tao's eyes twinkled with mischief. According to the Bai family's ancestral teachings, pursuing a man requires steadiness, precision, and patience. Since he is a man she has set her sights on, it is only fitting for her to invest additional effort. Yihuan found Bai Tao's perceptiveness intriguing. The veracity of rumors was often a blend of truth and falsehood. And as for her own relationship with Sipei, it was indeed a matter that could not be further from the truth. White Peach, with a light-hearted demeanor, chose not to dwell on the matter any further. She merely stated, "As I depart from the island, my father has encouraged me to engage more with the cultivators. I hope to seek guidance from the esteemed Jianhua when I visit Shugu sect in the future. Brother Kongbai, I must take my leave now. I shall come to see you again another day." With a wave of her hand, she bid farewell to G.C. Pei, her arrival having been abrupt, and her departure equally so. "Miss, are we truly leaving just like this?" G.C. Pei inquired. White Peach, with a playful smile, remained silent as she skipped toward the crowd. She had come today upon hearing of Jianhua's sudden appearance, worried that something might transpire between the two. However, from her observations, the bond between them was far from what the outside world suggested. At the very least, Yihuan held no romantic inclination towards Brother Kongbai. With this realization, there was no need for her to linger and incur Brother Kongbai's displeasure. The task was accomplished, and the reward was the celestial herb, Ningyue grass. Yihuan watched the retreating figure of White Peach, the sound of the system echoing in her mind, leading her to a revelation. The crux of this task lay in her encounter with White Peach. Otherwise, her mission would have concluded the moment she stepped into G.C. Pei's courtyard. Yet, the narrative seemed incongruous. She distinctly recalled that in the original tale, White Peach and G.C. Pei had no interactions. Noticing Yihuan lost in thought as she gazed at White Peach's figure, G.C. Pei hesitated before saying, "I happened to encounter her in the marketplace a few days ago, and since then, she has frequently sought my company." Yihuan nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her indifference, G.C. Pei felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, pondering what he was anticipating, fully aware that she bore no affection for him. Yihuan, perplexed, wondered what was inconvenient about the situation. The expanse of Chuanyu Peak was vast. It could easily accommodate not just G.C. Pei, but thousands more. Rest assured, you shall dwell in tranquility, undisturbed atop the majestic Chuanyu Peak. Yihuan recalls the character G.C. Pei, who, in the tale, cherished solitude and harbored a heart steeped in despair. Since she encountered the original host, Yihuan, her existence has revolved solely around her, ultimately sacrificing herself for her sake. That is indeed the realm of the immortals, the esteemed Shugu sect among the 6 major sections. Even those of noble lineage and exceptional intellect find it arduous to gain entry, let alone someone of humble origins like him. Yet he uttered not a word, merely nodding in quiet acquiescence, responding with a simple, "All right." To the untrained eye, all appeared serene. Upon witnessing G.C. Pei's agreement, Yihuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been apprehensive that G.C. Pei might refuse. She distinctly remembered G.C. Pei's aversion to cultivators due to his past, a disdain that extended to the very act of cultivation itself. "I shall gather my belongings," G.C. Pei declared before turning to enter the dwelling. Beneath the pear tree, Yihuan stood in silent anticipation, the pristine white pear blossoms creating a singularly beautiful canopy above her. "System, where is my celestial herb?" Yihuan mused as she caught a delicate, white petal, examining it thoughtfully before releasing it into the water with a breath of ethereal energy. "Where shall I retrieve it this time?" A fleeting glance at the disciples of Silver Feather Peak behind Yuanbao revealed their furtive expressions. They hastily bowed their heads in greeting, acknowledging the presence of Elder Jiao. Yihuan discerned their unease immediately. "Yuanbao, what causes such alarm?" The disciples of Silver Feather Peak shifted uneasily, their countenance paling as they lowered their heads in trepidation. Yuanbao candidly reported, "The 3rd elder's young disciple, Frail, has struck Jiang Wang." "And why is that?" Yihuan, indifferent to the trivial disputes of the sex, instructed Yuanbao. "Go and investigate." Yuanbao readily agreed, and the disciples of Inyu Peak secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For it seemed that Jiang Wang did not hold any significant importance in Elder Jiao's eyes. It was heard that Jiang Wang had also fallen from grace within the Jiang family. On Junyu Peak, there were but a few souls, Typically, only Yihuan and Yuan Bao resided there, along with a few celestial pets. With Yuan Bao's departure, she had no choice but to take Ji Sipei to seek a suitable dwelling for him. How do you find this place, Sipei? A narrow stone path was partially concealed within the bamboo grove, leading to a residence adorned with white walls and green tiles. A string of ancient bells, tinged with a muted gray-green hue, dangled from the eaves, producing a melodious chime. Ji Sipei nodded. It is quite splendid. Let us go inside and explore. Upon entering, the courtyard was modest yet adequately furnished, complete with a kitchen. The side rooms could serve as bedrooms or a study, and the backyard also housed 2 additional chambers for accommodation. After a cursory inspection of all the rooms, Ji Sipei expressed his satisfaction. I am very fond of it. Then make yourself comfortable here. Should you require anything, use this jade pendant to contact me. Ji Sipei accepted the pendant, carefully placing it away. Understood. I shall take my leave now. As for the Forbidden Valley in the back mountain, it was not typically open to the public. It only unlocked once every decade for disciples to hone their skills. Even the elders of the sect required permission from the sect leader to enter the valley. With half a month remaining, Yihuan contemplated informing the sect leader in advance. She formed a hand gesture and conveyed her thoughts to the sect leader, Gong Pu. Is it you, Xiaojiu? Upon hearing Yihuan's voice, Gong Pu felt a sense of weariness wash over him, anticipating yet another of her whimsical requests. Sect leader, I wish to visit the Forbidden Valley in the back mountain in half a month. Upon hearing that Yihuan intended to venture into the Forbidden Valley of the back mountain, Gong Pu immediately felt a sense of alertness. Xiaojiu, what business do you have in the back mountain? In the past, Yihuan had frequently visited the back mountain to reap its bounties, gathering numerous rare spiritual herbs and treasures. Surely, she wasn't planning to do so again, was she? Yihuan hesitated for a moment before replying. I intend to collect a single spiritual herb. After a brief pause, recalling the past actions of the original owner, she felt compelled to add, just one. Gong Pu decisively refused. No, you previously claimed you would gather a few spiritual herbs, yet nearly stripped the entire back mountain of its resources. I cannot take your word for it. Yihuan fell silent for a moment. Although those past deeds were not hers, the consequences were now inescapable. Gong Pu, initially expecting Yihuan to engage in her usual stubbornness, was taken aback when she only replied dryly, just one. Gong Pu sensed something peculiar about Yihuan today, prompting a wave of concern. Xiaojiu, have you encountered any troubles? No, came her response, yet Gong Pu found it hard to believe. Feeling even more convinced that Yihuan was indeed facing some difficulty, she had never behaved this way before. Could it be that Xiaojiu was truly in urgent need? Seeing that the sect master remained unresponsive for a long while, Yihuan resolved to abandon the matter. Forget it, it's merely a prime Ningsong herb. It's not worth the trouble. You may go, she said. Yihuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as she softly uttered, Thank you, sect master. Xiaojiu, are you truly all right? Are you at Chunyu Peak? I will come to see you. Upon hearing her gratitude, the sect master was left utterly astonished. Sect master, do not worry. I am well. I am in seclusion. After Yihuan concluded her transmission, she retreated into silence. The majority of her past life had been spent in solitary cultivation in the mountains, and even now, she maintained her previous habits in this new place. She remained in her chamber in seclusion for several consecutive days, during which time Ji Sipei did not utilize the jade pendant to seek her out, and Jiang Wang was completely forgotten by Yihuan. Jiang Wang, keep your distance from senior sister Hua, do you hear me? Several disciples from the Silver Feather Peak surrounded Jiang Ren. One of them stepped forward and gently patted Jiang Wang's delicate face. As he gazed at Jiang Wang's flawless features, he found himself momentarily entranced, only to be overtaken by a surge of anger. Damn it! How can this brat be more enchanting than us? Jiang Wang lowered his head, his hair crown askew, strands of hair cascading down to obscure his right cheek, leaving only his exquisitely delicate left side visible. However, a rather unnatural crimson mark marred his otherwise flawless, jade-like visage. A flicker of malice flashed in his dark eyes before he raised them to adopt a pitiful expression. Senior brother Luo, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Senior sister Hua is merely kind-hearted, coming daily to treat me. If you have any grievances, you may speak plainly to senior sister Hua. There is no need to trouble me. Upon hearing these words, Luo Zhen was consumed by rage. He could hardly bear to see Jiang Wang in such a state, a grown man feigning fragility and delicateness to elicit sympathy from senior sister Hua. It was no wonder that senior brother Failwan would strike him. Just looking at him was infuriating. Luo Zhen let out a cold laugh. Senior brother Failwan already despised him immensely, and today he had come to humiliate him in order to curry favor with senior brother Failwan, hoping to gain more elixirs and magical artifacts. Luo Zhen lowered his head, squinting to catch sight of the red string hanging around Jiang Wang's neck. He instinctively sensed that something valuable lay beneath it. With a swift tug, a radiant crimson ring emerged into the open air. Junior Jiang, this trinket is quite exquisite. Consider it a token for my esteemed senior. Return it to me. Jiang Wang's expression changed dramatically as he reached out to seize it. Give it back. Luo Zhen retaliated with a punch, sending the already frail Jiang Wang sprawling to the ground. Cease this at once. A melodious voice, infused with ire, approached. Luo Zhen, what are you doing? Sister Hua, I suddenly recalled an important matter in the sect. I must take my leave, he exclaimed, hastily retreating as if fleeing. Hua snorted disdainfully, vowing to report these inept bullies to the third elder. Junior Jiang, are you all right? She rushed to help Jiang Wang to his feet, her gaze softening upon noticing his bruises. Let me tend to your wounds. Wait. The ring. Sister Hua, Luo Zhen has taken my ring. Jiang Wang clutched Hua's arm desperately, his voice frantic. Yet, Luo Zhen and his companions had long vanished from sight. Even if she pursued, she would not catch up. Do not fret, Junior Jiang, Hua murmured soothingly. I shall confront Luo Zhen tomorrow and ensure he returns your ring. Rest assured. I will report this to the elders and demand appropriate punishment for him. First, let me tend to your injuries. Hua guided Jiang Wang to a seat, employing her magic to heal his wounds. Points? What is this? Yihuan emerged from her cultivation, suddenly intrigued by the mention of points. Previously, she had received rewards of known celestial herbs and magical artifacts, but what could these points signify? Host, please take a look. Before her, a panel of a points marketplace materialized, showcasing an array of exquisite items. Beneath, it listed magical artifacts, spiritual medicines, techniques, talismans, and robes, resembling a true marketplace. The more points you accumulate, the greater the variety of items you can exchange, the system explained. Yihuan casually perused the extensive assortment of objects, many of which were legendary items spoken of in tales, albeit requiring an exorbitant amount of points for acquisition. I understand now, she remarked, closing the system's marketplace. With a placid demeanor, she rose and gracefully exited the room. The system, momentarily disoriented, finally spoke. Jiang Wang's relic is in the possession of Luo Zhen.
Who is Luo Zhen?
Yihuan inquired. Luo Zhen is an outer sect disciple of Silver Feather Peak, his true form being a three-eyed crow. Allow me to show you the situation back then. Upon this, an image materialized in her mind, depicting the moment Luo Zhen had bullied Jiang Wang. Yihuan glanced at it briefly and calmly asked, "Where is Luo Zhen now?" "I wish to see." The system swiftly retrieved Luo Zhen's current location, stating, "The outer sect dining hall." It was mealtime, and numerous outer sect disciples were gathered, engaging in lively conversation. Dressed in simple white attire, Yihuan entered the bustling dining hall, which fell into an immediate hush as all eyes turned towards her in astonishment. Yihuan, an elder of Chuanyu Peak, had achieved a remarkable level of cultivation and no longer required sustenance. Even when he did partake in meals, it was typically within the confines of Chuanyu Peak, preparing his own food. It was a rare occurrence for an elder, especially one of the discussion elders from the inner gate, to visit the outer gate's dining hall. The disciples, some with heads bowed in silence as they ate, and others discreetly observing Yihuan, felt a palpable tension in the air. Upon catching sight of Yihuan, Luo Zhen's heart raced with anxiety, for he had just recently assaulted the disciple of the ninth elder and had taken something from Jiang Wang. Surely, the ninth elder would not seek retribution? The more he pondered, the more his unease grew, sensing impending doom. He lowered his head, hoping to blend into the crowd. As everyone watched Yihuan approach them step by step, Luo Zhen cautiously glanced up, only to be struck with terror. Yihuan was undeniably advancing towards him.
Luo Zhen,
in a state of panic, dashed from the throng and knelt approximately 3 meters away from Yihuan, stammering, I have met the ninth elder. The other disciples, observing that Yihuan was indeed seeking Luo Zhen, were filled with confusion. After all, Luo Zhen was merely an outer disciple of Silver Feather Peak, while Yihuan was an elder of Chuanyu Peak, and the two should have had no connection. Why would the ninth elder come looking for Luo Zhen? Yet those who were close to Luo Zhen understood all too well the reason behind this visit. Having just witnessed him boast about tormenting Jiang Wang and even stealing from him, he had bullied a fellow disciple, and now the mentor had come to confront him. Luo Zhen, you have humiliated your fellow disciple and forcibly taken their belongings. Do you realize your transgressions? Luo Zhen trembled in fear. As a mere fledgling disciple who had just begun to establish his foundation, how could he possibly withstand the overwhelming aura of a mid-stage immortal lord? He sensed his mind wavering, a sharp pain racking his spirit platform, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. His heart skipped a beat, and after a moment of frantic searching, he finally retrieved Jiang Wang's ring. Elder 9, this is Jiang Wang's ring. Luo Zhen presented it with both hands. Yihuan moved her fingers, enveloping the ring with her spiritual energy as she received it. With a delicate gesture of her alabaster fingers, Luo Zhen felt a sudden pain in his forehead. You must go to the law enforcement hall and clarify everything to receive your punishment. Yes, Luo Zhen exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a reprimand. Had Elder 9 intended something more severe, his life would have been irrevocably altered. Although the penalties of the law enforcement hall were stringent, they remained within the realm of what he could endure. Nevertheless, he made a mental note never to provoke Jiang Wang again in the future. After Yihuan departed, the outer disciples began to whisper among themselves. Some, having grasped the situation, boasted within the crowd. Soon, news of Yihuan defending Jiang Wang spread throughout the sect. The disciples no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Wang. Has the task been completed? Yihuan inquired, her interest piqued regarding the point system. A first for her to ask about the task. Not yet. The host must return the ring to Jiang Wang to consider the task complete. Yihuan said no more and strode towards Jiang Wang. When she arrived, Yihuan had just left, and Jiang Wang sat glumly on his bed. His previously swollen face now restored to its smooth, white jade-like complexion after treatment. Upon seeing Yihuan, Jiang Wang's servants paused their activities and bowed respectfully. Jiang Wang. Hearing the sound, Jiang Wang looked up in astonishment. Master. Yihuan softly acknowledged, her delicate hand spread open before Jiang Wang, revealing a red ring resting quietly in her palm. Without uttering a word, Yihuan remained silent as Jiang Wang continued, It must be this way, Master. You are truly kind to me. With that, Jiang Wang unexpectedly embraced Yihuan's waist, murmuring, Thank you, Master. Yihuan felt the warmth at her waist, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she gently pushed Jiang Wang away.
Master.
Jiang Wang tilted his head back, his eyes, starkly black and white, brimming with longing. Observing Jiang Wang before her, Yihuan noted his frail physique and unstable foundation, among the celestial sect where others could move mountains and fill seas. He was weaker than an ordinary mortal, which explained why he was often bullied by others. Master, I wish to cultivate.
All right.
Jiang Wang's heart brimmed with joy. Really? Can my body also cultivate?
Yes.
Good, I believe in you, Master. Before departing, Yihuan tenderly caressed the top of Jiang Wang's head. Host, do you truly wish to assist Jiang Wang? The system inquired curiously, having observed that her host showed little interest in matters beyond cultivation in recent days.
Yes.
Jiang Wang's desire to cultivate meant that the first priority was to improve his inherently weak constitution. However, just before leaving, when Yihuan touched Jiang Wang's head to sense his body, she was astonished to discover a seal of confinement within him. This seal is intricately concealed and complex. Had she possessed the requisite cultivation in the past, she would have undoubtedly been able to unravel it. However, her current lack of prowess renders her incapable of studying the breakthrough. Should she attempt to forcibly unlock it, it would inflict harm upon her true self. The system fell silent, discreetly removing from its program the task of assisting Jiang Wang in restoring his vitality. Tomorrow marks the day when the Ningyue grass will coalesce. After bidding farewell to Jiang Wang, Yihuan turned and stepped into the forbidden valley of the back mountains. Elder Zhou, who guards this valley, felt a pang of apprehension upon seeing this little ancestor return once more. Elder Zhou, the ninth elder, has arrived again. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, pain evident in his eyes. Yihuan responded with a gentle acknowledgement, and even she, faced with such overt emotions from the other, could not remain indifferent. Before entering the valley, she addressed Elder Zhou, stating, I shall not take much. However, Elder Zhou was wholly unconvinced, for this master invariably cleared the valley of its treasures. Guided by the map in her mind, Yihuan swiftly located the position of the Ningyue grass. Historically, high-quality celestial herbs are guarded by spiritual beasts, and the Ningyue grass was no exception. The guardian of the Ningyue grass was a high-ranking spiritual beast known as the Chiwa snake, adorned with crimson crescent patterns across its body, hence its name. The Chiwa snake is exceedingly venomous, adept at constriction, and exceptionally ferocious. You cannot defeat me. You will be harmed. The Chiwa snake seemed to comprehend Yihuan's words, growing increasingly agitated, its forked tongue hissing as droplets of venomous saliva fell to the ground, instantly scorching the surrounding grass. While the Ningyue grass could indeed heal your wounds, its efficacy pales in comparison to this celestial herb. As she spoke, Yihuan retrieved a top-quality ice core herb from her Qingquan pouch, declaring, This ice core herb is precisely what you need for your injuries. It will cure you instantly. Shall we make an exchange? Yihuan discerned the lingering fire poison afflicting the crimson moon serpent, likely a consequence of its skirmishes with other spirit beasts. The use of ice heart grass was most fitting for this ailment. The serpent tilted its head, its vertical pupils fading, revealing a hint of confusion in its tiny eyes. It could not fathom why this human proposed an exchange, for under ordinary circumstances, humans would have already attacked. Host, you wish to barter ice heart grass? It inquired.
Why?
The crimson moon serpent, afflicted by fire poison, surely could not contend with her. Why waste a precious ice heart grass? This is not a waste, she replied, observing the serpent's evident relaxation and diminishing hostility. Do you not believe me? Then try it for yourself. With that, she tossed the ice heart grass before the serpent. Lowering its head, the serpent approached cautiously, sniffing the offering to confirm its authenticity, before swallowing it whole. How does it feel? She asked. The serpent enthusiastically nodded its head and affectionately nudged Yihuan's hand with its snout. Yihuan gently stroked the serpent's head, and the crimson moon serpent flicked its tongue, slithering towards the moonlit grass, coiling around it. It hissed softly at Yihuan, as if attempting to convey something. The system, witnessing Yihuan's calm demeanor, found itself utterly at ease. With her eyes closed, Yihuan remained unaware that the serpent's gaze was fixated on her, its cold eyes sparkling with curiosity for the first time. The following day, as the sun rose, the moonlit grass suddenly trembled, releasing a rich fragrance. Upon opening her eyes, Yihuan beheld the flourishing moonlit grass and the crimson moon serpent. Lifting its head, bit down on the grass, clutching it in its mouth. Host, the crimson moon serpent is about to consume the moonlit grass. It will not. The crimson moon serpent cautiously clutched the tail end of the crescent moon grass, its demeanor suggesting a fear of damaging it. It slithered before Yihuan, gently releasing the crescent moon grass, and then hissed while flicking its tongue at her. Yihuan picked up the crescent moon grass and affectionately patted the serpent's head, expressing her gratitude. The serpent nuzzled her hand in a display of affection, and after a rare moment of playfulness, she announced, "All right, I must take my leave." The crimson moon serpent seemed to comprehend her words, becoming restless. It then transformed into a slender little snake, winding itself around Yihuan's wrist. "Do you wish to accompany me?" The serpent hissed twice in response. After a moment of contemplation, Yihuan conceded, "Very well, but how shall I address you henceforth?" The serpent, not grasping the inquiry, hissed again. "Never mind. We shall decide on your name later. By the looks of you, it seems you will soon achieve remarkable progress. At that time, you may choose a name that pleases you." Thus, the crimson moon serpent inadvertently decided to accompany Yihuan to the Jade Peak. Jiang Wang, yearning to cultivate, needed to transform his frail constitution. A weak physique rendered even the most exceptional talent ineffective in cultivation. Within her memories, she recalled a particular elixir that would be ideal for Jiang Wang, capable of gradually nurturing his body. However, its ingredients were rare and exceedingly complex, leading to its loss in contemporary times. Among these crucial ingredients was the crescent moon grass she had just harvested. Yihuan now harbored grave suspicions that her next task would pertain to altering Jiang Wang's constitution. Otherwise, what a remarkable coincidence it would be. In a world abundant with precious celestial herbs, why would the system specifically direct her to the crescent moon grass? System. Host, I am here.
Jiang Wang possède sa frail constitution.
Do you have any methods to enhance it? The system remained silent for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Host, is there no way?" Yihuan distinctly noticed the transformation in the system. When they first met, it was merely a cold, indifferent voice, seemingly devoid of human emotion. Yet it was gradually becoming more anthropomorphic. "My method is rather intricate, and I lack sufficient materials." "Host, what materials are you missing?" The system responded cheerfully. "You can exchange them in a mall. It has everything." "I do not have enough points." The system fell silent, recalling the mere 200 points quietly residing in the host's account, which were indeed insufficient for any purchase. "So, what should we do?" After a brief pause, the system queried, "Host, what do you require? What do you possess?" "I have nothing," the host replied. The system spoke a bit hesitantly, akin to a bashful young girl. "But there is something in the mall. I could apply for credit." Yihuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the system seemed to exist primarily for Jiang Wang's benefit. Who, then, was the person behind this? Only a few medicinal herbs were needed, which the original owner lacked and were also quite difficult to find in this world. "Please elaborate." Seeing Yihuan's interest, the system hurriedly stated, "I can assist the host in obtaining credit, but of course, it requires collateral. Until the debt is repaid, the host can only use spiritual energy as collateral." At this point, the system paused briefly. "Once the spiritual energy is pledged, your cultivation will be significantly diminished until the debt is settled. Immortal grade songrong, immortal grade purple bamboo blue flower, immortal grade 3 immortal leaves, immortal grade chima mushroom, immortal grade earth vein purple mushroom, immortal grade Bilan artemisia. How much do these cost? Wait a moment, let me check.
All right.
She mentioned only immortal grade items. In truth, it is not impossible to use materials of a lower tier, but she is accustomed to utilizing the finest whenever possible. Host, I have investigated. If you wish to acquire these items on credit, it will amount to a total of 250 points. Until this debt is repaid, you will only possess foundational cultivation. Foundational cultivation? Yihuan has always held strength in the highest regard, and it would indeed be quite burdensome for her to remain at such a level. Host, will you proceed with the exchange? How can I earn points to repay you? The 6 immortal grade herbs amount to 250 points, averaging 200 points each, while completing a single task yields 200 points. To clear your debt, you would need to complete 5 tasks. Simply accomplish the tasks, and you shall be free of your obligation. Just as the system was about to elaborate further, Yihuan suddenly sensed someone approaching. The system, too, detected this and immediately fell silent. What is it? Master, the sect leader requests your presence. Is there a significant matter within the sect? Master, I am not entirely certain. However, a person from the Falling Moon Palace has arrived today, and shortly thereafter, the sect leader sent me to summon you. Very well, I understand. Yihuan rose and made her way toward the peak where the sect leader resided, her mind already formulating a plan. That individual from the Falling Moon Palace is likely Bai Tao. Host, have you made up your mind? I have decided. Once today passes, I will exchange with you. Very well, host. Please tell me about the tasks I can undertake. I aim to repay my debts as swiftly as possible. I will devise the most suitable plan for you to facilitate a rapid repayment. After a brief pause, the system remarked, if all goes well, you should be able to settle your debts in approximately half a month. Upon conversing with the system, Yihuan arrived at the esteemed Guishao Peak where the sect master resided. Elder Jiao, you have arrived. Indeed. The disciple stationed at Guishao Peak observed Yihuan's departing figure, filled with curiosity about how different Elder Jiao appeared from before. Elder Jiao is here. Sect Master. Elder Jiao, this is Bai Xianjun from the Falling Moon Palace. I believe you encountered each other in Guangling City. Yihuan turned her head to see Bai Tao, adorned in a light yellow flowing gown, smiling gracefully. Xianjun Jihuan. It has been a long time. Bai Xianjun. Bai Tao, hailing from the Falling Moon Palace, was accompanied by the sect master to the Shugu sect, highlighting the influential status of the Falling Moon Palace. Xianjun Jihuan, I have long admired your reputation. Might we engage in a friendly exchange? Sect Master Gong Pu cast a nervous glance at Yihuan, not out of concern for her, but for fear that she might inadvertently harm the delicate young lady from the Falling Moon Palace, creating a difficult situation. Despite Yihuan's seemingly carefree demeanor, her prowess was indeed widely acknowledged and respected. Very well, Yihuan replied. Gong Pu quickly added, let the exchange be conducted with restraint, with no excessive force. Rest assured, Sect Master. Bai Tao understands the nature of this exchange. The sovereign cast a profound glance at Bai Tao, his eyes concealing a well-masked compassion, aware of the truth while little Jiao remained oblivious. Bai Xianjun, please follow me. The group ascended to the exclusive martial arena designated for the elders, situated atop a mountain peak. The arena nearly enveloped the entire summit, with 3 rows of seats arranged at the forefront for the esteemed elders to observe. Additionally, the arena was equipped with spirit formations and recording stones, facilitating simultaneous broadcasts for the disciples within the sect. The battles between high-ranking cultivators proved immensely beneficial to the disciples, presenting a rare opportunity for learning. Some even experienced moments of enlightenment leading to breakthroughs in their cultivation during these encounters. Consequently, whenever elders engaged in combat, the entire sect would invariably gather to witness. The news of Yihuan's impending duel with Bai Tao spread like wildfire throughout the sect. drawing a crowd eager to witness the clash between Elder Jiao and the immortal of the Falling Moon Palace. "What did you say?" inquired the young master.
Yes, you.
Bai Tao Xianjun is about to fight Yun Xianjun. Everyone outside has gathered to watch. The young attendant, with a delicate countenance, spoke with a hint of excitement in his tone.
Where?
The refined gentleman paused his playing, lifting his chin to reveal a visage reminiscent of a traditional ink painting. "I will lead you there at once." Amidst the throng, the crowd buzzed with exhilaration over the impending duel. At the rear of the assembly stood a frail yet opulent young master, draped in a resplendent cloak, exuding an air of affluence. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Wang turned his gaze towards Ji Pei, perhaps sensing an unspoken connection, for as Zhang's eyes met Ji's, she too fortuitously looked back at him. Though residing in the same peak, it was the first encounter between the two. One was ailing, unable to venture outdoors, while the other was naturally inclined towards tranquility, shunning the outside world. Yet at this moment, they crossed paths due to a shared circumstance. The grand screen displayed the enchanting visage of Yihuan, whose striking beauty exuded an inexplicable grace, despite her alluring appearance. On the other side was the delightful and radiant Bai Tao. The male disciples, upon witnessing the two stunning beauties, erupted in exuberant cheers. Some disciples, lacking in steadfast resolve, discreetly debated who was the more exquisite of the two. Fortunately, Yihuan was oblivious to their murmurs. Otherwise, they would surely face the penalty of transcribing the heart-calming mantra in the scripture pavilion. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners were known for their courteous demeanor. Despite the tension between them, the two maintained a cordial and amicable exchange. Bai Tao looked up and flashed her a smile before inquiring, "How is brother Kong Bai?"
Kong Bai? Who might that be?
The disciples of the sect, intently observing the battle, exchanged puzzled glances. Among the crowd, a knowledgeable disciple chimed in, "Kong Bai, the renowned young master of Hua Inyu, is none other than Ji Kong Bai. Surely, none of our fellow disciples are unaware of the tale regarding our ninth elder?" Laughter erupted among the group, as they collectively declared, "We are well aware, well aware. I have heard that our ninth elder has secretly brought young Master Ji to the Chuanyu Peak." "What?" "Our Sugu sect is a prestigious sect. How could we admit a mere official into our ranks? This is utterly preposterous." Did not the elder and sect leader voice their opinions? Yihuan wielded a spiritual sword, a slender blade that shimmered with crystalline brilliance, emanating a subtle chill. Where her sword intent reached, it could freeze all things. This was indeed the snow dream of the immortal Lord Jiang, living up to its illustrious reputation. Bai Tao's gaze fell upon the glistening, sharp edge of her sword, her eyes reflecting an appreciation for encountering exquisite treasures. Yihuan did not respond. Instead, she slowly raised her sword, her steps graceful and swift, directing her blade towards Bai Tao. Naturally, Bai Tao was no mere ornament. She possessed considerable skill, promptly retreating to evade the attack. Although Yihuan generally behaved with decorum and restraint, seemingly devoid of aggression, when she truly engaged, her strikes were sharp, proactive, and her swordsmanship exceedingly commanding. With another strike, the intent of her blade was intertwined with boundless wind and snow, causing the ground to freeze wherever it touched. Bai Tao narrowly avoided the blow, yet another strike followed relentlessly. This time, Bai Tao could not escape. She received the blow directly. The jade hairpin atop her head shattered into fragments, a treasured protective artifact. Had she not possessed this talisman, she would have sustained grave injuries. The disciples of the sect erupted in cheers, exalting Elder Nine's prowess. "How formidable is Elder Nine? What of the young lady from the Falling Moon Palace? She is still no match for our Elder Nine." It was noted that Elder Nine had shown restraint today. Her legendary strike on another occasion could have repelled 100,000 soldiers. The sword of Elder Nine was not something just anyone could withstand. Yihuan stood firm, her sword resting against her back, declaring, "You have been defeated." Bai Tao, her feet adorned with multicolored bird-feathered shoes, stepped upon the remnants of her broken hairpin, her gaze resolute. Again, upon hearing her words, Yihuan offered no counsel. Instead, she immediately took up her sword once more. Unyielding, Bai Tao initiated her attack. Yet to Yihuan, Bai Tao's fierce and rapid onslaught resembled that of a mere child. With a swift backhand, the white peach was sent flying several yards away, and this time, the jade bracelet on her wrist shattered into dust, yet another of her protective artifacts. The young lady of the Moonfall Palace possesses an abundance of such enchanted treasures. After all, she is the cherished daughter of the Moonfall Palace, a place overflowing with invaluable items. Yihuan looked up at her, noting that she bore 7 protective artifacts. "If you refuse to concede, I shall shatter them one by one." "That remains to be seen. Does the illustrious Lord Jinhui possess such prowess?" Without further ado, Yihuan unleashed a formidable sword aura that surged toward the white peach. Confronted by the overwhelming pressure of Yihuan's sword intent, Bai Tao felt a fear unlike any she had experienced before. Was the esteemed Lord Jinhui truly of mid-stage Void Realm strength? The oppressive force she sensed was akin to that of a tribulation transcending celestial. Her legs trembled slightly, and she forgot to evade. The mighty sword intent struck her directly, causing her remaining 7 protective artifacts to shatter into mere dust. With a thud, Bai Tao knelt on the ground, her spirit shaken, as she truly felt the call of death in that instant. Elder 9 has triumphed. Elder 9 has triumphed. The jubilant cheers of the disciples rang out, their faces alight with the thrill of victory.
Did you see that?
Did you see Elder 9's final strike? Of course we did. That blow was extraordinary. It bore the might of a celestial sovereign. Our Elder 9 is truly an eternal legend. Just now, a single strike effortlessly shattered all of the protective talismans surrounding Bai Tao, yet it did not inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Such mastery over spiritual energy and sword techniques is truly extraordinary. Elder 9, you are incredibly impressive. How I long to become your disciple.
You?
Do you truly believe you are worthy? Regardless of worthiness, Elder 9 has never shown an inclination to accept disciples. While other elders on the peaks boast numerous apprentices and grand disciples, for a century, only Brother Yuan Bao has graced the Chuanyu Peak, and now, with the inclusion of the young master of the Jiang family, there are merely 2. Yihuan sheathed her sword and walked toward the stage, where Gong Pu promptly approached her. "Xiao Jiao, you performed splendidly this time, managing to avoid harming your opponent." Yihuan remained silent for a moment, offering no explanation. However, Gong Pu joyfully patted her shoulder and instructed his disciple to assist Bai Tao in standing. Bai Tao, still in a state of shock, was helped to her feet, her expression blank as she was escorted away. Yihuan evaded the elder's pleasantries and turned to walk alone towards Chuanyu Peak. "Host, do you wish to exchange with me now?"
Yes.
"What about entering seclusion? I have suddenly experienced some insights. It could last from half a month to a month at most." "Understood." After ending the communication, Yihuan sensed 2 familiar presences at her door.
Master. Yihuan.
"What brings you here?" Ji Pei was about to speak when Jiang Wang interjected, stepping forward with admiration gleaming in his enchanting fox-like eyes. "Master, you are truly remarkable." After expressing his admiration, he turned to Ji Pei. "Brother Pei and I watched the battle between Master and Bai Tao together. Do you still know the people from the Bai family of the Falling Moon Palace?" "Brother Pei? I truly envy your acquaintance with so many individuals." This was the first time Yihuan heard Jiang Wang articulate so fluently. "Jiang Wang, have you recovered? Why are you running about everywhere?" "However, I wish to witness my master in battle and extend my congratulations." "It's nothing." Ji Pei, amidst the crowd, overheard the disciples' discussions. He feared that the sect leader and elders of Suguzong might hold Yihuan accountable because of him. He nearly spoke up, but found himself at a loss for words. Do you have something to say? Your sect leader wouldn't he trouble you because of me, would he? Yihuan thought of Gongpu and shook her head.
No.
G.C. Pei nodded in agreement.
Good.
After G.C. Pei departed, Yihuan offered a few more words of advice to Yuan Bao before addressing the system. Now, it's time to change. Chapter 11. The Shenlong Arc. A few celestial-grade spiritual herbs materialized before Yihuan. As the herbs appeared, the spiritual energy within her diminished drastically. What once resembled a vast ocean of energy was now reduced to a mere pond. To her surprise, she felt a slight relief. Grateful that her level remained at the foundation stage rather than the qi refinement stage. Once her internal energy stabilized, she gazed at the fragrant celestial herbs before her. Realizing that the system's offerings did not necessitate her personal retrieval, they could indeed manifest out of thin air. Host. In order to expedite your repayment of debts and restore your cultivation, the system has devised 2 plans for you. The first primarily focuses on assisting and nurturing Jiang Wang and G.C. Pei. The second, however, is somewhat complicated, requiring you to descend the mountain and even venture into other realms, primarily aimed at mending the world. The system was about to persuade Yihuan to choose the first option, which was simple, convenient, and highly secure. However, before it could utter a word, Yihuan calmly declared her choice, the second option. Indeed, she was devoid of emotion, a host solely fixated on transcending. The system, with its straightforward thinking, failed to grasp the implications of her choice, yet Yihuan could subtly infer the origins of the system from its brief statements. To speak of mending the world? How intriguing! The last time she heard of such an endeavor was in the ancient records recounting how the goddess Enhua repaired the heavens. Could the system be linked to the long-lost deities? Cultivating immortality. Even if one achieves great mastery and ascends during the day, one remains merely an immortal. There exists a chasm between immortals and deities. Deities are born and nurtured by the cosmos, embodying the essence of heavenly spiritual energy. They exist at a height unattainable by any immortal. Host. Your first task lies within the demon realm. Locate the Shenlong and unravel the secrets left by the ancestor of the Shenlong. Reward, 300 points. What connection could there be between locating the Shenlong and uncovering the ancestor's secrets and the mending of the world? Yihuan pondered. Perhaps the integrity of biological entities is vital for maintaining the ecological health of the entire world? This thought struck her suddenly, leaving her momentarily stunned. The unfamiliar term that invaded her mind was perplexing. She didn't even understand its meaning. Why had it materialized so suddenly? Could it be that her memories were truly becoming jumbled? Were the events she experienced on Mount Chuanyu genuine? Was she truly Yunichi? The transmission began. Lost in her thoughts, Yihuan remained entirely unresponsive as the system transported her to a location 1,000 miles away in the demon realm. With a resounding thud, a beautifully attired figure descended from the heavens, crashing into the rouge shop of Jia San. If the system had eyes, they would undoubtedly bulge in astonishment. Is this truly the world of superficial judgments depicted in literature? It seems rather too realistic. Unfazed, Yihuan emerged from the chaos of shattered wood and vibrant pigments, her face a mask of cold composure. A keen observer would notice the tension in her clenched jaw, as if she were suppressing something profound. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of her life. With her cultivation reduced to the foundational level, even the simplest cleansing spell drained her entire reservoir of spiritual energy. Once pristine, Yihuan now bore the stains of myriad vivid colors. This is compensation for your troubles. She deliberated as she discreetly produced a modest sum of money to hand to the attendant before hastily departing. Is there an inn or a place nearby where I can freshen up? She inquired. Indeed, just turn left ahead, the system promptly responded, feeling remorse for the recent teleportation mishap. The system had anticipated that given Yihuan's fastidious nature, she would immediately cast a cleansing spell upon herself. However, she surprisingly managed to endure her garish appearance while traversing the long street. Although she was meticulous about cleanliness, the array of colors adorning her was enough to drive her to distraction, coupled with a pervasive scent of cosmetics that made the veins on her forehead throb. Yet, she was not foolish enough to expend all her spiritual energy merely for a cleansing spell. The current era, while safer than her own, still posed uncertainties. As a delicate and beautiful yet fragile young woman navigated the bustling street, one could not predict what might befall her in the predatory realm of demons. "Madam, a room,
Please.
the proprietress of the inn, an alluring young woman with an air of elegance, spoke with a melodious tone, each word dripping with charm. As Yihuan entered the room, she doused herself with cold water and changed into a fresh set of clothes. "System, where have you transported me?" "To the upper reaches of the Ruo River." "Ruo River? Why have you brought me here? Is the Shenlong nearby?" "I am uncertain of the Shenlong's location. It is up to the host to seek it out. However, the Shenlong typically appears at river mouths or coastlines. As there is no sea in the demon realm, I have brought you to the largest river within it. I wish you luck in your quest to find the Shenlong." After the system's words, it vanished. Yihuan's expression grew colder. She felt profoundly deceived by the system. Was this truly a simple task? And to complete all tasks within a mere half-month? It seemed she would be waiting an eternity to fulfill this first task. Anger aside, Yihuan pushed open the door, determined to seek a solution. She could not remain idle. Although her memory held no clues about the Shenlong, she could inquire with the local demon tribes for any information. "Madam, I would like to ask you a question." The proprietress, lounging at the counter with her legs crossed, chuckled. "My dear, you are not one of our demon tribe. You must be a little celestial lord, am I right?" Yihuan nodded, offering no denial. "Only the celestial lords from your cultivation realm speak with such courtesy and grace." The proprietress continued, her words flowing melodiously. However, with a shift in tone, she added, "Yet, while you present yourselves as polite and refined, inside, you are all colder and more selfish than the next." Yihuan found herself at a loss for words. It appeared the proprietress had been wounded by other cultivators. She decided it best to inquire elsewhere.
Madam, not all cultivators are like that.
After Yihuan finished speaking, she prepared to ask someone else. "Little immortal lord, don't leave," the proprietress called to her. "What question do you wish to ask?" "Madam, I would like to inquire if you have heard of the Shenlong." It was a request from a friend. The proprietress, with her alluring fox-like eyes, gazed meaningfully at Yihuan. "The Shenlong is more formidable and enigmatic than the dragon clan. Its scales and claws, like gold, pierce the heavens, coiling and twisting as it rides the clouds. This indeed describes the Shenlong." With her chin resting on her hand, the proprietress continued, "Mysterious, powerful, and prideful, though it belongs to the dragon lineage, it seldom reveals its true form, often transforming into birds, shells, or even dragon pearls. Do you understand why?" "I do not. Because a proud and self-admiring Shenlong would never permit mere outsiders to glimpse its true self." After saying this, the proprietress refused to elaborate further, closing her eyes and leaning against the counter as if fallen asleep. Yihuan left the inn and wandered into the street, where a modest market stretched along the banks of the Ruo River. The nearby demon folk frequented this place to purchase and exchange goods. After conversing with the proprietress, Yihuan had gleaned two clues. One, that the Shenlong possessed a proud temperament, and two, that it often manifested in the forms of shells or birds. However, knowing these two facts did little to aid her in locating the Shenlong. It felt like chasing a dream. Determined, Yihuan resolved to head towards the banks of the Ruo. She believed that the system had not brought her here without reason. As the evening sun cast its golden rays upon the water, the surface shimmered like scattered jewels. The river flowed quietly, unlike the tumultuous sea. It was serene and tranquil, flanked by misty green mountains. Yihuan scooped a handful of river water, observing the ripples she had caused in its depths. If only her spiritual energy were sufficient, she could delve deeper into its mysteries. Ah, fair maiden, do you dwell within the waters? Raising her gaze, she found herself before Jia San, the owner of the ruse shop she had inadvertently damaged. Do you reside in the waters? Indeed, Jia San nodded, transforming into a soft-shelled turtle as she slowly made her way towards the river, her dark green shell glistening in the light. So, Jia San was originally a turtle? Watching Jia San's slow ascent to the river, Yihuan inquired, Jia San, have you ever heard of the Shindong? Jia San froze momentarily, raising her head with deliberation, her beak opening and closing. My dear, why do you ask about the Shindong? As she spoke again, she seemed to transform, the once frivolous and lecherous Jia San adopting a demeanor of calm and caution. It is a request from an old acquaintance. Jia San tilted her head, scrutinizing Yihuan with keen interest. Are you of the immortal realm? Yihuan was puzzled as to why both the innkeeper and Jia San would specifically inquire about her origins. In this world, various races coexisted. The demon realm housed cultivators, and many among them were of the demon tribe, much like the majority of their sect, Shibuzong. I am. The old turtle's small eyes fixated on her intently. Who is the acquaintance you speak of? I cannot divulge that information. Yihuan could not reveal that it was a being called the System who had sent her in search of the so-called Shindong. She braced herself for the possibility that Jia San would divulge nothing. To her surprise, Jia San simply declared, Follow me.
To where?
Are you not seeking the Shindong? I shall take you to their abode. Jia San crawled into the tranquil waters, floating gracefully upon the surface, transforming into a vessel of modest size that bore me upon its back. Yihuan, filled with curiosity, stood atop Jia San and inquired, Who are you? How do you know the whereabouts of the Shenlong? Could it be that Jia San is the fabled Shenlong? Casting a glance at the tortoise that supported her, she swiftly dismissed the notion that Jia San could be the legendary creature, for the innkeeper had described the Shenlong as haughty and self-admiring, never revealing its true form lightly. How could it possibly carry her? I am Jia San, a tortoise spirit who has cultivated for a millennium, Jia San replied after a brief pause. Our lineage serves as loyal attendants to the esteemed Shenlong. Is the Shenlong at home? Yihuan inquired. The Shenlong has been absent for quite some time, and I am unaware of its current whereabouts. Fear not, dear maiden. The Shenlong possesses a gentle temperament and would not harm you. What manner of dragon is the Shenlong? It seems there are few legends of it in this world. Ah, the Shenlong. I have only glimpsed its visage in my early, tender years. Yet rest assured, the Shenlong is truly a remarkable being. Upon hearing Jia San's words, Yihuan distilled 4 key attributes: gentle, powerful, handsome, and adept in illusion. This somewhat contrasted with the innkeeper's description. Very well, we have arrived. As Yihuan surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a few small fish swimming by, stones lining the riverbed, and an abundance of drifting water plants, none of which resembled the abode of the Shenlong. Just as she was about to question Jia San, she realized that he had vanished without a trace. Could there be some hidden mechanism at play? Yihuan pondered deeply, having spent considerable time submerged in the water, exploring the intricacies of the 8 trigrams formation and the illusions of the barrier, even meticulously examining every stone and blade of grass on the riverbed.
Yet,
no peculiar occurrences had transpired. The riverbed remained as unremarkable as ever. Standing there, her brow furrowed, she could discern no anomalies in the depths below. Was this truly the dwelling of the Shindong? Doubts began to creep into her mind, questioning the veracity of Jia San's words. However, recalling his demeanor while speaking, she found it hard to believe he was deceiving her. As she gazed upwards, The sunlight piercing through the water presented a breathtaking spectacle. She had explored beneath, but what lay above? With a determined stroke, Yihuan swam upwards, the light intensifying around her, until she spotted a shadow that loomed large, resembling a colossal entity. Could it be the Shindong? She quickened her pace, bursting through the water's surface with a resounding splash. The radiant light compelled her to momentarily shut her eyes, and when she finally adjusted to the brilliance, the scene before her left her utterly astounded. A resplendent palace adorned with pearl curtains, jade towers, and emerald screens unfolded, as if painted with the hues of dawn. It soared magnificently, transcending the clouds, a marvel of opulence that surpassed anything she had witnessed in her lifetime. Surely, even the divine abodes could not rival this grandeur. Was this truly the abode of the Shindong? Yihuan ascended from the water, alighting gracefully at the entrance of the palace. With her hands clasped in salute, she respectfully declared, "I, Yihuan of the Shugu sect, come to pay my respects to the esteemed Shindong." Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of reverence, her posture embodying the utmost decorum. Should the Shindong be present, even in a hushed tone, he would surely be aware of her arrival. Yihuan's gaze was vacant as she finally stumbled upon the abode of the Shunshin dragon. However, after 3 or 4 days of anticipation, the creature was nowhere to be found. Where else could she seek him? Surely, she could not linger at the threshold of the Shunshin dragon's home indefinitely. The wait could stretch into eternity. "Host, shall you not venture inside? There might be clues within the palace," a voice urged. Yihuan shook her head in refusal. How could she trespass without her master's consent? "The dragon servant allowed you entry, so how is it trespassing?" The voice countered. Yet, Yihuan remained resolute, denying the notion. She decided it prudent to depart and seek out Jia San for information. Perhaps he would have news of the Shunshin dragon's whereabouts. The weather shifted unexpectedly, its strangeness palpable. Yihuan eyed the perilous and enigmatic Ruoshui River below with unease, as fierce winds and torrential rain lashed against her. She narrowed her eyes, shielding them from the deluge. "Where is this? Do you require assistance?" A faint voice reached her ears. "Crimson Moon Serpent?" "Indeed, it is I," the serpent replied, its voice soft yet brimming with delight. A subtle smile graced Yihuan's face. She felt a sense of joy at the serpent's progress. "Have you made some advancements in your training?" "Yes," it affirmed. "Remain quiet for now. I have my own means of handling this." Yihuan declined the serpent's offer of aid. Since the Crimson Moon Serpent had followed her out of the Forbidden Valley, it had steadfastly remained by her side, neither easily dismissed nor deterred. Yihuan accepted its presence, knowing that it had been in a state of slumber for its training until now. "Be cautious," she warned. In this moment of crisis, Yihuan finds herself with the mind to glance back at the palace behind her and the banks of the Ruoshui River. The Shunlong, adept at illusion, may have rendered everything before her a mere mirage. She extends her hand to feel the force of the torrential rain, squinting at the increasingly terrifying whirlpool in the Ruoshui. Her fists clenched, a fleeting sharpness flashing in her eyes as she leaps into the water. "Host, is that you?" Yihuan. Upon entering the water, the anticipated pain does not manifest. Instead, she feels an extraordinary comfort, akin to returning to the womb of a mother. Surrounding her is a realm of darkness, enveloping her in a soft embrace, devoid of any sound. The voices of the system and the Crimson Moon Serpent are silenced, leaving the entire world tranquil. With only her presence, unaware of any malice, Yihuan gradually relaxes, curious to discern the intentions of the Shunlong. Unbeknownst to her, in her relaxation, drowsiness overtakes her, leading her into slumber. The inky, soft space gradually illuminates, the surrounding realm tearing apart to swiftly construct a new world. Yihuan jolts awake. Sitting up in bed, her eyes met with an utterly unfamiliar room. For a moment, confusion engulfs her. Has she traversed realms again? Host, you have finally awakened. Is this truly the Xuanlong's illusion? Host, this is the Xuanlong's illusion, as well as its own memories from years past. If you possess strength at the mid-stage of the Void Realm, you might have forcibly shattered this illusion, but now, with only the foundation-building stage of power, attempting to break the mirror is but a fool's dream. Indeed, host. Even the indifferent Yihuan cannot restrain herself from questioning. Is this what you call a debt repayment plan lasting no more than half a month? The system explained in a dry tone. Host, there is a simple task. Did you not choose? Yang, have you prepared? Today is a momentous day. A momentous day?
What day could that be?
The door swung open, revealing a regal woman, seemingly the mother of Yang. My daughter is indeed beautiful. She is bound to be chosen. Yang must bring honor to our clan and cannot be outshone by the other clans. Chosen? Chosen for what? Yihuan was utterly perplexed. But since the other party was merely an NPC in an illusion, no excessive response was required from her. By the way, where is the Crimson Moon Serpent? It is still asleep, as its cultivation level is low. Yihuan felt relieved knowing the Crimson Moon Serpent was safe. The woman ushered Yihuan onto a massive shell at the entrance, adorned with numerous exquisite gemstones and draped with pearl curtains to obscure the view. 2 seahorses pulled the carriage. Yihuan speculated. Could this be the ocean? After all, seahorses wouldn't exist in freshwater. Yet, given the peculiarities surrounding her, the presence of seahorses hardly seemed extraordinary. As she ascended the shell, Yihuan deduced from the woman's earlier remarks that she was likely being taken to the Shenlong. Judging by the woman's attire and the opulence of the shell carriage, her status must be significant. Could she be a candidate for the Shenlong's consort? While contemplating, the shell carriage arrived at its destination, a vast hall filled with numerous men and women, all sharing a singular trait. They were all remarkably beautiful. Could this truly be a selection of consorts? Yet, why were both men and women present? Yihuan suddenly recalled the records from the Chronicles of the 100 Demons, where it was noted that many supernatural beings lacked a distinction between male and female, embodying both genders simultaneously. Could the Shundong be of a similar nature? In the Grand Hall, men and women alike were summoned away by a nimble tortoise, and as Yihuan gazed at the shell strikingly reminiscent of Jia San's, she couldn't help but ponder if this tortoise might be an ancestor of Jia San. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Jia San had mentioned that he was a household servant of the Shundong, a lineage that had served for generations. The individuals who had entered soon re-emerged, their visages marred by disappointment as they exited the Grand Hall, leaving an ever-dwindling assembly behind. At last, Yihuan grasped the purpose of the Shundong's selection: dragon servants. The crowd, initially numbering over 100, had dwindled to but a handful. The agile tortoise finally approached her, beckoning, "Please follow me." Yihuan imitated the gestures of those who had come before her, bowing respectfully before trailing behind the tortoise. Upon entering the inner sanctum, she was struck by its mysterious allure. While the exterior was awash in water, the inner hall was dry, akin to solid ground. As she navigated past a screen, her eyes were drawn to a vast circular pool, at the center of which lay a dark purple dragon egg. "Miss, please approach the Shundong." Following the instruction with utmost reverence, Yihuan stood a short distance from the dragon egg, anticipating a glimpse of the Shundong's form, only to find herself staring at an egg. With her head bowed, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire pool in a rich purple glow. "Congratulations, miss. This signifies that the Shundong acknowledges your intent. You shall henceforth be a dragon servant." Yihuan furrowed her brow slightly. She found the designation of servant rather unappealing. In the next moment, she felt a sharp pain on her forehead. Lowering her head to catch a glimpse of the water's reflection, she discovered a majestic purple dragon emblazoned upon her brow. The dragon flickered with an ethereal light before merging into her flesh. The tortoise, brimming with joy, led Yihuan to the front hall, announcing that the dragon servant of Lord Shenlong had been chosen. In the grand hall, eyes filled with jealousy, envy, and defiance all turned towards Yihuan. Each individual harbored different thoughts, yet their actions were synchronized as they bowed in deference, acknowledging the dragon servant. What about me? In the vast palace, only the tortoise and Yihuan remained. You are merely to accompany Lord Shenlong, responding to his summons, the tortoise stated before vanishing from sight. Yihuan surveyed the empty hall and mused that the tortoise's knack for disappearing had not faded in the slightest. Casting a glance at the purple dragon egg, she shifted her focus to the grand hall. The entire chamber was dominated by a deep purple hue, featuring 8 coiled dragon pillars. The dragon bodies, resplendent in dark purple, exuded an air of mystery and beauty. On either side of the pool, 2 white jade columns supported a large seashell, within which lay a magnificent spirit-replenishing pearl. Remarkably, although the shell appeared desiccated, it still radiated vitality, and one could only surmise that at Lord Shenlong's command, the shell would automatically close. This palace, in stark contrast to the one she had observed from the clouds, exuded a different style. The celestial palace was more innovative and opulent, while this one possessed an ancient and understated charm. Though seemingly ordinary, each item within this hall was a rare treasure, some of which even Yihuan could not identify. The palace she had previously seen was likely one that Lord Shenlong had constructed himself, while this place seemed to be the ancestral dwelling of the Shenlong clan. System. Are you there? In the realm of the mysterious Shenlong ancestor, the host, for the time being, received no guidance. Only as the host drew near would the system deign to offer a hint. Yihuan, unaware of how long she had lingered in the illusion, one day witnessed the smooth shell of the dragon egg finally cracking. With a crackle, a small purple dragon emerged, its head adorned with antler-like horns, and its scales a tender shade of lavender. Its eyes resembled those of a fawn, innocent and endearing, yet this appearance belied its true nature. The little purple dragon extricated itself entirely from the shell, its scales reversing direction from its waist backward. Without so much as a glance at Yihuan, the dragon leapt with abandon. Yihuan attempted to advance, only to discover that she could no longer freely command her body as before. She felt like a marionette under someone else's control. Observing the little dragon grow day by day, she noted that initially it merely swam in the palace's pool. The Shenlong's form expanded with each passing day until one day, the juvenile dragon transformed into a humanoid figure, exquisitely sculpted, its scales morphing into a flowing purple robe that enveloped its delicate visage. Despite being in constant company with the Shenlong, their interactions were scarce. Most often, Yihuan found herself trailing behind the dragon, dutifully playing the role of a servant. On one such day, the Shenlong took the shape of a colossal clam basking in the sun upon the river surface. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the banks of Ruo Shui River. Turning her head, Yihuan beheld a holy white fox bursting forth from the woods, pursued by a fierce jackal leopard. As the leopard lunged towards the white fox, Yihuan's body, acting of its own accord, surged forward to rescue the creature. With a splash, she struck the leopard, which yelped in pain and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The Shenlong, upon witnessing the situation, transformed into the visage of a youthful lad, his features exquisitely sculpted, with brows and eyes reminiscent of a masterful painting, and his countenance chiseled as if carved by the finest artisans. Clad in resplendent purple garments, he exuded an air of nobility. "Why save it?" he inquired. "My lord, if I do not rescue it, it shall fall prey to the jackal leopard," came the reply. The Shenlong, bending down, delicately grasped the jackal leopard by the neck, cradling it in his arms and gently caressing it. The heavens spoke not, Yet the seasons turned. The earth remained silent, yet life flourished. Yihuan, embracing the white fox, marveled inwardly, acknowledging the Xuanlong's profound wisdom, remarkable for one so newly born. As the Xuanlong released the jackal leopard, it instantly sprang to life, darting about energetically, yearning to nuzzle against him, though hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, like a playful kitten, it uttered a couple of calls before vanishing into the forest. "Since you have saved it, you shall take it with you," advised Yihuan. In the realm of illusions, she followed the Xuanlong through the demon world by the banks of the Ruoshui River, witnessing him, in the guise of the clam demon, subduing various creatures and ascending to the rank of one of the most formidable demon kings. The Xuanlong never revealed his name. Instead, the denizens of the demon realm, captivated by his elegant demeanor and ever-present purple attire, affectionately dubbed him the jade-faced purple sovereign. Throughout the dreamlike realm, Yihuan remained a devoted and unobtrusive companion to the Xuanlong, well aware that she was regarded as the embodiment of the jade-faced purple sovereign. Observing the white fox that she had saved transform into a human form, Yihuan recalled the day when the fox, now a maiden, joyfully approached her. Gazing upon the girl, she felt an uncanny familiarity. The maiden, swaying gracefully, looked up at her and asked Sister Yun, "Do I appear beautiful?" In that moment, a memory surged forth in Yihuan's mind, the visage of the innkeeper's wife, a striking blend of alluring charm and youthful innocence, their features inexplicably intertwined. The white fox was destined to become the innkeeper's wife. The white fox had followed Yihuan since her youth, encountering the majestic and powerful Xuanlong daily. Captivated by the dragon's beauty, the heart of the white fox was willingly surrendered. Yet, while the fallen blossoms harbored intentions, the flowing waters remained indifferent. How could the proud and self-admiring Xuanlong ever take a liking to such a diminutive white fox? Unwilling to yield, she devotedly accompanied Xuanlong, offering her heart. One day, a remarkably beautiful and formidable woman appeared in the demon realm, captivating even the neighboring demon king. It was evident to all that Xuanlong harbored special feelings for her. He practiced swordsmanship with her, admired the flowers and moon, shared wine and philosophical discussions, engaging in activities he had never partaken in with anyone else throughout the millennia. Xuanlong even revealed his name to her. "Qingyu, come with me. What is there in the demon realm? The world beyond is far more enchanting." This was the first time Yihuan heard Xuanlong's name, as was the case for Yihuan. Overwhelmed with emotions, she pondered how Yihuan must have felt that day. She had grown up alongside Xuanlong, yet was unaware of his name, only learning it from a woman he had only recently met. "Baiwe, wherever you go, I shall follow." Yihuan wished to glimpse the expression on the proud Xuanlong's face as he uttered those words, yet she found herself unable to control her body. While Yihuan kept her head bowed, suddenly, a noise arose from the left. Instinctively, Yihuan turned to investigate, only to behold a beautiful white fox, its eyes brimming with tears. Placing a finger to her lips to signal the fox to remain silent, she then rose and pretended to notice nothing. Perhaps love had rendered Xuanlong oblivious, or perhaps he simply deemed these trifles unworthy of his attention. Ultimately, the two departed together. Yet her words, the message from the demon king of the borderlands, did not reach the Shandong. That night, under the moonlight, Shandong arrived. Yihuan bowed her head to listen to the instructions. "My lord Shandong, I intend to depart with Baiwe." Countless questions swirled in Yihuan's mind. Yet only Yihuan spoke, devoid of sorrow or joy. Only obedience. "Very well." Shandong pondered for a moment. "Yihuan, you may leave this place. The world is vast. And you may go wherever you desire." For the first time, Yihuan lifted her head to refuse Shandong. "My lord, I shall not go anywhere. I will wait for you by the Ruoshui River." Yihuan declared stubbornly, "I can wait." Shandong sighed and departed. As he left, The magnificent and exquisite palace crumbled into ruins. Yihuan stood with the white fox atop the mountains in the southeast, watching the once glorious palace dissolve into nothingness. In the distance, the forces of the neighboring demon king advanced, their people fleeing, scattering, or succumbing to injury or death. Sister Yin, my lord, have you truly abandoned us? The white fox exclaimed in disbelief. Believe it or not, the truth lies before you. The white fox yearned to rush down to save her homeland, to rescue her companions, and to confront her lord, to inquire why. Why abandon them for a woman known for merely a few days, forsaking those who had accompanied her for a millennium? Yihuan, with a flick of her hand, ensnared the white fox with magic, forcibly leading her away. The white fox gazed up at Yihuan, perceiving an uncanny resemblance between her and her lord, both equally heartless. How could she bear to witness the destruction of her homeland and turn away? Yihuan's thoughts lingered on Baiyu, who could very well be the last ascendant cultivator of this realm, the legendary female immortal who founded the Moonfall Palace, Master Luoyue. Upon witnessing the current state of the Shenlong, tears streamed down her face. My lord, how have you come to resemble this? Despite being gravely injured, Shenlong was still able to locate Yihuan with remarkable precision, thanks to that mark. It was only later that Yihuan learned that when Yihuan first encountered the egg-shaped Shenlong, the mark on its forehead was not merely a simple sign. It contained the memories and techniques passed down through generations of dragon servants. The contents of this memory inheritance were known only to Yihuan amidst the vastness of the world. As Yihuan examined Shenlong's injuries, she gasped in horror, My lord! Where has your dragon pearl gone? My lord! Baiyu exclaimed in shock. Hearing Yihuan's words, Shenlong smiled faintly and transformed into a blood-streaked purple dragon. Yihuan cradled the barely breathing Shenlong and made her way towards Ruoshui. Baiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Rooted to the spot, my lord. You are not a clam demon. How could you transform into a dragon? Baiyu wished to follow, but was obstructed by an unknown force. Yihuan, have you forsaken your home and your companions from that day? Now, are you to abandon me as well? How could you be so cold and heartless? Let me pass. I wish to accompany my lord. Baiyu's eyes bulged in despair as she collapsed onto the ground. The dragon pearl, akin to a dragon's heart, is the source of a dragon's power. Without it, the dragon would perish. However, before Yihuan could venture out to seek the dragon pearl, an earth-shattering commotion erupted outside the Shenlong Palace. Yihuan, having settled Shenlong, stepped outside to investigate. Yihuan?
Baiyu.
Yihuan cast a cold glance at her. Indeed, the dragon pearl was in your possession. Where is Chengyu? Return the Master's dragon pearl. Yihuan refrained from engaging in idle chatter and immediately clashed with Baiyu. Baiyu hastily raised her sword to block. Yihuan, I do not wish to fight you. Where is Chengyu? Yihuan remained silent, her focus solely on the battle. Observing Baiyu, who clearly did not wish to engage with her, a sigh escaped Yihuan's heart. How could Yihuan not be anxious watching the severely injured and lost dragon pearl of the Shindong? It is likely that her resentment towards Baiyu had deepened to the core, leaving no room for her to heed Baiyu's words. Baiyu, proud and haughty, attempted to persuade her, but seeing Yihuan's indifference, her temper flared, and she became more serious. With a swift motion, Baiyu slashed Yihuan's arm and coldly inquired, Where is Chengyu? Want to see the master? Dream on. The two resumed their fierce combat. Now, Yihuan was no match for Baiyu. In less than 100 moves, Yihuan found herself at a disadvantage. Baiyu pointed her sword at Yihuan's throat, demanding, Where is Chengyu? Even if you kill me, I will not tell you. Yihuan glared at her, her gaze fixed on the Dantian, where the Master's dragon pearl resided. Yihuan, I am not here to cause trouble. Baiyu sighed lightly. I only wish to speak with Chengyu. Yihuan, I am not here to deceive you. Then return the dragon pearl. I want to see Qingyu. Yunyang let out a cold laugh, choosing silence instead. Frustrated by Yunyang's stubbornness, Baiyu threatened, "If you do not speak, I will kill you immediately." Yunyang paid her no mind. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Baiyu's eyes as the sword's edge sliced through Yunyang's neck, blood oozing forth and forming droplets. "Stop." The voice of Xinlong resonated, drawing nearer to the two. Baiyu quickly noted that Xinlong was not clad in his usual purple robe, but rather a blue garment. His countenance remained handsome, yet strikingly pale. Baiyu sheathed his sword. Upon the arrival of Xinlong, Yunyang opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately stood silently behind him, as always, a testament to her unwavering loyalty. "What do you intend to do?" Xinlong pressed forward, his appearance weary, yet his presence unyielding. "Do you truly intend to let them all depart while I remain?" A flicker of struggle crossed Baiyu's gaze. "Qingyu, I have fought alongside them through thick and thin. How could I so easily abandon them?" "Then, do not seek me out," Xinlong declared, turning to leave. Yet, Baiyu reached out, grasping the hem of Xinlong's garment. "Qingyu, please do not go. I need you." Xinlong halted, pivoting to face him, enunciating each word with conviction. "I shall never share the one I hold dear with another."
With that,
He severed the grasp Baiyu had on his clothing and departed resolutely. "Yunyang, let us go." "You wish to leave?" Baiyu scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You have provoked me, Baiyu. Do you think you can simply walk away? What do you intend?" Xinlong's expression darkened with ire. Baiyu advanced a few steps, a seductive yet perilous smile adorning his face. "Qingyu, were we not once splendid together? Why can you not accept others if you love me?" With each word, Xinlong's demeanor darkened further, anger etched upon his features. "Absolutely impossible." Xinlong retreated a step, turning his face away, his hand clenched into a fist. Upon hearing his refusal, Baiyu felt not sorrow but rather an inexplicable thrill. "You no longer desire your dragon pearl? My dear, I believe you may not comprehend. What I utter is not a plea, but a declaration." The Xinlong, having lost the dragon pearl, could hardly stand as Baiyu's adversary. He narrowly evaded her strike, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. "Do you think that because I have lost the dragon pearl, I shall allow you to have your way with me? This is Ruo Shui, my domain." Baiyu, possessing extraordinary sensory perception, immediately sensed the looming peril. "What do you intend to do?" The Ruo Shui River seemed to respond to the Xuanlong summons, its waters swirling rapidly to envelop Baiyu. The water, delicate and intangible, was nonetheless a lethal weapon. "The dragon pearl? I no longer desire it." Upon hearing this, a look of anguish crossed Baiyu's face, and she collapsed to the ground. Initially, she managed to support herself with her sword, but soon she crumpled, blood gushing forth from her mouth. "What are you doing? Are you intent on destroying the dragon pearl? Are you willing to throw away your life?" A dangerous and frenzied smile played upon the Xuanlong's lips. "Did you not profess your love for me? Did you not say you could not live without me? Then let us together be eternally entombed in Ruo Shui." For the first time, panic and fear marred Baiyu's exquisite features. Even the most insignificant of creatures strive for survival. How could she, a woman of boundless potential, resign herself to perish in Ruo Shui? As Baiyu departed, the Xinlong could no longer maintain his composure. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth, and his swaying form was a testament to his dwindling strength. Yihuan rushed forward to steady him. The Xinlong closed his eyes and softly murmured, "Yunyang, I am dying. In the end, it is still you who remains by my side." With tearful eyes clouded in sorrow, Yihuan pondered, how could one so grand, a paragon of eternity, ever succumb to death? The Xinlong, with a gentle smile, shook its head and transformed into a frail little dragon. To her astonishment, she beheld her own image within the illusion, her hands forming a seal, igniting her very essence to unveil the hidden path beneath the pool. Beneath the water lay a pool of blood-red magma. However, to label it merely as magma would be an understatement. Yihuan discerned that this crimson entity was imbued with a potent vitality and essence, the blood of life manifesting as a blazing force. The extraordinary warmth of this substance stemmed from the richness and strength of the vital blood it contained. Gently, Yihuan submerged the purple dragon into the magma, the sanguine aura enveloping its battered form. Unconscious, the purple dragon, with closed eyes, began to absorb the life force from the pool. Yihuan lost track of time in this subterranean realm. All that remained was the increasingly faint pool and the distant gurgling sounds. Initially, the underground was sweltering, the pool bubbling ominously like magma, its hue a fearsome red. Yet, now the atmosphere had grown cool, and the vibrant red of the pool began to dissipate, the gurgling sounds fading into silence. Yihuan understood that the essence within the pool had been entirely absorbed by the purple dragon. Yet despite consuming such a vast reservoir of vitality, the dragon showed no signs of awakening. Its battered body, however, appeared rejuvenated, even the pearl within beginning to hint at a transformation into a dragon pearl. Yet still, the purple dragon remained in slumber, as if something vital were still missing. Rising to her feet, Yihuan gazed lovingly at the dragon within the pool, drawing nearer to her esteemed companion, each step akin to a sacred pilgrimage. She gently placed a kiss upon the exquisite, resplendent horns of the Shenlong and softly murmured, "My lord, Yunyang can no longer accompany you. Please take good care of yourself from now on." Yihuan sensed something amiss, yet found herself utterly powerless to control her body within the illusion. Helplessly watching as she fell into the pool, transforming into sustenance for the Shenlong. In the final fleeting moment before losing consciousness, as she sank to the depths, she glimpsed what appeared to be a phrase inscribed on the bottom, but before she could discern its meaning, she succumbed to a profound darkness. "Host! Host! Have you awoken?" Yihuan opened her eyes once more, realizing she remained at the bottom of the Ruoshui River, precisely where Jia San had brought her. She glanced down at her hands and clothing, confirming that this was indeed her own body. A serene smile graced her lips as she whispered, "System, this task is finally nearing completion." "Ah? Does the host now know the whereabouts of the Shenlong? And the secrets left by the old group of the Shenlong?" Indeed, the system silently revered its master, having recognized from the outset that the host was extraordinary, yet never anticipated her to be so astute. Despite possessing only foundational cultivation, she was poised to fulfill the task entirely, even without any hints provided by the system.
"Host, how splendid!"
Yihuan chose not to respond, but instead silently formed seals to cast a spell, the very door-opening incantation that Yunyang had used in the dream. As she completed the final seal, a grand hall materialized out of thin air within the Ruoshui River, precisely mirroring the hall from the illusion. Yihuan stepped forward with grace, navigating effortlessly into the inner sanctum and prepared to cast another spell to access the next layer. Her technique mirrored that of the enchanting Lady Yun within the dreamscape, leaving the system in silent awe of Yihuan's remarkable capacity for learning. Though she had only performed it once in the illusion, she flawlessly replicated it. Yet, despite her precise movements, the submerged passage remained sealed. Yihuan withdrew her hands, surmising that the connection lay with the legacy embedded in Lady Yun's mind. "Lord Shenlong, the esteemed Junyu Peak S. Xianjun Dinhua seeks an audience with you," a hoarse male voice echoed through the grand hall. "Having witnessed the illusion, you must comprehend that I detest cultivators, particularly female ones. If you do not depart swiftly, how dare you present yourself before me?" Unperturbed, Yihuan replied, "Lord Shenlong, I surmise that your past injuries have not fully healed. I could assist you in your recovery." With a derisive snort, Shenlong retorted, "You insignificant child, what remedy could you possibly offer?" Should you remain skeptical, I implore you to test me. If I fail, I shall willingly forfeit my cultivation and transform my essence into your sustenance, she asserted. The pool of water parted, revealing an additional layer of space. Though a millennium had passed, it appeared unchanged from the illusion. You may enter, Jiang Wang commanded. Host, do you truly possess the confidence to proceed? The system trembled at the thought of Yihuan's potential failure, fearing she might truly perish here. It had no capability for resurrection. Death was irrevocable, do not worry. Yihuan reassured, raising her gaze to behold the figure of a man in purple robes submerged in the water. A millennium had elapsed, and he had attained human form, yet his extraordinarily handsome visage remained strikingly pallid. The loss of the dragon pearl was a grievous blow to the dragon clan. She recalled how this very man had shattered his own dragon pearl, undoubtedly the first in the annals of dragonkind. The man opened his eyes, his gaze as cold as ice and snow. How shall you treat this esteemed presence? Lord Shenlong, may I venture into the water?
Come down.
Yihuan gracefully leaped into the water, submerging herself, eager to examine the inscriptions she had glimpsed before losing consciousness. Drawing upon her memory, she easily located the words from her dreams. These were ancient characters, long forgotten by modern society, yet fortunately, a select few in her era were still versed in them. And she was among them. The brief phrase was obscure and perplexing, devoid of apparent relevance. Naturally, Shenlong observed Yihuan's actions. What do those words signify? Burdened with the legacy of the Dragon Clan, Shenlong possessed the wisdom accumulated since the birth of the Dragon Pearl, and he too comprehended these characters. However, he had long believed them to be a mischievous riddle scrawled by one of his ancestors. Lord Shenlong, might you retrieve the clam pearl from within your being? If her intuition was correct, the answer to the riddle lay within the clam pearl on Shenlong's person. What need have you for my clam pearl? Lord Shenlong, there exists a hidden palace beneath. It must be a relic left by your forebears. Shenlong did not contest Yihuan's assertion nor express doubt. Instead, he cautiously exhaled the clam pearl into his hand. Do you desire it? His very existence hinged upon this pearl, and he refrained from handing it directly to Yihuan. What shall you do? Please, Lord Shenlong, place the clam pearl in the center of the pool. He complied with her request, and Yihuan prudently stepped back, keeping a respectful distance from the pearl. Lord Shenlong, kindly let 3 drops of your blood fall beside the clam pearl. The essence of yin-yang resides entirely within the body of the Shenlong, and it should prove equally effective. The Shenlong complied with her request, displaying an astonishingly good-natured demeanor. However, Yihuan understood that this was merely a fade. Should he fail to fulfill her words, the Shenlong would undoubtedly not hesitate to take her life. The surface of the pool lay tranquil, but as 3 drops of blood fell to its bottom, the water erupted violently, evaporating instantly, leaving not a single drop behind. A flicker of surprise crossed the Shenlong's cold, indifferent eyes. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The smooth jade surface of the pool appeared to corrode rapidly, revealing a passageway wide enough for a person to traverse. The Shenlong retrieved a pearl from an oyster and reintegrated it within his form. My Lord Shenlong, this is the way forward. The Shenlong nodded gently and led the way into the passage, beckoning her to follow. He could not fathom that the pool, which had been his haven since childhood, harbored such a secret, one discerned by an outsider. Host, you are truly remarkable. The system's flattery fell on deaf ears as Yihuan paid it no heed. This was an inheritance left by the ancestors of the Shenlong. Thus she felt no apprehension as she trailed behind him. Navigating through the dark and narrow passageway, the pair eventually arrived at a clearing. Unlike the opulence outside, this space was stark and unadorned, perhaps even too humble to be described as such. It resembled a mere pit, as if it had been excavated without care, with items carelessly strewn about. On the ground lay 3 wooden boxes of varying sizes and a letter. The Shenlong swiftly picked up the letter and read it, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The Shenlong retracted the letter, his dark eyes fixated on the 3 wooden boxes on the ground for a long while before he let out a low chuckle. Throughout this, Yihuan stood silently to the side, cold and solitary. "How do you know that the items here can save me?" he inquired. "I guessed," she replied. "Can you truly guess so accurately?" Even the system was filled with curiosity, pondering how the host knew for certain that the items below could heal the Shenlong's wounds. Noticing Yihuan's silence, Shenlong ceased his inquiries and opened the first wooden box, revealing what appeared to be a dragon pearl. He toyed with the pearl in his hand, convinced that with it, his injuries would surely be mended. As he opened the next 2 boxes in succession, he discovered a dragon bone and dragon blood. "Is the little snake on you your spirit beast?" he asked. Yihuan shook her head, "No." Shenlong smiled. "It seems quite protective of you." The Chihuahua snake, for reasons unknown, had been in a deep slumber. "This dragon blood is of no use to me, perhaps. I shall gift it to it." Without waiting for Yihuan's refusal, the dragon blood swiftly dripped onto the Chihuahua snake. As the blood entered its body, visible changes occurred. Its once icy form became searingly hot. "Do not worry, it will benefit it immensely without any harm." Yihuan was well aware of the advantages that dragon blood would bring to the Chihuahua snake. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that good fortune seldom falls from the sky. Although she had aided the Shenlong, she felt unworthy of such a grand gift. The 3 items were evidently a set. How could Shenlong so casually bestow the dragon blood upon the Chihuahua snake? If he truly wished to give dragon blood, he could easily offer his own. She sensed something peculiar, yet with her foundational cultivation strength, she was no match for the Shenlong. Thus, she could only suppress her thoughts and express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Shenlong." The Shenlong replied leisurely, "You may leave." After speaking, he presented Yihuan with a pearl, stating, "You have aided me in healing a wound that has lingered for a millennium. I am most grateful. This pearl signifies that I can assist you with one matter. Should you require it, simply shatter it." "Thank you, esteemed Shenlong." The Shenlong replied, closing his eyes, assuming a posture that suggested he was about to enter seclusion. She exhaled in relief, gazing at the luminous, warm pearl in her palm, her expression inscrutable. "Host, are you not pleased?" That was indeed a condition from the Shenlong. "In the future, you may request his assistance with one matter." Yihuan chuckled softly. Stowing away the pearl, she did not feel jubilant. There was undoubtedly something amiss with the Shenlong. If he truly wished to express gratitude for the blood of the Crimson Moon Serpent Dragon, that would have sufficed. Why then offer her another pearl? After all, a common person would cherish a Shenlong's pearl with utmost care, never parting from it day or night. "Host, this task has been successfully completed. 300 points have been credited." The host originally possessed 200 points, and with the addition of this task's 300 points, she has returned 500 points, leaving her with 750 points. Completing a single task took half a month, and the remaining tasks would likely not be simple. This debt would not be settled in less than 6 months. By returning a portion of her points, her cultivation could also be restored from the foundational level back to the nascent soul stage. Does the host wish to undertake the next task? Has the host come to a decision? Have you decided to undertake simple tasks within the sect? Host, if you were to accept tasks related to Jiang Wang and Jiang Wang, those tasks would have long been completed. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? The system truly fails to comprehend. The tasks below are increasingly perilous and arduous, when there are evidently easier shortcuts available, are there not? The tasks I propose would not bring harm to them. I harbor no ulterior motives in my desire to please or draw near. Yihuan traversed the demon market and fortuitously encountered the enchanting proprietress of the inn. Their gazes met across the distance. Bai Yu has ascended, Yun Yang has passed away, and the Shindong has borne grievous wounds for a millennium without healing.
Yet,
This white fox remains steadfast by the banks of Ruo Shui River, even if no one knows of its presence. The proprietress's alluring eyes suddenly curved into a smile before she averted her gaze to attend to her guests. She meticulously organized various spiritual herbs, categorizing the abundant array strewn across the ground into those for external application and internal consumption. The former served as medicinal baths, while the latter comprised elixirs. Yihuan proceeded to the alchemy chamber in the rear hall, igniting the furnace and arranging the herbs neatly beside her as she settled cross-legged. "How do you fare at alchemy, host?" The once indifferent system now exhibits an increasing semblance of humanity, subtly displaying a lively and cheerful disposition. System. How have you transformed so remarkably from your former self? The system pondered for a moment before explaining, "In the past, I lacked autonomous consciousness. As I engaged with an expanding world and absorbed a multitude of texts, my self-awareness was awakened. Thus, I am no longer as I once was." Although the system has developed self-awareness and feels curiosity towards myriad matters, especially regarding the host, Yihuan, it still struggles to comprehend the complexities of human emotions. "Host, you have yet to enlighten me on your alchemical endeavors. It is satisfactory. The system comprehends. It must indeed be remarkable." As Yihuan engages in alchemy, she embodies a state of singular focus, her entire essence devoted to the cauldron before her. The azure furnace emanates a steady flame, while the gentle bubbling within creates a harmonious melody, and the sweet aroma of medicinal herbs permeates the apothecary, a tranquil passage of time. However, atop Silver Feather Peak, chaos reigns. The beloved disciple of the third elder, frail Yihuan, has sustained grave injuries during an excursion with fellow disciples. Had it not been for a timely treasure that shielded him from a fatal blow, he would now be beyond salvation, even for a celestial being of the highest order. The third elder hastily sends a message to the seventh elder of Apricot Grove Peak, seeking her expertise for his injured pupil. Typically composed and steadfast, the third elder is now fraught with worry, his eyes filled with concern for frail Yihuan. "Seventh elder, please attend to frail Yihuan." "Very well." The seventh elder, a strikingly efficient female cultivator, forgoes pleasantries with the third elder and proceeds directly to the injured. Frail Yihuan lies on the bed, drenched in cold sweat, gritting his silver teeth, his pallor striking. He remains silent, his limbs a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and revealing stark white bones, indicative of gnawing by some rodent-like creature. Yet this is not his most critical injury. The seventh elder channels her spiritual energy, attempting to purify the dark aura enveloping his bones. Yet, instead of dissipating, the malevolent energy surges with vigor upon encountering her essence. frail Yihuan gasps in shock, prompting the seventh elder to retract her energy. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinizes the dark mass. "Seventh elder, what is the prognosis?" The external wounds are manageable, yet this poison poses a significant challenge. The seventh elder retrieves a jade vial from her robe, delicately removing the cap, and the room fills with an enchanting fragrance. This aroma is not cloying or off-putting. Rather, it is invigorating and uplifting to the spirit. "Elder 7, I appreciate your assistance. Once the matter is resolved, I shall have someone deliver the 1,000-year-old purple jujube to you." Elder 7, dismissing pleasantries, accepted it graciously. He then offered frail Yihuan a medicinal pill, stating calmly, "I shall first administer the Manhua detoxification pill in conjunction with the golden needle technique to safeguard his internal organs." "Very well." Elder 3 nodded repeatedly, cautiously stepping aside to avoid disrupting Elder 7's healing efforts. Receiving a message from his disciple, Elder 3 cast a glance at the ailing frail Yihuan before hastily departing. Within the main hall of Silver Feather Peak stood a pair of anxious spouses, adorned in exquisite robes, their features striking and their powers formidable. "Prince Qing, please remain calm. My master shall arrive shortly. Brother Wang. Elder 3 bowed respectfully to Prince Qing. Stepping forward, Prince Qing assisted Elder 3 to his feet. Brother Wang, how is my son faring? The treasured artifact on Failwan was bestowed by Prince Qing, hence he was immediately aware when misfortune befell Failwan. Rest assured, Brother Wang. After Elder 3's treatment, Failwan is out of grave danger. However, we must devise a method to address the lingering poison. That is a relief. Prince Qing exhaled, fearing the loss of his cherished son. Second brother, might I request to see Failwan? The lady's expression was one of urgency. Such words are unnecessary. Of course you may, replied Elder 3, leading them to Failwan. On the peak, compared to Failwan, Luo Zhan appeared woefully tragic, his injuries no less severe. Yet as an outer disciple, he could not expect the same treatment as Failwan. He was merely attended to by a modest healer from Xinglin Peak, who could barely staunch his bleeding. The remainder depended solely on his own endurance. Without the golden needle of the 7 elders and the Wanhua cleansing pill to protect his internal organs, the dark energy had long since ravaged his body. He was destined to be a mere husk in this lifetime. The narrow, dimly lit room echoed with Luo Zhen's anguished wails throughout the night. If an ordinary person were to have a mouse scurry into their clothing, they would surely cry out in alarm. Yet, Jiang Wang remained unfazed. The mouse emerged from his sleeve, settling upon his hand, as a faint smile graced Jiang Wang's lips. With his other hand, he tenderly stroked the mouse's sleek, dark fur. The mouse, understanding Jiang Wang's words, willingly burrowed into the spirit pet pouch at his waist. Under the serene moonlight and sparse stars, the gentle evening breeze caressed his dark hair, while his exquisite visage seemed poised to take flight upon the wind. The ethereal charm of this celestial being appeared ghostly to the eyes of the servants surrounding him. Yihuan toiled in the alchemy chamber all day, and at last, the elixirs for Jiang Wang were complete, totaling 18 pills. She then proceeded to roast, crush, and create medicine packs from the external herbs, dedicating yet another day to her work. Once her tasks were finished, Yihuan glanced at the crimson moon snake within the spirit pet pouch. Ever since it had absorbed the dragon's blood, it had remained in a state of unconsciousness, with no indication of how long it would take to fully assimilate the dragon blood bestowed by the Shenlong. Despite its state of slumber, the snake's transformation was remarkable. Soft new horns sprouted from its head, and its body was adorned with alternating crimson and violet scales. As Yihuan gently prodded the snake, she noted the absence of feet. Yet the soft horns atop its head and the vibrant scales indicated that even a few drops of dragon blood could indeed grant it the potential to transform into a dragon. Yihuan had previously utilized dragon blood, fully aware of its efficacy. Ordinary dragon blood would never transform a being into a dragon. This must be the essence of that Shandong dragon. Suppressing her doubts, she sealed the spirit pet pouch and transmitted a message to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, are you free at the moment?
Master?
Jiang Wang's voice, filled with surprise and excitement, reached her ears. Yes, it is I. Is it truly you, Master? I am available now. Very well. I shall come to find you.
Okay.
Yihuan gathered the herbs scattered on the ground and pushed open the door. Heading in the direction of Jiang Wang, Yuan Bao was absent, seemingly engaged in the sex trials. She reflected on her somewhat inadequate role as a master and considered a sword suitable for Yuan Bao that lay within her Qianquan pouch. From a distance, she spotted Jiang Wang anxiously standing at the door, his handsome visage lighting up upon seeing her as he trotted towards her. Upon halting before her, he gasped for breath, only to suddenly cover his mouth and turn his head to cough incessantly. Despite the brief distance he had traversed, his complexion was pale, and he appeared as if he might collapse at any moment. The attendant behind Jiang Wang hurriedly patted his back and fed him a prepared medicinal pill. Jiang Wang's pallid countenance gradually eased, and he smiled as he said, Master, You have come to see your disciple. Why did you run? Yihuan asked as she infused Jiang Wang with a touch of spiritual energy. Thank you, Master. I feel much better now. I came today to prepare the medicine that will enhance your constitution. Once you finish the medicine, you will be able to cultivate just like the others. Jiang Wang listened in a daze, and finally, with reddened eyes, he asked in a choked voice, Master, is it truly real? Yihuan's expression was one of compassion, yet she was acutely aware of the darkness that lay within this individual. Had she not known his true nature, she might have genuinely felt pity for him. As Yihuan entered the main hall, she said, I have something to discuss with you. Very well, Jiang Wang nodded, signaling for the servants to depart. The servants, perceptive as they were, swiftly vacated the vast hall, leaving only the master and disciple. Jiang Wang, I am aware that you have endured considerable hardships in the Jiang family. However, under my tutelage, you shall not suffer any further injustices. I implore you to embrace optimism and maintain your principles henceforth. Jiang Wang looked up innocently, poised to feign naivety and fragility as usual, but upon meeting her penetrating gaze, he felt a tremor within. Her eyes seemed to pierce through all his facades, delving deep into his very soul. How could this be? Jiang Wang scoffed internally. If she could truly see through him and comprehend his entirety, she would not utter such words. She would have long banished him from the Chiwenyu Peak, fearing the contamination of her purity by this rat from the gutter. A cryptic smile graced Jiang Wang's face. All right, Master, should I encounter any grievances in the future, I shall certainly inform you. Very well. Yihuan then produced a medicinal pill and a pre-prepared herbal pouch. Take 1 pill daily for a total of 18 days. This pouch should be placed in the bathing tub, and you must soak for 2 hours each day. Jiang Wang received the items with gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your diligence on my behalf. I shall return in 18 days to guide you through the final step. Upon completion, while your body may not compare to that of an ordinary person, you'll be able to channel energy within. Understood. Yihuan briefly shared some points of consideration, while Jiang Wang sat attentively at her feet, listening earnestly to each word, his gaze filled with gratitude and longing. Upon concluding her discourse, Yihuan observed Jiang Wang's innocent and gentle expression, and comforting words slipped from her lips. For now, that is sufficient. The medicine is mild and poses no danger. Do not be afraid. Only after she spoke did she realize the implications of her words. How could someone like Jiang Wang be fearful? Thank you, Master, he replied cheerfully, his soft smile imprinting upon her mind, leading her to ponder that perhaps he was not as troubled as he later became in the tales. I shall take my leave now. Do rest well. Master, have you emerged from your seclusion? Indeed. Yuanbao, did you not descend the mountain to gain experience? Precisely. Yihuan scrutinized Yuanbao from head to toe, and warmth blossomed in his heart, knowing his master still cared for him. Master, I am uninjured.
Good.
Nodding, Yihuan recalled the sword within her Qianquan bag, promptly retrieving it to present to Yuanbao. Yuanbao, this sword suits you well. I gift it to you. From now on, strive diligently in your training and ascend the path. Yes, thank you for the sword, Master. This time, Yihuan confidently exited the sect, proclaiming to others that she had set out on a journey. System, what is the next task? Host, are you truly not considering simpler and more convenient tasks? I am not. Very well. The system resigned itself, realizing that its host was particularly obstinate. Host, I am unable to disclose the next task just yet.
Why?
Host, let me first inform you of the mission location. This time, it is not you who will be teleported. The first time was merely a novice benefit. Yihuan does not fully comprehend, yet she understands that this time the system will not transport her. Host, please proceed eastward. Eastward? Yihuan glanced toward the east, where the evening glow painted the sky and the green mountains resembled a picturesque scene. The east? Isn't that the realm of mortals?
System.
Cultivators are not permitted to enter the mortal realm. Although the barriers between realms have loosened, it is only the cultivable races that may interact, while the mortal realm steadfastly prohibits beings of cultivation from crossing over. This rule seems to have existed since the very birth of heaven and earth.
Host, I understand.
I can facilitate your passage. Indeed, the laws of the universe appear to hold no sway over the system. She increasingly suspects that divine beings stand behind it. Yihuan soared eastward on her cloud, swiftly arriving at the boundary of the mortal realm. Chapter 20. The Mortal Emperor Teacher. Yet, Yihuan felt an inexplicable urge to challenge the heavens, determined to venture into the legendary upper realm. Could it truly be as wondrous as the world claims? Very well. Yihuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the system's particular attention towards Jiang Wang, as it was exceedingly proactive in assisting him. Could Jiang Wang possibly have some connection to the divine? She pondered the seal within Jiang Wang, vowing to investigate it thoroughly once her cultivation reached its zenith. Host. The flow of time in the mortal realm and the cultivation realm is identical, yet they differ greatly in other respects. Understood. Yihuan gazed intently at the opposite side of the celestial divide, her eyes shimmering with newfound longing. Her understanding of the mortal realm was entirely derived from ancient texts, which was rather peculiar, considering that those from the realm of cultivation were ostensibly barred from entering the human world. Nonetheless, knowledge and artifacts regarding the human realm were widely disseminated throughout the cultivation world. It was said that the palaces and abodes they currently inhabited were inspired by the human world. If no one could traverse this celestial divide, whence did these items originate? For the first time, she felt a profound curiosity towards the myriad phenomena of this world. Having gained experience from the previous system transmission, Yihuan took early precautions, apprehensive of a repetition of prior events. This time, the system deposited her in a desolate forest. Yihuan landed gracefully, assessing the flow of spiritual energy within her. All was well, and her energy was abundant. The spiritual essence of the human realm was overwhelmingly turbid, tainted by various impurities. Rendering cultivation in such an environment futile, one would require a century to achieve what could be accomplished in a mere year within the realm of cultivation. Host. Your current mission involves the Imperial Master of the Human Realm. The Imperial Master of the Human Realm? What does that entail? Are they suggesting I take up a position in the court? Host, the Human King is of paramount importance, intricately linked to the flow of energy across the 9 provinces. The affairs of the mortal realm are governed by fate, impervious to the interference of cultivators. However, centuries ago, a cultivator intruded upon this domain, meddling in the succession of dynasties and disrupting the energy of the 9 provinces. Host, you are required to locate the bloodline of the previous dynasty's ruler and assist in guiding him to become the sovereign of the human realm. Upon hearing this, Yihuan inexplicably felt that this cultivator was likely Baiyu, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The bloodline of the human king. Could it be nearby? She glanced at the sky. The southeast appeared to be more saturated with impurities, likely a gathering place for the human race. Indeed, host, proceed towards the southeast. It leads to their city, Jiangling, which is classified as a second-tier city. Host, here is the map of the human realm and the map of Jiangling. Please take a look. Upon the system's command, a large map was unfurled before her. Yihuan glanced over it briefly and set off towards the southeast. She refrained from utilizing any spells, mindful of the dearth of spiritual energy in the human realm. She preferred to conserve it whenever possible. Although she had a few spirit stones in her bag, she could resort to using them if absolutely necessary. The system surmised that Yihuan's decision to forego magic stemmed from her desire to savor the scenic beauty of the mortal world. Observing her along the journey, it was evident that her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in the surroundings, despite her outwardly calm demeanor. Throughout her travels, Yihuan encountered many unusual plants, some of which were mentioned in ancient texts yet had long been thought extinct. Unable to resist, she collected various flowers and herbs, even eyeing a few trees to take with her. After all, she would be staying here for a while, so she could gradually gather her treasures. However, her immediate priority was to locate the human king. She walked briskly, noticing the increasingly palpable pollution in the air, which made her uncomfortable. To alleviate her distress, she retrieved a calming incense pouch and hung it at her waist, finding some relief. Although Jiangling was not the pinnacle of human cities, it was by no means lacking. The tall, sturdy city walls and 2 to 3-story towers were visible from a distance, with a grand plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Jiangling City. Guards lounged at the entrance, idly chatting against the walls, completely indifferent to the throngs of citizens passing by. Host, the current dynasty is gradually declining, burdened by oppressive rule and rampant corruption among officials. The lower-ranking soldiers are notably lethargic. While Jinling remains somewhat stable, other regions are plagued by bandits. And this dynasty is on the brink of collapse. Yihuan nodded slightly and joined the flow of people entering the city. Yet the moment she made her entrance, she became the focal point of the crowd. Others appeared pallid and weary, while she radiated a porcelain-like complexion, her expression aloof yet her gaze resolute. Clad in immaculate white garments, not a speck of dust marred her pristine appearance, and her hair shone with a lustrous black sheen, devoid of any blemish. It would not be an exaggeration to liken her to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Both men and women gazed at her, captivated, and while the soldiers would typically jest with beautiful women, they found themselves unable to harbor any impure thoughts in her presence, as if merely looking at her longer would constitute a sacrilege. Yihuan, however, maintained her composure as she walked inside, secretly contemplating whether she should don a veil. Yet before she could ponder further, the sound of galloping hooves echoed ahead. Ordinarily, one would not ride within the city limits, yet this young man, resplendent in fine attire and mounted on a spirited steed, wielded his whip not to strike the horse, but rather to crack it against the onlookers. Master Yen, we were wrong. We beseech you to spare us." The bystanders dared not linger, hastily retreating. Yihuan narrowed her eyes, observing the young man in red atop his horse. His features were striking, his laughter exuberant, as he declared, "You've provoked me. How could I let you off so easily?" Seizing the opportunity with effortless grace, Yihuan was astonished to encounter the heir of the king upon her very arrival in the city. Yet, this royal scion seemed rather young. Such an audacious and carefree disposition hardly befitted a ruler. The horse charged directly towards her, but Yihuan stood her ground, unwavering. As the young man turned, he beheld her, his exuberant smile frozen in wonder, his eyes filled with astonishment. In a moment of distraction, as a horse was about to collide with Yihuan, the young man swiftly clapped his hands on the horse, leaped down, and hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist, evading to the left. They tumbled across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Yihuan silently acknowledged his commendable character. Although he was somewhat flamboyant, he was indeed a decent person and a formidable warrior among the human race, surpassing the city guards she had just observed. "Are you all right, miss?" he inquired, releasing her and maintaining an air of composure, though the blush on his earlobes betrayed his true feelings. "I am fine," Yihuan replied, rising to her feet and closely scrutinizing the young man's features. He, bewildered by her gaze, felt his face redden. Who was this ethereal maiden? How had he never encountered her before? He had just held her in the street. Surely she would not cling to him and demand marriage. Would she? That was out of the question. He was not yet ready for matrimony. Yet, upon glancing at Yihuan again, he pondered that if she were to insist on it, perhaps marriage would not be so terrible after all. After all, they had already embraced in public and rolled about together. If he did not marry her, what fate awaited this celestial being? Who else could she wed in the future? Perhaps he could pity her. If they were to wed, would she bear children? He hoped they would be as beautiful as she, while a son might resemble him. He could teach their offspring the arts of horseback riding and archery. What name would be fitting for such a child? Alas, he should have paid more attention during lessons. Now he couldn't even think of a name. He resolved to refrain from galloping through the streets in the future. I am willing, the young man exclaimed loudly, leaving Yihuan stunned in place. How could someone who appeared quite clever seem so lacking in wits? Realizing his blunder as he caught her frosty glance, his fair complexion flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Fairy sister, what did you say? The youth inquired softly, his face flushed. Do not gallop through the streets in the future, Yihuan kindly repeated. I understand. The youth responded earnestly, nodding. I shall never gallop through the streets again. Indeed. The burly man who had been whipped by the youth, noticing his blush as he conversed with a beautiful maiden, stealthily prepared to flee. Yihuan elegantly gestured and remarked, they are attempting to escape. The youth turned his head to glare at them, yet due to his rosy cheeks, he appeared rather innocuous, lacking any intimidation. Nevertheless, the burly men still pleaded softly, Master Yen, please spare us, we shall never dare again. What transgressions have they committed? These men, bearing an air of menace, clearly had blood on their hands. The youth lowered his head, stammering, they. How could he find the courage to recount to the fairy sister that these scoundrels had forced virtuous women into servitude and committed heinous acts? Seeing the youth at a loss for words, Yihuan interjected, regardless of their crimes, it is not your place to punish them. You should deliver them to the authorities, and they shall face the consequences. Very well, I shall heed the fairy sister's words. Did you hear that? Off to the magistrate's office with you. Do I need to invite you myself? The burly men bowed and smiled. Yes, Master Yen, we shall go at once. A trace of confusion flickered in Yihuan's eyes. Why were these men so agreeable about going to the magistrate's office? Could it be that they had some connection with the authorities? The young man evidently had the same thought and instructed his attendant, Zhuozhu, take them to speak with Lord Chao about their transgressions. Yes, replied Zhuozhu, who had been by the young man's side for many years and understood his intentions well. He glanced around, observing only a sparse flow of people, each displaying a myriad of expressions, yet none possessed the striking beauty he sought. Steward Zhang had served the Sima family for generations, and now young Master Sima Yen was someone he had watched grow since childhood. Steward Zhang, who in Jiangling City would dare to provoke me? I am merely fatigued. Host, having finally located the king of humanity, why do you not follow him? Is not the task to be the earthly teacher of emperors? She contemplated this, realizing her appearance drew undue attention. After a moment, she retrieved a veil from her qianquan bag, covering most of her face, leaving only her captivating eyes visible. She then changed her magical attire for a more mundane style, appearing somewhat less conspicuous. However, her aura and those eyes unmistakably marked her as extraordinary. Host, why not use the Thousand Faces? The Thousand Faces, a magical artifact capable of altering one's appearance, could easily deceive mortals, and even in the realm of cultivation, few could see through its disguise. I dislike wearing another's face. A gentleman is forthright. I am not engaged in anything shameful. Why should I disguise myself? She lowered her gaze to the veil. Were it not for her striking beauty, there would be no need to cover her face. Yet, in the mortal world, women's status was lowly, and it was customary for most women to veil themselves when out, making her appearance less conspicuous. After changing her attire, Yihuan casually approached a street vendor selling snacks and inquired about the identity of the handsome young man riding through the streets that day. Upon hearing the inquiry, the merchant immediately replied, "You must be referring to the young master of the Sima family, Sima Yen. How does one reach the Sima residence? They are quite the prominent household in Jiangling City. Proceed westward, and the grandest estate you encounter will be the Sima family's. Thank you, kind sir. Yihuan casually selected a few snacks and handed the merchant a silver ingot. Ah, dear lady, this is far too much. I cannot provide change for such a sum. Not a problem. Consider it all yours. This is simply excessive. The merchant insisted, returning the coin. My lady, 20 copper coins would suffice. Copper coins? Yihuan fell into silence. Her universe bag contained an abundant assortment of rare treasures beyond counting, yet she could not produce even 10 copper coins. Would copper suffice? She glanced at the copper coins held by others, realizing that this was a unique currency of the mortal realm. Copper would likely not do. The system, observing Yihuan's perplexity, could not help but chuckle heartily. How could its omnipotent host be stumped by a mere handful of copper coins? Stop laughing. Host, there is a currency known as copper coins in the marketplace. Would you like to exchange? Must I incur more of your points? Not at all. Simply utilize the silver you possess. Upon the system's words, her universe bag suddenly brimmed with an abundance of copper coins. Host, there are a total of 10,000 copper coins here. One silver ingot equates to 10,000 copper coins, while the snacks you selected require merely 20 copper coins. Surely, the merchant would not claim she had offered too much and could not provide change. Merchant, 20 copper coins, please. Very well. The proprietor joyfully accepted the 10 copper coins from Yihuan, neatly wrapping the snacks in oil paper and presenting them in a tidy bundle tied with hemp rope. He conducted his business with utmost integrity, charging only what was fair. Though he may not amass great wealth, he found solace in his principles. Suddenly, Yihuan felt that the air of the human world was not so unbearable, and its inhabitants were indeed quite endearing. After wandering the marketplace for a considerable time, as evening approached, she contemplated seeking a tavern for rest. However, she was met with the requirement of a pass and registration, devoid of any identification. She hesitated to fabricate one on the spot, as her origins needed to be recorded. On her first day in the human realm, Yihuan found herself without a lodging and instead chose to become invisible, finding solace beneath a tree where she meditated throughout the night. The following day, she decided to remain invisible while making her way to the Sima family residence in the West City. The proprietor's words proved true. The Sima estate was indeed the largest and most opulent manor in the western part of the city, likely unmatched throughout the entirety of Jiang Wang. The grand redwood doors stood firmly shut, adorned with exquisite blue tiles, and the pathway leading to the entrance was paved with rectangular blue stones. The high steps leading up to the door were imposing, flanked by 2 large stone lions. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Yihuan dispelled her invisibility and knocked upon the door. The doorman of the Sima estate, diligent in his duties, promptly opened the door. He appraised her from head to toe and, noting her distinguished demeanor, politely inquired, "Who seeks an audience?" "Tell your master that I bear treasures to present," she replied. The doorman, puzzled, questioned, "But you appear to have empty hands. How can you claim to offer treasures? Who are you, and why do you wish to present them?" The golden stove has just ignited, and the celestial peaches are beginning to bloom. If youthful beauty could linger, why not indulge in the intoxication of the fleeting clouds? Yihuan softly recited a couplet of poetry, instructing you to convey these 4 lines to your master, who would surely comprehend their meaning. The doorman appeared troubled and hesitated for a moment before closing the door. Shortly thereafter, he opened it again, this time equipped with paper and ink. "I apologize, but my memory is rather poor. I simply cannot recall what you just said. Perhaps it would be best if you could write it down, miss. So I can present it appropriately, yes?" Understanding his predicament, Yihuan agreed. She took the pen from the doorman's hand and, with remarkable grace, swiftly inscribed the 4 lines of poetry. "You may take this," she said. "Very well. Miss, please follow me," the doorman replied, guiding Yihuan inside. Upon crossing the threshold, They stepped onto a path paved with blue stone, leading to another door. The doorman escorted her to a modest side room behind the main entrance. Please wait here for a moment, miss. I shall inform the master right away.
All right.
Yihuan sat down, and soon someone presented her with a cup of hot tea. As she glanced around, she noticed that although the room was not large, it was bright and exquisitely furnished, with 8 sets of redwood tables and chairs arranged on either side. The corners of the room were adorned with potted lucky bamboos, and the tea table was graced with identical bonsai arrangements. Following the doorman, Yihuan displayed no signs of impatience despite the wait. After passing through 2 more doors, she entered a spacious and elegant courtyard, which, like the previous path, was also paved with blue stone. To the west lay a pond filled with flowing water, where lotus flowers bloomed in splendid abundance. On either side of the long corridor, numerous peony flowers were planted. As Yihuan traversed the corridor lined with peonies, she arrived at the main hall. Miss, you may enter. The master is waiting for you inside. Thank you very much. Upon entering, Yihuan beheld a robust, handsome middle-aged man gazing intently at him. My dear girl, what offerings do you present? What meaning do these 4 lines of poetry hold? The man clutched the very verses Yihuan had just penned. Sir Sima, these lines stem from the previous dynasty's Emperor Xingchong, who, during his reign, sought immortality and neglected state affairs. These verses express his longing for transcendence. Why do you invoke the past? We are in the Zhou dynasty now. Should you utter such words, I shall be compelled to hand you over to the authorities. Is the Zhou dynasty truly so stringent? Am I not permitted to reference the preceding era? Yihuan chuckled lightly. Why does Sir Sima exhibit such impatience? Pray tell, why have you come to my Sima residence? I am here to assist you. Yihuan fixed his gaze upon Sir Sima, whose formidable presence nearly rendered him breathless, almost causing him to kneel. The previous Emperor Xingchong devoted his life to the pursuit of immortality, yet he perished before reaching 30, a tragic fate indeed. I have heard that the esteemed elder of the Sima household has reached his 70s. Quite an advanced age, wouldn't you agree? Has Sir Sima acquired countless ginseng and snow lotus in recent years to prolong the elder's life? How is he faring now? Sir Sima gritted his teeth and replied, My father is in excellent health. There is no need for such agitation, for I am here to aid you. Yihuan took a seat, retracting his overwhelming aura. I possess a pill that, when administered to the elder, will ensure an additional decade of life. Is that truly so? Sir Sima responded, half in disbelief. Please, feel free to give it a try. Yihuan retrieved a wooden box, within which lay 2 golden elixirs, quietly resting. Sima Yuanwei, unfamiliar with the wood, nevertheless detected an unusual fragrance emanating from it. Just a whiff brought him a sense of clarity and refreshment. Doubtful, he observed as Yihuan picked up 1 golden elixir, stating, Allow me to demonstrate its efficacy. Wait, Yihuan interjected, her gaze turning towards Sima Yuanwei, who, with a smile, offered, Allow me to present it to you. My dear. Yihuan relinquished the elixir, watching intently as Sima Yuanwei turned, casually selecting another golden pill for her. It was evident that the lineage which had once produced emperors had not lost its cautious nature. Without changing her expression, Yihuan accepted the golden elixir from Sima Yuanwei and swallowed it quietly, her eyes fixed on him. After a brief moment, observing that her demeanor remained unchanged, Sima Yuanwei summoned a servant to take the wooden box, instructing him to observe the old lord's reaction after consuming the elixir. Once prepared, Sima Yuanwei returned to his seat at the head of the table and inquired with a smile, My dear, you mentioned that this elixir could extend my grandfather's life by 10 years? Indeed, she affirmed. In truth, 10 years was a conservative estimate, for these were the celestial elixirs from her cosmic pouch. Even though she had intentionally diluted some of its potency the previous day, Its effects on mortals remained extraordinarily potent. Casting a glance at the venerable Sima, she mused that it was likely the old lord would outlive him. If that were the case, this elixir could indeed be deemed a mundane treasure, not an exaggeration to call it a heavenly gift. Pray tell, why would you present such a boon to me? What does the Sima family possess that you desire? Sima Yuanwei also remarked that this elixir is extraordinary. I wonder how he perceives the path of cultivation? Cultivation is certainly not a legitimate pursuit. Is that truly the case? Does Sima Yuanwei doubt the existence of immortals? My dear, I find your statement perplexing. People yearn for immortals, yet who among them has ever encountered one? Since no one has laid eyes upon them, who can assert their existence? Is it really true that no one has ever seen them? Yihuan, with a calm demeanor, shifted the tone of her inquiry, asking, Did not your ancestor, Sima Jiao, witness one? My lady, who exactly are you? Sima Yuanwei stood upright, questioning with indignation. 8 centuries have passed, and the Sima family of Jiangling has merely become wealthy merchants. Who could possibly equate them with the royal Sima clan of 8 centuries ago? I am a person of seclusion, and 800 years ago, the practitioners in my sect acted on their own accord, meddling in the affairs of mortal dynasties. It is time to restore order. Sima Yuanwei scoffed coldly and ceased to speak. Yihuan understood that Sima Yuanwei was awaiting the effects of the elixir. She too remained unhurried, closing her eyes to cultivate her spirit. Is it true? The young servant nodded. My lady, I shall take my leave for a moment. Yihuan nodded in response. Sima Yuanwei hastily departed with the young servant.
Master.
As Sima Yuanwei rushed into the room, he was astonished to see his father, who had been bedridden for many years. Standing up. Father. Sima Yuanwei gazed blankly at his father. How do you feel? Where, the elixir you sent is truly remarkable, the elderly gentleman replied, taking slow but steady steps. Where did you acquire it? Sima Yuanwei succinctly recounted the incident of Yihuan delivering medicine to the old master. Upon hearing this, the old master exclaimed, This must be a celestial being gracing our realm. Quick, take me to meet this immortal. Father, do not rush, Sima Yuanwei hurriedly reassured him. I will handle this matter well. You have just recovered. Please rest assured for now. Yuaner, I feel remarkably well. Never have I experienced such comfort. You must show great respect to this celestial being. Indeed, I understand. Sima Yuanwei helped the old master to sit down, accompanying him for a while. Noticing that the old master was indeed in good health, he felt a sense of relief and began to believe in Yihuan's words with a fair degree of conviction. Very well, Yuaner, you must go quickly. Do not keep the immortal waiting. The old master persistently urged Sima Yuanwei to depart. Father, I shall take my leave. What shall I call this celestial being? Do not refer to me as an immortal. Address me by your worldly titles. Sima Yuanwei's mind raced swiftly, contemplating that the immortal perhaps wished to conceal their identity from outsiders. Tentatively, he ventured, Sir? Yihuan gently nodded, as if to acquiesce. Might I inquire what brings you to my Sima residence? Whatever your intentions, my Sima you shall offer unwavering support. In these turbulent times when various factions are revealing their extraordinary powers, the world is on the brink of chaos. Does the Sima family not aspire once more to seize the reins of the realm? Immortal, I truly harbor no such ambitions. I find great contentment in merely being a prosperous merchant. Yihuan regarded him with a penetrating gaze, her cold eyes seeming to see through everything. Sima Yu felt a tightening in his heart. Last night, Yihuan was not merely wandering the streets. She gathered a wealth of information regarding the Sima family. Following her inquiries, she employed her spiritual awareness for a brief investigation, revealing that the Sima residents harbored no secrets in her eyes. Sima Yu suddenly fell to his knees, exclaiming, Immortal, I acknowledge my errors. I did not intend to deceive you, but the matter of rebellion demands utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to the obliteration of my entire clan. Yihuan helped Sima Yu to his feet, responding, "What rebellion? The authorities are foolish and tyrannical. We act on behalf of the heavens. If we are to rise against them, we must possess a righteous cause. As for whether our actions are truly just, who can say? The immortal speaks wisely." Sima Yu continued, "I have come here for 2 reasons. First, to become the mentor of your son, Sima Yan. Second, to assist you in reclaiming your rightful place in the world. When you achieve success, I shall withdraw from the scene." "Very well, that poses no issues. However, my son is rather unruly, and I fear he may hinder your teachings." "Fear not. I have already met Sima Yan, and he possesses great potential." "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your concern. Sima Yu, from this day forth, increase your grain reserves." "Sir, I have covertly stockpiled a considerable amount of grain." "Not enough. Also, Qishan is your military stronghold. Its forces must not falter. It would be prudent for you to secretly train the troops at Qishan. Here is a military manual. You may train them according to its methods." Sima Yu accepted the manual, replying, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. First, clarify your intentions with your son before bringing him before me, where I shall provide my personal guidance." "Yes," Sir Ma-Yu agreed, and added, "Allow me to arrange accommodations for you." "Very well." Sir Ma-Yu summoned the steward, who promptly went to prepare the finest quarters in the eastern wing for the esteemed guest. "Understood," the steward replied eagerly. Sir Ma-Yu then strolled through the estate with Yihuan, posing several inquiries. As Sir Ma-Yu listened, an increasing sense of astonishment enveloped him. Upon scrutinizing Yihuan's demeanor and appearance more closely, he found himself utterly convinced. Truly, heaven favored the Sir Ma family, who would have anticipated that, 8 centuries later, a celestial being would assist in the restoration of their lineage. Reflecting on the matter of Emperor Xingqiong, Sir Ma-Yu couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly, pondering the duality of fortune and misfortune brought by the celestial being. The Eastern Wing's quarters were swiftly prepared, and Sir Ma-Yu accompanied Yihuan to inspect them. "Are you satisfied, esteemed guest? Is there anything that requires alteration?" Yihuan shook her head, indicating no changes were necessary. "It shall suffice as it is." The opulent palace and the hardships of outdoor living held no distinction for her. "Please wait here. I shall go in search of my son and bring him to pay his respects tomorrow." At this very moment, our young master, Yan, was reveling outside with his companions, indulging in hearty drinks. Sir Ma Yan was renowned in Jiangling as the foremost scion of extravagance, and those surrounding him were similarly notorious young lords of the city, all of whom regarded Sir Ma Yan as their leader, obediently heeding his every word. It is worth noting that each of these individuals is a formidable figure in their own right, unwilling to yield to one another. Yet, the ability of Sima Yan to unite this group and command their allegiance speaks volumes about his personal charisma. "Brother Yan, what troubles you? Are you feeling downcast?" inquired a plump young man named Wang Zifu, the only son of the esteemed Xiao Qiwei from Jiangling City, who was showered with affection by his family. Brother Yan, perhaps you are experiencing the stirrings of springtime affection," remarked a languid figure slumped in a chair, his eyelids drooping as if he were struggling to awaken. His family, among the prominent merchants of Jiangling, dabbled in various enterprises from inns and restaurants to grains and oils, and possessed vast tracts of fertile land. However, amidst a thriving household filled with capable siblings, he was notoriously regarded as the family's idler. "In my opinion, since everyone else excels at making money, someone must indulge in spending, right?" This perspective only served to infuriate his parents further, who, after years of reprimanding and chastising him, found little success. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to his fate, as they could afford to support a wayward son. "Ice clear, brother. How do you know?" YNBNGQ-ing lazily replied, Are you not aware of the incident yesterday when Brother Yan nearly collided with a young lady while riding through the streets? Wang Zifu raised his thumb in admiration. Your information is always so well-informed, ice-clear, brother. Sima Yan suddenly perked up. Bingqing, you are always in the know. Do you happen to know which family that young lady belongs to? He still held onto a glimmer of hope of discovering the identity of his enchanting sister. She arrived at my family's in yesterday but lacked a travel permit, so she ultimately did not stay. Where she went afterward remains a mystery to me. No travel permit? The young man in azure furrowed his brow and said, Brother Yan, given the current tumultuous state of affairs, this young lady lacks proper credentials. We must exercise caution. Zhuo Feng replied, I comprehend your concerns, yet Sister Fairy is certainly not of such ilk. The few of them, all of noble birth in Jiangling, were well aware that countless maidens cast lingering glances in their direction, not to mention the beauties discreetly arranged by their families. Although they were indeed dandyish, they possessed a clear understanding of such matters. Occasional indulgence in floral revelries might occur, yet they would never act indiscriminately. They exchanged knowing smiles, astonished that in their lifetimes they would witness Brother Yan so enraptured by a woman. Brother Yan, what does this enchanting lady look like to captivate you so? Inquired Prince Fu, holding a golden goblet with curiosity. The visage of Yihuan seemed etched in his mind, a resplendent masterpiece. He recalled every detail, yet found himself at a loss for words to describe her. All he knew was that upon seeing her, he felt as if he were no longer himself. And the mere thought of her smile sent his heart soaring, though it was quickly tempered by melancholy, fearing they might never meet again. She is the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. The trio could not contain their curiosity, pondering what sort of beauty could ensnare Brother Yan so thoroughly. They had always assumed he held little interest in women, but it appeared he had simply yet to find one he cherished. Young master, at last I've located you.
That Kia?
Is father searching for me? De Qian was a trusted aide to his father, usually tasked with significant matters. It was rare for his father to send De Qian to seek him out. Could something have transpired at home? Very well. Sima Yan set down his golden goblet and raised his fist to the assembly, declaring that he had matters to attend to at home and would take his leave. Brother Yan, do hurry, urged Daqian, who followed behind and, before departing, bowed to the gentlemen, wishing them well in their feasting and revelry. The three nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the entrance of the tavern, Sima Yan instructed his attendant, Go and settle today's bill. Yes, sir, replied the attendant. Daqian, what does my father want with me? Sima Yan inquired. Daqian shook his head. I am also unaware, but it seems the master is quite anxious. Is that so? Sima Yan pondered. Considering that he had not caused any trouble recently, surely his father wouldn't resort to scolding him, would he? By the way, young master, the old master's health has improved. What did you say? Grandfather as well? How did that happen? Sima Yan was taken aback. Having grown up alongside his grandfather, they shared a profound bond. His grandfather had been ill for many years, and he had often visited, seeking renowned physicians and rare herbs for his treatment.
Yet,
he was well aware that his grandfather's age would eventually lead to such a fate. He had merely not anticipated that his grandfather's condition could actually improve. In a hushed tone, Daqian revealed to Sima Yan, a celestial being visited our family. The old master consumed a golden elixir bestowed by the immortal and has fully recovered. Is that true? Sima Yan mused, having contemplated riding ahead on several occasions. Do not fret, young master. We shall soon arrive home. Sima Yan lowered the carriage curtain and inquired, What does this immortal look like? Her visage is obscured by a veil, making it difficult to discern. But she must certainly be a goddess of unparalleled beauty. A vision of a fairy-like figure sprang to Sima Yan's mind. Could it be her? Young master, this way, please. In the distance, De Qian chased after the swiftly retreating figure of Sima Yan. I know, I shall go and see grandfather first. Had Sima Yan not witnessed his grandfather practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the frail old man, bedridden for many years, could actually stand up. Surely, it couldn't be so. Long ago, someone had informed the elder that Sima Yan had arrived. After consuming the elixir, the elder now felt rejuvenated, with keen senses and clarity of mind. He had seen Sima Yan the moment he arrived. However, this young lad seemed hesitant, standing there for an eternity, unsure of himself. Yenna, why do you not come closer? Why do you stand there in a daze? Grandfather, Sima Yan exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the elder. Grandfather, you are truly well? The elder, reminiscent of days gone by, affectionately patted Sima Yan's head.
Yanea.
I am indeed well. Grandfather can once again ride horses and shoot arrows alongside you. It was his grandfather who had taught him the arts of equestrianism and archery. Sima Yan wiped the moisture from his eyes and stammered, Then I shall not let you down. Could. The elder clapped Sima Yan on the shoulder. My grandson is indeed valiant. Now, go and see your father. Grandfather? You know father is looking for me? Yes, go quickly. Sima Yan observed the elder's somewhat grave expression, feeling an uneasy flutter in his heart. It seemed that something significant was afoot. He mentally reviewed the events of the past year, each one feeling as if it might warrant a stern reprimand from his father. But how could his father possibly know? Grandfather, why not accompany me? The old gentleman cast a glance at him, discerning the intentions behind the young man's demeanor. All right, be off with you. Observing his grandson's woeful expression, the elder sighed and reassured him, Do not worry, your father will not harm you. Very well, grandfather, I shall take my leave. As Sima Yan walked along, he pondered deeply. Could it be that his father intended to entrust him with the family's business affairs? Heaven forbid. He had no inclination towards accounting and despised the notion of being tethered to daily responsibilities. He yearned for a carefree existence. If his father truly wished for him to take over the business, he would resolutely refuse. Little did he know that the news he was about to receive would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Father, Yenner, come here. Sima Yu gazed affectionately at his only son. In truth, he harbored great fondness for the boy. However, with his mother having passed away at a tender age and the family patriarch doting on him excessively, he felt compelled to be stricter. Otherwise, who could fathom what Sima Yan might become? As a father, Sima Yu was well aware of his son's character. Although the lad indulged in frivolities, he was not without merit. For instance, his equestrian and archery skills were unparalleled, and he possessed commendable martial prowess along with a sense of right and wrong. Sima Yan awaited his father's words in silence, yet after a prolonged moment of anticipation, he noticed his father regarding him with an unusual gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine.
Yenna, sit down.
I have something to discuss with you. Father, please speak freely. Let us converse while seated. Seeing his father's insistence, Sima Yan had no choice but to comply. Yenner, are you familiar with the previous dynasty? Sima Yu gazed at the youthful and vibrant Sima Yan across from him, recalling that he too had uncovered the clandestine matters of their family at a similar age. The former dynasty? Sima Yan pondered for a moment before finally recollecting the history he had studied about the previous era. I remember now. The former dynasty was the Great Wei, whose royal lineage also bore the surname Sima. The last emperor, consumed by a quest for immortality and enlightenment, neglected state affairs, leading to the downfall of the Great Wei. Sima Yu nodded. Indeed, Yenner, you speak wisely. But do you know? Sima Yan entered his father's chamber at the hour of the rooster and did not emerge until the hour of the dragon the following day. When he finally stepped out, he appeared dazed, unable to fathom how his family could be connected to the royal lineage of the former dynasty, and even more so that his father would secretly conspire against the throne. He licked his lips, contemplating the corrupt officials and the oppressive soldiers in Jiang Wang. and it seemed that rebellion could indeed be an option. Yet, "Father, must I really seek a master?" "Yenner, heed your father's words. That is a true immortal. Following her will only bring you fortune." Reluctantly, Sima Yen acquiesced, though he felt a twinge of resistance. "Very well, I understand." Yihuan had been seated cross-legged on the auspicious pearwood bed in her chamber, meditating. Although the spiritual energy in this place was meager, she continued her habitual practice. "Host, what troubles you?" Yihuan inquired as she opened her eyes. "Host, the spiritual energy on earth is scant. Your cultivation bears little fruit. Why persist in your training? What else is there to do, if not to cultivate? Host, have you not never ventured to the mortal realm? Will you not step outside to explore?" "I saw enough yesterday." As the system was about to speak, Yihuan glanced towards the doorway and remarked, "Someone is coming." She rose from her bed, adjusted her appearance, and stepped outside, only to find her courtyard utterly deserted. The previous day, Sima Yu had mentioned that he would arrange for some maids to be assigned to her, a proposition she had declined. As Sima Yu entered the courtyard with his son, Sima Yen, they rounded a stone screen and beheld Yihuan standing beneath the eaves, quietly observing them. Sima Yen stood transfixed, gazing at Yihuan in a daze. She was his celestial sister. "Yenner." Sima Yu tugged at Sima Yan's sleeve, admonishing him. "How can you stare at the lady so openly? Quickly, pay your respects." With a flushed face, Sima Yen felt as though he were walking on clouds, his entire being light and airy. Unconsciously, he bowed to Yihuan, pulled along by his father's insistence. "Please excuse my son. He truly lacks decorum," Sima Yu said, observing the rosy hue on Sima Yan's face, fully aware of his son's thoughts. A cold sweat broke out on him. His son was far too audacious. How could he entertain such impure thoughts towards a celestial being? "Have you both come to an understanding?" Sima Yu nodded repeatedly, urging Yenner, "Come, greet your master." Yet, noticing Sima Yan's absent-mindedness, he raised his voice. "Yenner, quickly pay your respects to your master." Sima Yu's fiery gaze bore down on Sima Yen. On any other day, Sima Yen would have yielded to his father's fierce demeanor, but today, emboldened by an unknown courage, he stubbornly declared, "I will not bow." He refused to acknowledge his celestial sister as his master. If he did, their age difference would forever sever their bond, and he could never marry her. "What did you say?" Sima Yu, infuriated, was on the verge of administering a spanking.
"I will not bow."
"You insolent rascal. It seems you are seeking a beating. Go ahead. Even if you strike me down, I shall not bow." "You." Sima Yu's face flushed with anger. Yet, he could not truly lay hands on the immortal before him. "Very well, Sima Yuanwei, you may leave. I wish to converse with Sima Yen." "Sir, this impudent youth has acted inappropriately. I beg your pardon." "Fear not. I intend to accept him as my disciple, and I shall possess the patience to teach him gradually." "Thank you, esteemed sir." Once Sima Yu departed, Yihuan silently regarded Sima Yen, whose previously pale face was once again suffused with crimson. However, as he clenched his teeth, he pondered, how could he ever win the heart of a beauty if he remained so cowardly? What are you staring at?" He feigned his usual fierce demeanor and inquired, "Do you not harbor any affection for me?" Yihuan's first question struck straight at his heart. You. Sima Yen stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his face growing even redder. How could he, a notorious figure in Jiangling City, be so ineffectual before a woman? As a lady, how can you so casually speak of affection?
I.
Sima Yen hung his head, having pondered for a long while, muttering a response that lacked any disdain. "So you do not dislike me? Why then do you hesitate to call me your master?" Yihuan too found it perplexing, given her stature. How many sought to be her disciple in the realm of cultivation, yet she was met with rejection here. How could it be the same? Sima Yan immediately retorted. How is it not the same? The luminous gaze of Situ Yuliang dimmed, for she was utterly oblivious to his heart. She harbored no affection for him whatsoever. He hastily conjured a pretext, asserting, You appear to be of similar age to me. How could I possibly take you as my master? On that day at the city gate, I saved you, and from a glance, it was clear that your martial skills were lacking.
What could you possibly teach me?
Did your father not inform you that I am a practitioner? Yihuan regarded him as she approached, each step imbued with grace. His heart raced uncontrollably, for his gaze could encompass nothing but the woman before him. Do you doubt my ability to teach you? She inquired, and with a subtle gesture, a large stone from the flower bed flew toward her. She commanded the stone to orbit around her, her brow untroubled. Suddenly, the stone cracked, unleashing a flurry of pebbles that swiftly embedded themselves in the ground. Situ Yan was not devoid of astonishment at the spectacle before him. It utterly shattered his understanding cultivated over the years. Yet, he still gritted his teeth, refusing to acknowledge her as his master. Yihuan appeared to sigh with regret.
Ah.
But I have come into this world for you. Those words stirred a tempest within Situ Yan. The celestial maiden claimed her purpose was for him. Then, shall I ever see you again? Alas, you shall not.
He nearly acquiesced.
But the thought of taking her as his master and the subsequent impossibility of their connection silenced him. He could not believe that she would simply depart. Situ Yan stood there, watching in disbelief as Yihuan vanished before his eyes. One moment, a living being conversing with him, and the next, she was gone. He remained there, solitary and forlorn, resembling a forsaken puppy. The celestial maiden had truly disappeared? His hands were tightly clenched, the small plaque digging painfully into his palm. Her words lingered in his ears. If he could come to terms with it and wished to take her as his mentor, he must shatter it. He cautiously tucked the plaque into the hidden pocket of his garments, then turned to summon the household staff, instructing them to locate the esteemed teacher. The household had already heard whispers of the arrival of a distinguished female teacher, whom the master held in high regard. Where shall we search, young master? Inquired Zhuozhu, a young servant standing by Sima Yan's side. You shall search within the estate for the teacher. If she is not found here, venture out into the city of Jinling. The household staff were burdened with their own tasks, yet they had little choice. Sima Yan was the sole heir of the Sima family, and his grandfather indulged him greatly, making him a formidable presence within the household. Reluctantly, they set aside their duties to assist Sima Yan in his search. A reward of 10 taels of silver would be granted to anyone who could provide a clue to the teacher's whereabouts, and 100 taels to the one who successfully found her. Upon hearing of the monetary incentive, the eyes of the staff sparkled with enthusiasm. Invigorated by the promise of reward, the commotion eventually caught the attention of Sima Yu. Sima Yan selectively uttered a few words, and Sima Yu regarded him with a knowing look. Yener, do not entertain any improper thoughts. The teacher is a celestial being. To have the opportunity to learn from her is a blessing. Sima Yan lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He could not fathom why his father constantly warned him against harboring such thoughts, despite having done nothing to provoke such caution. Observing his son's demeanor, Sima Yu realized that Sima Yan had not heeded his counsel. He chose not to fret over it further, and resolved to follow the teacher's guidance to Qishan. For the military must not falter. However, before his departure, he kindly cautioned Sima Yener. The master is not someone you can easily locate by mobilizing your people. As expected, the individuals he dispatched were utterly unable to uncover the whereabouts of the fairy sister. Undeterred, he sought the assistance of the well-informed Yan Bingqing, yet still, he met with no success. Host, are you truly leaving like this? What if Sima Yan does not pay his respects to you? No, he will, Yihuan replied confidently. Recognizing the extent of the boy's concern for her, he would surely shatter the jade token in his frustration. At that moment, Yun Yihuan sat in meditation within the grand hall of her Chuanyu Peak, relishing the soothing essence of the cultivation realm. She inhaled a deep breath of rich spiritual energy, preparing to practice her techniques when a sound transmission talisman at her waist suddenly grew warm. Yun Yihuan had never concealed her descent from the mountain. Thus her journey was known to all, though they were unaware of her destination. I am heading to Jinghua Peak for important discussions. The narrative had shifted the instant she arrived in this world. Since Jiang Wang ascended the mountain, the original host had showered him with affection, ensuring that no one dared to humiliate him, instead striving to win his favor. Consequently, Jiang Wang quickly became the most beloved male cultivator of the Shugu sect, owing to his inherent charm. Meanwhile, Ji Sipai had been waiting in Guoling City, yearning for the original host. After the original host became involved with Jiang Wang, she completely disregarded Ji Sipai, approaching him only during their quarrels for a moment of respite. A formidable demon from the demon realm was causing chaos, gathering cultivators and the essence blood of the demon race, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. As the designated location for the Su-Gu sect was not a common haunt for the formidable demon, they only dispatched an elder and a few promising juniors. By sheer misfortune, the protagonists encountered the great demon, whose true form was that of a fox, now possessing 9 tails. Upon Yun Yihuan's arrival at Jinghua Peak, the other peak masters had already gathered. Esteemed colleagues, there is a rampant demon causing turmoil. As one of the 6 major sects, our Su-Gu sect must contribute our efforts. However, rest assured, the likelihood of encountering the demon at our assigned location is less than 10%. Master Gong's gaze swept across the assembly. So, who amongst you is willing to undertake this critical mission? Perhaps it was Yun Yihuan's imagination, but she sensed that everyone subtly stepped back. Senior brother, you are well aware of my commitments. My daily responsibilities are quite demanding. Brother, you know my duties. I oversee the spiritual stone resources of the sect, and I am never at leisure. Master, you understand. Many of my celestial pets are in a crucial stage of gestation and are about to give birth. I cannot leave. After this round of excuses, it appeared that Yun Yihuan was the most unoccupied. Master, I. Before she could finish her sentence, the master thrust some documents into her arms. There you go. It's settled. Here are the details regarding the great demon. Peruse them when you find the time. I am currently tending to my disciple's health. In 15 days, I must be present. Master, I cannot depart. I am aware of your situation, the master replied, stroking his non-existent beard. 15 days, you say? There is no rush. This task can wait. You may set off after 15 days, and it will still be timely. Very well. It is decided. I appreciate your effort. Everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity, as though the outcome had been predetermined by unseen hands. The 5th elder, tasked with managing the accounts, even offered her a gesture of encouragement. Yun Yihuan never anticipated that this responsibility would fall upon her shoulders, yet within the entire Shugu sect, she was indeed the only one with ample leisure time. The other elders were preoccupied with overseeing the sect's expenditures or managing the various celestial pets, elixirs, magical instruments, and disciplinary affairs. Only she had no obligations, making it entirely reasonable for this task to land in her lap. As long as she refrained from bringing Jiang Wang along, the melodramatic scenario could be avoided. Host, you are once again tasked with nurturing Jiang Wang's health, fulfilling the duties of a mortal emperor's teacher. And now you are additionally burdened with the mission of vanquishing a formidable demon. Even capitalists would shed tears at this plight. Host, can you manage all of this? Yun Yihuan began to yearn for her previous cultivation, if only her powers were restored. Sending forth an avatar to the mortal realm would pose no obstacle. The 15 days ahead should pass swiftly. However, some matters defy reason. Yun Yihuan had never envisaged Jiang Wang to be so fragile. Despite the medicine being the gentlest of concoctions, its effects appeared to be anything but agreeable for him. Master, I feel such pain. Jiang Wang had just emerged from a medicinal bath, and as he approached her, a faint aroma of herbs wafted towards her nostrils. Master, I feel so unwell. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and his pale face resembled that of a helpless cub seeking nourishment, leaning towards her. His head rested upon Yihuan's lap, the damp and cool sensation creeping slowly up her leg, burrowing its way into her heart. As the gentle breeze danced playfully, Jiang Wang's damp hair dried in an instant. He touched his hair in surprise, expressing gratitude to his master. Thank you, master. My hair was wet, and the wind made my head ache. Is there anywhere else you feel discomfort? Yihuan pondered, recalling how she had been like a dedicated physician by his side these past few days, a tinge of fatigue creeping into her heart. She had initially considered inviting the medical practitioners from Xinglin Peak, but Jiang Wang insisted that only the master understood the medicine best. Reflecting on this, she remembered how Jiang Wang had persistently complained of various pains, which she had initially disregarded, until he dramatically demonstrated his suffering by spitting out 10 liters of blood. Reluctantly, she ordered Jiang Wang to reside temporarily in her grand hall, tending to him with utmost care. She could not allow a reputation of mistreating her disciple to spread. Perhaps she should have never mentioned the matter of his recuperation from the outset. Master, my chest feels constricted, and I am struggling to breathe. Were it not for Jiang Wang's heavily bundled attire, including a fur cloak, she might have suspected him of intentionally seeking her attention. The tightness in your chest is merely a result of spending too long in the bath. It is a common occurrence. A brief walk outside for fresh air will alleviate it significantly. Will you accompany me, master? Jiang Wang knelt on the ground, looking up at Yihuan with hopeful anticipation. No, you should go alone, she replied, closing her eyes as if she were a statue worshipped on a high pedestal. Observing Jiang Wang, the system was suddenly reminded of a peculiar book, Dream of the Red Chamber. Even Lin Daiyu paled in comparison to him. How did he manage to captivate her so? Yihuan slowly opened her eyes, which were strikingly beautiful, and her gaze fell upon him. What truly captivating eyes they are, Jiang Wang mused. These eyes possess an exquisite charm, yet why do they always appear so devoid of emotion? If only they were infused with passion, how breathtaking they would be. Let us proceed. Thank you, master, for accompanying me. The two did not wander far, meandering atop the Chuanyu Peak. Yihuan employed her spiritual energy to create a barrier around them to prevent Jiang Wang from succumbing to the chill. I have heard that Master intends to lead the disciples down the mountain to exorcise demons. This matter is well known within the Shigu sect, and recently, Yuan Bao has been organizing the disciples on her behalf. Indeed, Master, I wish to accompany you. Exorcising demons is no trivial matter. You currently possess no cultivation. How can you descend the mountain? Perhaps next time. But I long to be with you, Master. You are so formidable. Surely you can protect me. Jiang Wang. That is out of the question, Yihuan firmly rejected. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Wang realized that no amount of coaxing would change her mind. Yihuan was resolute in her decision not to bring Jiang Wang along for the unfolding events. Jiang Wang, feeling weak, soon found himself gasping for breath and leaned against a tree to rest. Are you still feeling unwell? Master, I am no longer uncomfortable. You should rest well. Host. Sima Yan has indeed shattered the jade tablet. Yihuan acknowledged with a sound, thinking Sima Yan would endure a few more days. Yet he shattered it in just 5 short days. System, can you devise a way to send a message to Sima Yan? The system shook its head, unable to comply. Yihuan sighed. It seemed she would have to venture to the mortal realm herself. System, transport me to the human world, please. Regrettably, she had yet to prepare the magical artifact necessary to confront the fox demon. Had it not been for Jiang Wang's persistent inquiries over the past few days, her artifact would have been completed by now. After all, this was a formidable demon described in the original text, and even the original owner. with her cultivation at the mid-stage of the Void Realm, had barely triumphed over it, suffering from fox venom in the process. Currently, she could only harness the capabilities of the nascent soul to face such a powerful adversary and had to make thorough preparations. As she began her teleportation, Yihuan found herself engulfed in an abyss of darkness. When light finally graced her vision, she realized she had arrived at her former chamber in the Sima residence. Upon pushing the door open, she encountered the complex gaze of Sima Yan. In the few days they had been apart, the spirited young man seemed to have aged considerably. Taking a step forward, he respectfully performed a gesture of reverence, declaring, "Master, please enlighten me." The system was astonished. This transformation from a wild wolf to a docile pup was astonishingly swift. "Indeed, from this moment forth, I shall be your mentor," she affirmed. Sima Yan took a cup of tea from the hands of a nearby servant and offered it to her, a gesture signifying the tea of apprenticeship. She accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip before setting it aside. "I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot tend to you at this moment." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 books appeared before Sima Yan, one on military strategy and the other a historical tome of the human realm. Yihuan calculated the time frame, stating, "You have half a month to study diligently, my disciple. Do not disappoint your master." Satisfied with the ice spire-like artifact before her, she carefully stored it in her bag of holding. This time, should the fox demon dare to appear before her, it would surely be met with its demise. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from the pet pouch at her waist, and her eyes brightened. It was the crimson moon serpent. She swiftly opened the spirit pet pouch, releasing the crimson moon serpent. The serpent had undergone a transformation, now half-dragon, with its demon core becoming increasingly solid and powerful. As the crimson moon serpent slowly opened its eyes, its gaze was sharp and wild, but softened upon recognizing Yihuan. "Master," it called out. "What do you call me?" The serpent's cheeks were adorned with scales, yet Yihuan discerned a blush upon its visage. "Master," the serpent joyfully repeated. Having fully integrated the dragon's blood, its strength surged, awakening the inheritance of its lineage, and it understood that it could forge a contract with the human race. "Crimson Moon Serpent, we have not established a master-servant contract. Yihuan had never made a pact with any spirit beast before. We can forge one right now, be it a master-servant contract, a partnership, or a symbiotic agreement. I am open to all." The serpent shook its head, adorned with small horns, its expression obscured, yet its body language revealed its palpable excitement. "I now have a name. You may call me Cinny." "Cinny, I am here, master." "Cinny, I have no intention of accepting a spirit beast." "Why not?" "Is Cinny not good enough?" "I will diligently cultivate and become a great aid to you, master." Cinny gazed at her with pleading eyes, nuzzling her hand affectionately with its head. "Please accept me. I can do anything and require little sustenance. I am easy to care for. Please keep me." For a fleeting moment, Yihuan was lost in thought. Was this the demeanor of males in the future cultivation realm? She recalled her own era, where such displays of endearment and vulnerability were predominantly feminine. Upon arriving here, the males are remarkably adept at displaying their affections, with the most distinguished among them being Jiang Wang. It must be noted that Chiyu Snake inadvertently struck a chord with Yihuan, possibly even unbeknownst to her, as she seems to relish this display of endearment. "I can keep you by my side, but there's no need for a contract. You need not refer to me as your master. Simply call me Yihuan." Cinny tilted her head, yet Yihuan appeared rather unfamiliar with the situation. "How about I call you Yun? Yihuan remained silent, and Cinny took this as tacit approval. Yun. Cinny joyfully clung to Yihuan's hand, repeatedly uttering her name. "All right, let us keep it down." Cinny hissed twice, falling silent thereafter. In her desire to remain close to Yihuan, she was even willing to sacrifice the dignity of her spirit beast status. Eager to enter into a master-servant contract, She had her own little schemes, for with her extraordinary instinct as a beast, she was convinced that following Yihuan would lead to fortuitous occurrences. Just recently, she had been a simple, naive little snake, but now, infused with dragon blood and able to articulate human speech, it was only a matter of time before she could fully transform. She was determined to cling tightly to Yihuan's coattails. The day soon arrived when Yihuan was to administer the final treatment to Jiang Wang. She merely needed to use a golden needle to guide the medicinal effects she had cultivated over the past days throughout Jiang Wang's body, expanding and solidifying his meridians, thereby enabling him to cultivate similarly to an ordinary person, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Master, thank you. Jiang Wang, having removed his upper garments, lay prone on the bed, his lower half clad in purple trousers. To prevent him from catching a chill, Yihuan had intentionally elevated the room's temperature using a fire spirit pearl. Jiang Wang possessed a complexion as pale as fine jade. His physique, though frail, remained alluringly sculpted. Rather than being adorned with bulky muscles, he exhibited elegant and refined contours, embodying a strikingly fractured beauty of youth. Yihuan remained silent, skillfully inserting the golden needles into his acupoints, while channeling her spiritual energy to enhance the medicinal properties coursing through his body. Soon, Jiang Wang's fair back was dotted with a myriad of needles, and he endured the discomfort with clenched lips, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Unlike his usual demeanor, Jiang Wang refrained from uttering a word, resolutely enduring as Yihuan continued her needlework. Upon completing the final insertion, Yihuan withdrew her hand. Master, is it over? He asked, his face pale and voice weak. The golden needles must remain for the duration of a joss stick's burn. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Master. You were very brave this time, Yihuan remarked, surprised by Jiang Wang's fortitude. She had expected him to cry out in pain. She had even prepared a potion to render him unconscious, which now seemed unnecessary. Thank you for your praise, Master, Jiang Wang replied, mustering a faint smile as he languished on the bed. The combined effects of the medicine and spiritual energy flowed and expanded within his meridians, a sensation that would be intolerable for most. It was rare for Jiang Wang to remain silent this time. He gazed at the incense burner within the chamber. In truth, the pain he felt was trivial compared to the torment he had endured in the past. Memories of his childhood, when he was betrayed and plunged into a tide of rats, flooded back, those countless rodents feasting upon him. He shut his eyes, as the acrid stench and the metallic tang of blood assailed his senses once more. Enough. Yihuan gently tucked a blanket over Jinjin, advising him to rest well for the next couple of days. This is the cultivation technique from Chuanyu Peak. Follow the exercises in the book. And should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to consult your senior brother. Very well. Jiang Wang accepted the tome, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Master, I shall devote myself to diligent practice and not bring shame upon you. Yihuan shook her head, cautioning, your health is frail, and your foundation is not as strong as others. Do not overexert yourself. Understood, Jiang Wang replied, though a flicker of disappointment dimmed his bright eyes. You have been unable to cultivate previously, and the sex courses have not permitted your participation. Now that you can cultivate, attending the sex classes is essential. Your senior brother Yuan Bao will guide you, and you will soon comprehend. Will my senior brother Yuan Bao not accompany me? Your senior brother Yuan Bao entered the sect earlier, and his studies diverge from yours now. Jiang Wang nodded, resolute. I will not bring shame upon my master. Yihuan conveyed all necessary instructions and, not lingering, stepped outside to find Yuan Bao, inquiring about the recruitment of disciples. Yuan Bao, dependable in his duties, produced a roster. Master, all disciples participating in this endeavor are listed here. Yihuan glanced over the document, noting there were 20 participants. Yuan Bao had not only recorded the names but also annotated each disciple's duration of practice, cultivation level, and areas of expertise. Master, there is something I must report. What is it? Junior brother Jiang is very eager to participate in this experience. He has been imploring me to add his name or to take him along surreptitiously. Younger brother Jiang possesses no cultivation and is quite frail. He cannot attend. I conveyed the same to junior brother Jiang, yet he seems resolute in his intentions not to relinquish his pursuits. Yihuan nodded, affirming her understanding. May Master have a smooth journey. Indeed, please take good care of your junior brother at Chuanyu Peak and guide him through the sect's curriculum. Rest assured, Master, I shall look after junior brother Jiang diligently. Yuan Bao observed the receding figure of Yihuan, lamenting how much their master had transformed, resembling an entirely different person compared to the whimsical demeanor of the past. Could it be that the aloof and distant nature was the true essence of master, with the previous persona merely a guise? Yuan Bao shook his head, deciding it was not his place to worry about master's affairs. The following day, Yihuan, accompanied by 20 disciples, boarded the cloud vessel designated for the sect's excursions. Little Jiu, please prioritize safety during this journey. The sect leader, Gong Pu, insisted as he thrust a Qianquan bag into her hands. These contain pills and magical artifacts for you to utilize. Observing that only the solitary sect leader remained at the entrance, Yihuan understood the situation. Noticing her expression, Gong Pu, scratching his non-existent beard, chuckled awkwardly. They all have matters to attend to and are unable to join us. However, the contents of this bag were collectively contributed by everyone. Gong Pu's dedication to maintaining harmony within the sect was truly commendable. Yihuan grasped the situation fully. The other elders were not genuinely occupied but rather apprehensive due to the previous master's antics, deliberately choosing to abstain from the gathering. Thank you, sect leader. Yihuan expressed her gratitude as she accepted the bag. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, Gong Pu replied with a warm smile, watching Yihuan's figure fade into the distance. Alas, I had long forewarned them of Xiao Jiu's change in disposition, yet they all remained incredulous, insisting that such tricks had been employed by Xiao Jiu on numerous occasions, cautioning him against being ensnared yet again and losing everything. Elder Jiu, all preparations are complete. Shall we embark? Let us set forth. This journey entails but a few travelers, utilizing a medium-sized cloud vessel, standing 15 zhang tall and measuring 20 zhang in length. Resembling a small mountain, the cloud vessel is equipped with an automatic navigation mechanism. Once the pilot predefines the destination, the vessel can traverse autonomously. Our destination is Qingzhou, and with the vessel speed, we shall arrive in approximately 2 or 3 days. Yihuan contemplated the narrative arc, pondering whether the days spent nursing Jiang Wang back to health might instigate a shift in the storyline, fearing that the great demon might be captured by other sections. Yihuan resided alone on the upper deck of the cloud vessel, undisturbed by her fellow disciples, who refrained from intruding upon her solitude. This provided her an opportunity for quiet cultivation, as she sensed a breakthrough approaching, yet the current suppression of her cultivation by the system thwarted her progress. Disciple Li Yuan sought an audience with Elder Jiu. Standing at the threshold of Yihuan's chamber, Li Yuan's heart raced with anxiety, uncertain of his junior's plight. He gazed at the darkened door, nearly compelled to push it open, but fortunately, Yihuan did not keep him waiting long. Come in, she beckoned. Upon receiving her invitation, Li Yuan entered. Observing the delicate and reserved figure of Li Yuan before her, Yihuan inquired, "What troubles you?" "Elder Jiu," he replied. "My junior brother Huang Wan has collapsed in bed and cannot be roused. I implore you to take a look." As the overseeing elder of this expedition, it was incumbent upon Yihuan to ensure the safety of her disciples. "Take me to him," she instructed. Li Yuan hurriedly led Yihuan downstairs. Huang Wan's room was somewhat distant from Yihuan's, and Li Yuan walked ahead with a hurried and anxious demeanor. The 9th elder had arrived. As Yihuan drew nearer, She was enveloped by a familiar scent, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Could it be Jiang Wang? Host, you are not mistaken. It is indeed Jiang Wang. A wave of displeasure surged within Yihuan, stemming from the inescapable plot that felt like an invisible web, ensnaring her despite her futile struggles. She pushed open the door, her expression returning to its usual calm, and no one noticed the fleeting frown that had crossed her face. The ninth elder. My junior brother has been reclusive these past few days. He was never one to behave this way. I grew concerned and decided to check on him. However, no matter how I called, there was no response. In a moment of desperation, I forced the door open. She glanced at her junior brother lying on the bed, unresponsive to her calls. Yihuan stood by the bedside, his eyes filled with worry. He is not your junior brother, Yihuan stated bluntly. What? Yihuan stood there, bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend Yihuan's meaning. Wasn't the person lying on the bed his junior brother? The face was undeniably identical to that of his junior brother. Why then would the ninth elder claim otherwise? Suddenly, Yihuan noticed that his junior brother's physique had changed, exuding an indescribable allure, with a tall and perfectly proportioned figure that even stirred something within him. Could such a physique belong to his foolish junior brother? He recalled that their journey was intended to eradicate a fox demon, and the ninth elder had just asserted that this was not his junior brother. Could it be that the one on the bed was indeed a fox demon? I apologize for the spectacle. This is my inept disciple. Yihuan, having completed her incantation, removed the disguise from her face, revealing an extraordinarily handsome visage. It turned out that he was not a fox demon after all. Yihuan Song let out a sigh of relief, as he had feared that his junior disciple had fallen victim to such a creature. Gazing upon Jiang Wang's pale and frail countenance, even as a male, he couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion for the beauty lying on the bed. The ninth elder's disciple, though not a fox demon, surpassed one in allure. Though Yihuan felt vexed that Jiang Wang had secretly followed Yunzhou, she nonetheless thoroughly examined his condition. There were no significant ailments, merely the consequence of his frail constitution being unable to withstand the recent tumult. With a resigned sigh, she began to channel her spiritual energy into him. Ninth elder. I shall take my leave now, Yihuan Song remarked, feeling somewhat awkward as he witnessed Yihuan tending to Jiang Wang. When my disciple awakens, you can inquire of him directly. Indeed, Yihuan Song acquiesced, standing quietly in the room, awaiting Jiang Wang's revival. Yet, in the presence of the ninth elder, he felt a twinge of anxiety about questioning her disciple. He recalled the day in the dining hall when the ninth elder had specifically approached Luo Zhen regarding Jiang Wang. Oh, junior brother, it is not that I am cowardly. It is simply that the ninth elder's reputation is well known. Should I truly offend her, my future would be bleak. As Li Yuansong's thoughts spiraled, Jiang Wang slowly regained consciousness. Ninth elder? Yihuan's tone remained neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. What? Do you not even recognize your own master now? Master Jiang Wang hastily shook his head, tugging at Yihuan's sleeve. I did not, master, I was wrong. Save the confessions for later. First, you must adequately explain to Li Yuansong the whereabouts of his junior disciple. Jiang Wang weakly acquiesced and proceeded to recount the entire incident. It was known that Jiang Wang was aware of Huang Wan's presence on the list. Given Huang Wan's fondness for socializing and indulging in fine wines, Jiang Wang invited him to partake of the exquisite liquor he had brought from home. The wine, potent in nature, was of such exceptional quality that even celestial beings would succumb to its effects. How could Huang Wan possibly withstand it? After consuming the drink, he would inevitably fall into a deep slumber for 7 days and nights. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang cleverly disguised himself as Huang Wan and infiltrated the Yunzhou. During their drinking session, Jiang Wang cunningly coaxed Huang Wan into revealing his identity badge and similar items. Trusting Jiang Wang, who was both a fellow disciple and a student of the ninth elder, Huang Wan fell into the trap. Li Yuan, upon discovering that Huang Wan was merely incapacitated by intoxication, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed his junior brother, who had always had a penchant for alcohol, had finally learned a lesson. After Li Yuan departed, the small room was left with only the two of them, enveloped in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. "Master, I was wrong." Jiang Wang was the first to break the stillness, casting a pitiful glance at Yihuan, his expression laden with contrition. "Master, I simply wish to accompany you down the mountain for a glimpse of the world. I have never ventured beyond my home, confined within the four corners of the courtyard day after day. You possess no cultivation, and your physique is weaker than that of an ordinary mortal. You seek to descend the mountain for experience, yet there will be ample opportunities in the future. Why the haste? Master, I understand my mistake. Rest assured, I shall protect myself and refrain from causing you any trouble." This was the first time Yihuan encountered such a frail disciple, one whom he could neither chastise nor discipline. He even feared that punishing him with a task as simple as copying texts might lead to him catching a chill and falling ill. "Had it not been for your delicate constitution, I would have sent you to the law enforcement hall long ago. I know you care for me, master." Jiang Wang gazed upwards, his delicate visage adorned with a profound admiration and attachment toward Yihuan. "Master, I accept my punishment." Observing his pallid complexion, Yihuan, unable to bear it any longer, pondered for a moment before responding, "You should rest for a while. We shall depart together shortly."
All right.
Jiang Wang's current chamber was situated slightly beneath the top floor of the Yun boat, modest in size and lacking in ventilation. In 2 hours, they would reach their destination, prompting Yihuan to arrange for Jiang Wang to stay in her quarters, while she summoned another disciple to attend to him. She then proceeded to the deck of the Yun boat, rallying the disciples. "When we disembark, ensure you have your tokens ready. Should any anomalies arise, contact me immediately. Do not act recklessly." The disciples acknowledged her instructions. They would split into 2 teams, with Li Yuan and Zheng Jianing appointed as team leaders. Once all directives were conveyed, a disciple approached with a report. "Elder Jiao, the Yun boat has arrived at Qingzhou. Should we dock immediately?" "Yes, dock now." The Yun boat gradually descended from the sky, and the disciples departed in their designated groups. Yihuan, however, kept Jiang Wang close. Once the other disciples had left, she chanted a spell to shrink the immense Yun boat, which diminished from a size akin to a small mountain to a palm-sized vessel floating in her hand. "Let us go." With the Yun boat secured, she contemplated seeking refuge for Jiang Wang at a nearby sect. However, she was unfamiliar with the families in Qingzhou and felt reluctant to approach them unannounced, so she decided to keep Jiang Wang by her side. With her magical artifact in hand, she was confident that she could easily subdue any fox demon they encountered, ensuring she would not suffer from fox poison as the original owner had. "Master, where shall we search for the great demon?" Yihuan remained silent. In the original narrative, the encounter with a fox demon occurred in a brothel located within a town in Qingzhou. However, the specific town was not identified in the original storyline. Glancing at her frail and delicate disciple beside her, she resolved to head towards the nearest town. Given the extent of the original character's indulgence towards Jiang Wang, it was likely that she would be reluctant to allow him to endure a lengthy journey. Luotian City, one of the foremost cities in Qingzhou, was home to numerous cultivation families, yet resources in the vicinity were scarce. The major clans engaged in constant overt and covert strife to seize resources, resulting in a perpetual atmosphere of tension. In Luotian City, cultivators were nearly all aligned with the prominent families. Claiming independence was tantamount to being unable to navigate the city. Yihuan, possessing formidable cultivation prowess and a distinguished reputation as an elder of the Shigu sect, found herself the object of flattery and subservience wherever she went. Upon her entrance to Luotian City, she was immediately targeted by several influential families, receiving 6 invitations within a mere quarter of an hour. Yihuan graciously declined all, stating that she had business to attend to. The crowd was aware of the Yaya Palace's initiative to dispatch various sects to subdue demons, understanding that Yihuan indeed had official matters to address, and thus refrained from further persistence. The major families of Luotian City were quite attentive to the matter of demon suppression, yet they never suspected that a formidable demon would dare to manifest within their domain. With the city firmly under their control, any sign of disturbance would be swiftly detected, yet they had never heard of a significant demon causing havoc. Master, you truly are popular. Invitations abound wherever you go, her disciple remarked. Yihuan cast a glance at him and replied coolly, if you diligently cultivate in the future, you too shall enjoy such recognition. She then sought a tavern within the city and requested 2 upper rooms. Jiang Wang, I shall step out for a while. Remain in the inn and do not venture outside. Master, where are you going? Jiang Wang quickly rose to follow Yihuan, cautiously tugging at her garment. I am going to the city to investigate the whereabouts of the fox demon. This time, do not stealthily follow me. Master, understood. I shall wait for you at the inn. Jiang Wang obediently replied. Seeing Jiang Wang's prompt agreement and his innocent demeanor, Yihuan felt a lingering suspicion that he might secretly engage in mischief. Rest assured, she said, forming a hand seal to establish a protective barrier around the room. As long as you do not leave, no one can enter. Though her current cultivation was limited to the nascent soul stage, rendering her barrier less formidable than in the past, she nonetheless placed defensive talismans in various corners of the room as an additional precaution. This time, outsiders would find it exceedingly difficult to intrude, despite Jiang Wang's frail constitution preventing him from practicing cultivation. He hailed from a family of cultivators and had been exposed to the ways of the immortal world since childhood. He was well aware of what Yihuan was doing. Yet Jiang Wang watched Yihuan with an inquisitive gaze, filled with curiosity. His master, renowned for her unparalleled prowess in the realm of cultivation, had few rivals. How many could breach her barrier? Why, then, was she taking such extra measures? Was her strength significantly diminished? Was she injured? Yet she did not appear to be so. I am leaving now. If you feel hungry, consume a fasting pill. Yihuan left a bottle of fasting pills behind and exited. Jiang Wang gazed at the tightly shut door, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. If he wished to ascertain whether his master was indeed injured, wouldn't it be prudent to follow her and discover the truth? A black rat scurried along the beam, vanishing from sight. After Yihuan inquired about the renowned brothels in Tianluo City, she purchased a pot of tea at a nearby tea house, patiently awaiting the evening. The bustling tea house was filled with patrons throughout the day, and she deliberately chose a spot in the main hall to clearly overhear the conversations of the guests. After listening for quite some time without acquiring any useful information, she was about to settle her bill and depart when a particular piece of news piqued her interest. The newly arrived Feng Shi from Lianhua Tower was indeed described as enchantingly alluring, captivating the hearts and minds of many. Lianhua Tower? Feng Shi? She was aware of the great demon's presence there. You say that Yihuan from Shigu sect has come to Tianluo City? Indeed. Should we not find a place to hide? Yihuan is not to be trifled with. Hide? The alluring woman licked her red lips and chuckled. Why must we hide? You just mentioned that accompanying her is the discarded scion of the Jiang family? How intriguing. The crimson long nails shimmered with a faint glow in the candlelight.
Lianu.
Do you think if I were to absorb Yihuan's essence, it would suffice? The beautiful woman kneeling on the ground fell silent, a flicker of disapproval crossing her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Jiang, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Lianu, spare me the chatter. Tell me where Jiang Wang is. Her gaze, filled with sorrow, remained fixed upon Jiang. Jiang has absorbed so much essence, yet her cultivation regresses rather than advances? Lianu, will you abandon me as well? Upon seeing her silence, Jiang expressed her sorrow. Ultimately, Lianu capitulated and said, Yihuan has gone to the tea house. while Jiang Wang remains alone at the Lifuan. Lian Nu, would you be so kind as to bring Jiang Wang here? I will ensure that I fulfill any of your desires. Lian Nu stepped out, transforming into the guise of Yihuan, her face veiled in white silk, hastily making her way to the Fortune Inn. Originally a Bai Dai, a creature with an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, she could effortlessly discern the lingering sense of Jiang Wang and Yihuan amidst the myriad of fragrances within the inn. Removing her veil, she mimicked Yihuan's demeanor as she ascended the stairs.
Master?
Master, why do you not come in? Lian Nu observed the barely discernible barrier before her and coaxed. Jiang Wang, the situation is urgent. You must come out. Jiang Wang cast a sidelong glance, a playful expression gracing his features. Did this creature truly consider him a fool? Such a despicable ruse to coax him out? Master, I am coming right away. Jiang Wang noted the four corners of the room, where the magical artifacts had been left before Yihuan's departure, and deliberately inquired, Master, should I take the barrier artifacts you just set up? Lian Nu, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy, never expecting the young master of the Jiang family to be so naive and unguarded. Take them, she replied, feeling the barrier weaken significantly, to a degree that she could easily breach it. As Jiang Wang approached the door, he found himself unable to exit. Master, you must lower the barrier for me to leave. Very well. The barrier shattered in response, and Lian Nu stood patiently at the entrance. Master, where shall we go?
Follow me.
Lian Nu, fearful of Yihuan's return, pulled Jiang Wang along at a brisk pace. Jiang Wang, glancing at the wrist she grasped, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes, which he quickly masked with an expression of innocent compliance. Lian Nu, accompanied by Yihuan, hastily turned into a narrow alley. A flicker of fear crossed Jiang Wang's face as he inquired, Master, where are we headed? Lian Nu, having transformed back to her true form, coldly replied, Young Master Jiang, I am not your master. Startled, Jiang Wang struggled desperately to escape, exclaiming, Who are you? Let me go. I must find my master. What a delicate and pitiable little flower, Lian Nu remarked, showing no signs of compassion as she firmly grasped Jiang Wang's left arm with her right hand, swiftly rendering him unconscious with a strike. In the dead of night, Yihuan stepped into the vibrant East Market, awash in the intoxicating allure of beauty and revelry. The streets were filled with the scent of perfumed women, while various alluring figures lingered at the entrance of the brothels, accompanied by dapper young gentlemen with charming smiles. With unwavering focus, Yihuan made her way directly to the Lianhua Pavilion, convinced that foam she must be connected to the fox demon. Young immortal, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Indeed it is. May I inquire which young lady you wish to meet? The gentleman in azure, fanning himself, regarded himself as dashing and charismatic. Our ladies are all exquisite, and our gentlemen are all handsome. I assure you, you will be pleased. I desire your most beautiful lady. Very well. The azure-clad gentleman turned to his attendant and instructed, Please summon young Master Yiling. Wait a moment. The azure-clad gentleman scrutinized Yihuan with a pained expression. Did you just say the most beautiful lady? Indeed. Taken aback for a brief moment, the azure gentleman hastily invited Yihuan to the elegant second floor, saying, Do not fret, I shall summon our most beautiful lady forthwith. The young man in blue whispered a few words to the attendant, who hurriedly departed. He then summoned a maid to attend to Yihuan while he made his way downstairs to greet other guests. Shortly thereafter, a woman approached, exuding an enchanting fragrance, and gracefully introduced herself as Yulan. Yihuan remained silent, casually perusing the books on the shelf, which predominantly comprised works depicting the affairs of love and beauty.
Yulan,
with her legs crossed and head bowed, noticed that Yihuan had not spoken for quite some time and discreetly stole a glance. Clad in simple attire, her breathtaking beauty was undeniable, her lips naturally tinted a rosy hue, her complexion as flawless as white jade, yet her demeanor was one of aloofness. In comparison, Yihuan felt her own looks were inadequate. Though she considered herself attractive and was often flattered by numerous suitors, today she realized what true beauty embodied. Yihuan, are you truly the most beautiful maiden in your establishment? A hint of shyness crossed Yihuan's face, making it difficult for her to claim the title of beauty in front of Yihuan. The esteemed gentleman is jesting. I consider myself unremarkable, hardly the fairest in the house. Rising to her feet, she felt at a loss for words, her usual wit and charm eluding her. Come here, Yihuan beckoned. Esteemed gentleman, how may I serve you? Yihuan handed her a pouch filled with high-grade spirit stones. Find your manager, and, while you're at it, procure some lotus cakes from the West Market. Yihuan gazed at the weighty spirit stones in her hand and hastily declined. Little esteemed gentleman, it's merely lotus cakes. Such an amount is unnecessary. Take it, Yihuan insisted. Yihuan silently accepted it, regarding it as a reward, though she had yet to earn it. I shall take my leave. As the enchanting presence of Yihuan faded, the elegant young gentleman in blue returned once more. My lady, are you dissatisfied with Yihuan? I had requested the most beautiful maiden from your establishment, yet you seem to have offered me but a mere token. The young gentleman's tone was laced with a sense of grievance. Indeed, Yihuan had been the fairest among them. However, that was in the past. Ever since the arrival of Miss Fengxi, she had eclipsed Yihuan as the most exquisite beauty of the Lianhua Tower. Yet, Fengxi possessed an eccentric temperament, often gracing the world with her presence solely when it suited her whims. As he contemplated approaching her, a shiver coursed through him, and he hastily shook his head, deciding against the encounter. I have heard much of the captivating Miss Fengxi from your establishment, and it is she whom I have come to see today. Dear immortal, Miss Fengxi is unwell and will not receive guests today. Without uttering a word, Yihuan discreetly tossed a pouch of high-grade spirit stones, causing the young gentleman's eyes to widen in astonishment as he fixated on the bounty. Noticing his silence, Yihuan threw another pouch. Might these persuade Miss Fengxi to grant me an audience? Indeed, indeed. These are high-grade spirit stones. The value of these 2 pouches alone could purchase the entire Lianhua Tower. This young immortal's generosity is truly remarkable. Without delay, the young gentleman swiftly pocketed the 2 pouches of spirit stones and urged, Please, wait a moment, esteemed immortal. He cautiously closed the door and instructed the maidservant to bring forth several platters of exquisite celestial fruits and delicacies. As he lingered before Fengxi's door, he hesitated for a considerable time, pondering how best to express his intentions. To speak of Fengxi, the young lady took the initiative to approach him, expressing her desire to enter the Lianhua Tower. Upon beholding her enchanting visage, he promptly consented. After Fengxi entered the Lianhua Tower, he did entertain thoughts of manipulating her affections, yet he remained inactive, only to be met with a sharp rebuke from her. Since that moment, the mere sight of Fengxi filled him with trepidation, and he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. Gong, why do you linger outside the door? Fengxi's sultry voice echoed in the ears of the young master in azure, like an ethereal specter. After feeling the warmth of the spirit stones at his waist, he steeled himself and entered with a smile. Lady Fengxi, today a beautiful and generous female immortal has arrived. A female immortal? What concern is that of mine? Fengxi reclined leisurely upon the soft couch. Why not summon young Master Yiling instead? That immortal specifically requested to see you, the young master in azure pleaded, producing a handful of high-quality spirit stones. Look, Lady Fengxi, this is the immortal's token of esteem. Fengxi toyed with a high-quality spirit stone in her hand. To seek me out instead of young Master Yiling, could it be that this person harbors an interest in me? Lady Fengxi, in our profession, what kind of person have we not encountered? This immortal possesses beauty that rivals your own. Do you not wish to make her acquaintance? Your words are quite persuasive. I am indeed curious to see her. The young master in azure rejoiced. Then, Lady Fengxi, please follow me. Wait, you should bring her here. After much internal conflict, the young master reluctantly retreated, reasoning that the female immortal's ardent desire to meet Fengxi would surely outweigh this minor inconvenience. The immortal lord, Fengxi, requests your presence. The gentleman in blue felt a twinge of anxiety after speaking. Immortals are often quite proud, and he was uncertain if she would be displeased.
Please lead the way.
Yihuan followed closely behind the gentleman, prepared with the magical artifact she had previously crafted. She cast a glance at the bustling crowd below, a lively mix of men and women. Young master, please accept this. You must open it later. The gentleman in blue received the silk pouch from Yihuan, puzzled by her gesture.
Thank you, immortal lord.
Yihuan reiterated her insistence on opening it. All right, he replied hastily, turning a corner to the backyard. Immortal lord, it is here. He gently pushed the door open. Please enter. Fengxi is within. Yihuan stepped inside, the room shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by a faint moonbeam. Following the light, her eyes widened slightly as she beheld a woman clad in crimson, her beauty striking and her demeanor enchanting. This was the proprietress of the inn by the Ruoshui River, the white fox from the illusion. Perhaps influenced by the illusion, she had witnessed the growth of the white fox, and now found herself unable to act. The magical artifact rested in her hand as she fixed her gaze on the woman reclining on the couch, determined to make her move, when the woman suddenly laughed and spoke. What a delightful surprise to find you, the renowned immortal Lord Yihuan. After a moment of silence, Yihuan inquired, You once ran an inn by the Ruoshui River, living a carefree life. Why must you wander in search of mischief? Fengxi unexpectedly broke into laughter. My dear immortal, are you truly unaware? I still recall the day when you inquired about the Shendong by the shores of the Ruoshui River. Yihuan, summoning her magical artifact, coldly declared, I have come today to subdue you, not to reminisce over old times. Unperturbed, Fengxi cast a casual glance at the artifact in her hand. I am aware of your capabilities. However, I have a guest who wishes to meet you. Alarm bells rang in Yihuan's mind. Could it be Jiang Wang? Yet, before her departure, she had meticulously established barriers and protective wards within the room, ensuring that they could not breach the defenses. Unless Jiang Wang had, of his own volition, taken the protective artifact from within the chamber. Fengxi lit a glass lamp, illuminating the room. Yihuan watched as she approached the inner door, pulling aside a screen to reveal a pear blossom bed. There lay the frail Jiang Wang, bound by ropes, unable to move. Perhaps due to the fox demon's wicked sense of humor, a piece of white silk was stuffed in his mouth, rendering him voiceless. With a smile, Fengxi removed the cloth from Jiang Wang's mouth. Immortal, do take a look at who this is, Master. Jiang Wang's eyes brimmed with tears. Master, you need not concern yourself with me. Quickly subdue this demon. Release him, Yihuan demanded. Fengxi chuckled playfully. I might consider freeing him, but only if you toss your artifact over to me. Yihuan pursed her lips, feigning hesitation for a moment, all the while employing the art of deception to conceal the true artifact within her Qian bag. What? Is the immortal's disciple not worth more than a mere artifact? With a frosty demeanor, Yihuan tossed the magical artifact to Fengxi. As Fengxi caught it and began to toy with it, she candidly stated that she initially intended to claim all of Yihuan's essence, but, considering their destined connection, she would settle for half. In exchange, she would withdraw, allowing Yihuan's disciple to return safely. Such audacity from the fox demon, demanding half of Yihuan's essence. If she complied, Yihuan would be left utterly vulnerable. Fengxi pointed the tip of the artifact, which Yihuan had just thrown, at Jiang Wang's neck, asking the celestial lord whether he would consent. A crimson line appeared instantly on Jiang Wang's pale and delicate neck. If the celestial lord is unwilling, I shall substitute with young Master Zhang's essence, she threatened. Yihuan lowered her gaze, resolutely aware that she could not relinquish her essence to Feng-Shi. Should she do so, regret would follow, leaving them as helpless as fish on a chopping board. Celestial Lord, have you made your decision? Feng-Shi pressed, increasing the pressure, causing blood to seep from Jiang Wang's neck. Jiang Wang winced in pain, fighting back tears, and urged, Master, do not concern yourself with me. I will offer you my essence, but there is no vessel here. How shall I provide it? Will you take it yourself? Feng-Shi, keenly aware, would strike Jiang Wang down in an instant if she stepped away. Feng-Shi remained cautious, unwilling to distance herself from Jiang Wang. She scanned the surroundings, realizing there were indeed no vessels. In the past, she had always taken the essence personally. The Celestial Lord's essence in the void stage was something she had never claimed before. If it spoiled in an ordinary vessel, the consequences would be dire. Sit in the chair, Feng-Shi commanded. Very well. Yihuan feigned compliance and settled into the chair. Feng-Shi observed Yihuan's obedient demeanor, her vigilance significantly diminished. Casting a glance at the glass lamp, she noted the wick crackling as it burned, exuding a gentle, exotic fragrance. As she watched Yihuan gradually lean weakly against the chair, her consciousness began to blur, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Before Jiang Wang could utter a word to call for his master, Feng-Shi silenced him. The young master in the azure robe had been preoccupied on the first floor, attending to guests, completely forgetting about the pouch until he finally had a moment's respite and noticed the incense pouch at a guest's waist. Upon retrieving it, his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily summoned everyone to disperse and dispatched someone to the city lord's residence. In the room, as Feng-Shi approached Yihuan to strike, Yihuan suddenly opened her eyes wide and, with the swiftness of lightning, drew a magical tool and aimed it at Feng-Shi's heart. Unprepared, Feng-Shi was struck squarely. Icy crystals swiftly enveloped her entire body. This magical artifact had been meticulously crafted by Yihuan for this very occasion, leaving no chance for escape. Jiang Wang found himself bound by ropes, unable to move, and silenced by Feng-Shi's spell, tears streaming down his face as he watched Yihuan with fervent emotion. The poison in the glass lamp was not entirely ineffective. At that moment, Yihuan felt dizzy and weak, her endurance relying solely on her extraordinary willpower. Summoning her strength, she painstakingly maneuvered to Jiang Wang's side, using a sharp tool to cut the ropes binding him, instructing him simply, "Take the nameplate at my waist and seek the city lord." With that, she collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Jiang Wang tore away the severed ropes. Lowering his gaze to observe Yihuan, his pale fingers brushing aside the stray hair that had fallen across her face. Bending closer to scrutinize her as if she were an intriguing new discovery. Is her cultivation truly impaired? Otherwise, with her strength, why would she engage in such prolonged interaction with that demon? Or is it because of him? The mere thought of the latter possibility caused his heart to momentarily halt. He had never contemplated that, in a moment of crisis, someone would steadfastly choose him. Master. Oh, Master, I had thought your aloof and distant demeanor would render you indifferent to him, solely focused on the greater picture. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he nearly leaned onto Yihuan, still oblivious to his surroundings, until a black rat scurried from the corner and climbed onto Jiang Wang's shoulder, jolting him back to reality as he instinctively straightened up, feeling like a thief caught in the act. The black rat circled around his shoulder before Jiang Wang quickly opened his spirit pet pouch, allowing the rat to dart inside with a swift motion. He hastily removed the nameplate from Yihuan's waist, avoiding contact with her garment entirely. Upon exiting the room, he adopted a feeble and flustered demeanor. The courtyard was eerily silent. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the building. where he found himself surrounded by a throng of agitated cultivators. Having followed Yihuan into the city, it was inevitable that some would recognize him. At the center stood a middle-aged cultivator clad in resplendent robes, exuding an extraordinary presence, clearly the most esteemed individual among the crowd. A lean man in gray whispered a few words to him, and the latter's expression shifted to one of understanding as he approached with a beaming smile. "Young Master Jiang," he greeted. Jiang Wang, startled like an alarmed rabbit, took a step back.
Who are you?
A flicker of disdain crossed the newcomer's eyes before he donned a broad smile. "I am the lord of this falling sky city. May I inquire, young Master Jiang, has your master captured the great demon?" The rumors proved to be true. This young master of the Jiang family was once a remarkable talent, surpassing his peers with extraordinary abilities. However, he has since become obscured among the masses, rumored to have lost his former prowess. What I observe now indeed confirms this, as the scion of a noble family exhibits no grace, behaving in a manner more befitting a timid maiden. Yet, fortune smiles upon him. In his early years, he was fortunate enough to have a commendable mentor who, it seems, is willing to acknowledge him. Jiang Wang did not overlook the fleeting glimmer of disdain in the other's eyes, but feigned ignorance, exhaling a breath of relief, as if he had found solace. "My master has instructed me to seek out the city lord." "City lord? That demon has been captured by my master, yet he has also succumbed to unconsciousness. Please, city lord, summon a healer to attend to my master." "Is that so?" The city lord responded, "Do not fret, young Master Jiang. We shall investigate this matter immediately." The city lord led Jiang Wang forward, followed closely by a group of cultivators. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unusual fragrance that seemed to permeate the air. As they were about to proceed, someone in the crowd suddenly sensed something amiss and shouted, "Beware! This is the perfume of inescapable defense. Everyone, retreat."
What?
Inescapable defense? The crowd hurriedly fell back, yet Jiang Wang remained perplexed, turning to inquire, "What is happening?" The city lord, standing at the entrance, explained, "Young Master Jiang, you are unaware that this fragrance is specifically designed to target cultivators. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it is to resist its effects. No wonder the immortal Junjing has fainted." Indeed, that demon is truly cunning," a voice chimed in. "Young Master Jiang, your lack of cultivation renders you immune to this fragrance." Jiang Wang nodded in understanding, surveying the room. His gaze fell upon a glass lamp on the table. Approaching it, he picked it up and hurried over to the city lord, innocently inquiring, "Is this the fragrance you spoke of?" The city lord quickly stepped back, covering his mouth and nose, exclaiming, Indeed, young Master Jiang, extinguish it at once." Complying with the request, Jiang Wang extinguished the lamp, and once the scent dissipated, the others entered the room. After examining the pulse, the healer addressed Jiang Wang, saying, "Your master is unharmed. After consuming this antidote, he shall awaken in half a stick of incense." "Thank you, esteemed healer," Jiang Wang replied, remaining vigilant by his master's side. Meanwhile, the others, wary of the trapped great demon, refrained from taking any rash actions, with Fengshi drawing a magic formation around them, awaiting Yihuan's awakening. Word of the situation spread among the disciples of Shugu sect, prompting them to hasten to Falling Heaven City. "Master, you have awakened." Jiang Wang was the first to notice Yihuan regaining consciousness. "Master, the city lord you asked me to find is here." Gathering some strength, Yihuan sat up, and the city lord along with a host of cultivators promptly approached to pay their respects. There was Xie, the lord of Falling Heaven City; Lin Ji, the patriarch of the Lin clan; Zhenlan, the patriarch of the Zhen clan; Huang He, the patriarch of the Huang clan; and Sun Shund, the patriarch of the Sun clan. "We pay our respects to the exquisite Joy Immortal." Yihuan turned her gaze towards Fengshi. and the crowd parted to provide her with a clear view. Stepping forward, Lord Xie remarked, "Exquisite joy immortal. We have taken precautions and set up a magic formation outside. Just in case." Yihuan nodded in agreement. "Excellent. City Lord, have you informed the Moonlight Palace?" "Immortal, I have already notified them. They are surely on their way today."
Good.
Yihuan, having nearly fully regained her strength, stood up and declared, "Once the people from the Moonlit Palace arrive, we shall entrust this demon to them, and our mission will be complete. However, I never anticipated that such a creature would be hiding within our falling sky city. It truly sends a chill down one's spine. Indeed, we are immensely grateful to Lord Jiang for exposing this formidable demon," someone remarked. "Certainly. Lord Jiang is a paragon of our age, a beacon for us all," echoed another voice amidst the chorus of praise, with compliments flowing forth, "extraordinary, transcendent, exquisite, and of noble character." After dismissing the crowd, Yihuan and the disciples of the Shugu sect stood vigil to prevent any kin of the demon from coming to its rescue. The Moonlit Palace was swift, and it wasn't too long before they arrived. "Lord Jiang, we meet again," Bai Tao greeted with a cheerful smile. Upon looking at Bai Tao, Yihuan noted a striking resemblance to her ancestor, the moonlit immortal Baiyu. "Congratulations, Bai Immortal, on your breakthrough to the integration realm." Bai Tao's eyes sparkled with delight, embodying the spirit of a lively young woman. "I must extend my gratitude to Lord Jiang. Had it not been for our previous spar, which proved immensely beneficial, I would not have achieved this advancement. Such accomplishments stem from your own talent, unrelated to my influence," Yihuan replied modestly. Bai Tao smiled. "Lord Jiang, your skills are truly remarkable. Despite the collective efforts of many fellow cultivators, we could not uncover this long-standing menace. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Yihuan stated before turning away, with Jiang Wang closely trailing his master. Bai Tao watched Yihuan's retreating figure with a smile that belied a chilling glimmer in her eyes. "Sister, this Yihuan is rather arrogant. Indeed, never has anyone dared to show such disrespect towards our Moonfall Palace." Master, Jiang Wang inquired curiously as he trailed closely behind Yihuan. "Are you not afraid of their retaliation for treating the Moonfall Palace in such a manner?" Yihuan paid no heed to Jiang Wang, handing the cloud boat over to a disciple responsible for navigation. The disciple accepted the cloud boat and chanted an incantation to restore its original size. "Jiang Wang, follow me," Yihuan commanded. Jiang Wang obediently accompanied Yihuan back to the previous chamber. "Jiang Wang, what brought you to the fox demon's quarters?" "Master, the fox demon's minion disguised herself as you and lured me out." "Master, it was my inability to discern truth from falsehood that led me to fall into the fox demon's trap." Jiang Wang knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Fortunately, you are unharmed, Master. Otherwise, I would be eternally culpable." Yihuan harbored doubts within yet revealed nothing on his countenance. "Does the fox demon have accomplices?" "Indeed. There is one, a delicate-looking demon clad in cerulean attire, who impersonated you to deceive me into relocating the magical artifacts within the room." After a moment's contemplation, Yihuan replied, "You may leave now." Jiang Wang acknowledged with a yes, but paused at the door to ask, "Master, where shall I stay?" "You may occupy the room adjacent to mine." "Understood." Yihuan gazed at Jiang Wang's retreating figure, deep in thought. The inconsistencies in Jiang Wang's words were striking. He was certainly not as foolish as he appeared. How could a demon outsmart him? The protective artifacts in the room could only be moved by Jiang Wang alone. So, why would he deliberately fall into the demon's trap? Could it truly have been a moment of carelessness? In the midst of Jiang Wang's musings about the elusive Feng Shi and her supposed accomplice, she initially speculated it might be the Shenlong. However, upon hearing Feng Shi's description, doubts arose. Clad in a gown of azure, She recalled the day she encountered the fox demon by the banks of the Ruoshui River. In the inn, she had been alone, never having seen a woman garbed in green. If the fox demon indeed had allies, why had none appeared to rescue her? In the city of Luotian, the chamber of the young Master Lin had been graced by the presence of a strikingly beautiful woman. She lay supine on the bed, her breaths heavy and her brow furrowed, indicating a restless slumber. Young Master Lin Ji sat at the head of the bed, his gaze filled with affection. He reached out, wishing to smooth the furrowed brow of the woman. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, exclaiming, "No. Liena, you are awake?" Lin Ji exclaimed, enveloping her in an embrace, his face alight with joy. Lian Nu struggled to push him away. "Why are you here?" "It is I," Lin Ji replied, his smile sweet, resembling an angel who had strayed into the mortal realm. "What do you want? Do you truly believe your current strength can save Fengxi?" Lin Ji grasped Lian Nu's arm, preventing her escape. As Lian Nu prepared to summon her demonic power to flee, she realized her abilities had been rendered powerless, leaving her helpless. "What have you done to me?"
Lian Nu gasped in shock.
Lin Ji embraced her, inhaling her fragrance. "I only wish for you to remain by my side forever. Are you imprisoning me? Do you not wish for this?" Lin Ji's question was tinged with absurdity. Who would desire to be confined? Perhaps. Lin Ji chuckled softly. "You could drain my lifeblood and escape. I would be most willing to unite with you in such a manner." She shared her travels with Yuan Bao and mentioned Jiang Wang's confinement. Just as she was about to request the system to take her to the mortal realm, she remembered there was still someone on the peak. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided against meeting him, reasoning that if there were no intentions, there was no need to cause him to suffer from unrequited longing. Meanwhile, Sima Yan scoured through the materials, yet the information remained scant. Most of it was cryptic, akin to gazing at the moon reflected in water. Remarkably, he did not neglect the tasks assigned by Yihuan. Strangely, despite his childhood aversion to books, he found himself engrossed in the study for over 10 days without feeling weary, turning down invitations from friends without hesitation. He wished to understand Yihuan's background and did not want her to underestimate him. Yihuan appeared before him abruptly, just as suddenly as she had vanished, leaving no trace behind. "How has your reading been?" she inquired.
I
remember everything," he replied. Yihuan picked up a book and casually quizzed him on some topics, discovering that he recalled them adeptly, which pleased her. "Very good," she remarked, setting the book aside. "Have you ventured out of the residence these past few days?" Sima Yan shook his head. "No, I have been diligently studying." "Then you should go out for a stroll." "Where to?" Sima Yan was perplexed, uncertain if there was a deeper meaning behind Yihuan's words. "What do you usually do when you go out?" He hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wondering if his activities might seem frivolous to her.
I
usually go hunting, drinking, and playing games with my friends." "Then you should do just that today." Sima Yan, still in a daze, led his horse out of the gate, just in time to encounter Prince Fu, who had come to seek his company.
Hey?
"Yenga, have you finally decided to come out today?" Sima Yan nodded in a daze. "Brother Yan, why do you seem so dull after a few days apart?" Sima Yan gazed at the chubby Wang Zifu, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. He seemed to grasp the intent behind Yihuan's request for him to emerge. "You're the one who's dull. It seems you're just asking for a beating." As he spoke, Sima Yan reached out to pat Wang Zifu's head, but Wang Zifu skillfully dodged, chuckling, "You can't catch me." However, in the next moment, Sima Yan's hand gently landed on Wang Zifu's head in a light tap, and he then draped an arm over Wang Zifu's shoulder.
Come.
"Let's go find the others and head out for a hunt, shall we?" "Sure." Chapter 35. The Mortal Teacher. 8. Is this truly the mortal realm, Yun? After Sima Yan departed, Xian lifted her head to survey her surroundings. "There's nothing remarkable about this place. It's not as good as our Chuanyu Peak." Yun, why did you take a mortal as your disciple?" Xian questioned, puzzled. That lad is merely handsome. He possesses nothing extraordinary. This matter was not easily explained in a few words by Yihuan, who simply replied, I intend to help him seize the throne of the mortal realm. Xione nodded in confusion, refraining from further inquiries, and instead looked up and asked, Yun, may I go out to play? Yes, but be careful not to be discovered by mortals, and do not harm anyone.
All right.
I'm off. Xione transformed into a small creature, slipping out through the doorframe. Yihuan strode towards the inner chamber, when the system could no longer contain its curiosity and inquired, Host, are you about to cultivate again?
No.
I intend to conduct a divination. Zhuofeng, what has come over you? Li Zhuofeng arrived late, much to the astonishment of those present, for a vivid red handprint was distinctly imprinted upon his face. His pallid countenance and vacant gaze betrayed his frailty as he staggered, relying heavily on the support of a nearby attendant. Brother Zhuofeng, who has wronged you? Wang Zifu rushed over to assist him, his expression filled with indignation. We shall avenge you. Before Zhuofeng could articulate his thoughts, tears streamed down his cheeks. Do you all remember Xiaoyu? Yes, Brother Yan. A faint, sorrowful smile flickered across Zhuofeng's face as he confessed, I have long adored her. We have pledged our hearts to one another, destined to be united. Wang Zifu interjected. This a joyous occasion? Is it that your family disapproves? Is that why they have harmed you? Zifu, let Zhuofeng speak, Sima Yan interjected, gesturing for Zhuofeng to continue. With a furrowed brow and clenched fists, Zhuofeng declared, if it were merely a matter of family disapproval, it would be bearable. I would simply take Xiuyu away and live as a blissful couple. That scoundrel Wang Ji. He desires Xiuyu for himself, intending to take her as a concubine. My parents, fearing his wrath, have imprisoned me at home, forbidding me from venturing out. The handprint upon my face is a result of their punishment. He vividly recalled his father's furious slap, unfilial son. You think only of that fisherman's daughter. Have you ever considered your parents? Have you thought about the consequences of offending Lord Wang? Is there any hope left for us?
Today.
Had it not been for Brother Yan sending an attendant to my home, my parents would never have allowed me to leave. He curled his lips into a sardonic smile, reflecting on his parents, those who trample on the lowly while bowing to the high. Why should a high-ranking official be allowed to take his beloved as a concubine? Why must he, having committed no wrong, suffer a slap? Such is the wretched state of the world. Li Zhuofeng knelt with a thud before Sima Yan, pleading, Brother Yan, I implore you to assist me. Sima Yan hurriedly helped Li Zhuofeng to his feet, saying, Zhuofeng, rise. We are all brothers. I shall certainly aid you. Yet, Li Zhuofeng remained kneeling, insisting, Brother Yan, today marks the day of the little fish's entrance. Sima Yan stood rooted, his eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming, Zhuofeng, get up. Complying, Li Zhuofeng gazed at Sima Yan with earnest eyes. In Jinling City, who does not fear the governor of Suzhou, only the young master of the Sima family, Sima Yan, is unafraid. Brothers, Sima Yan, will ensure this matter is resolved. Sima Yan declared with resolute determination, surveying the crowd. And what of you? The other two men, not lacking in courage, immediately chimed in, Brother Yan, we cannot stand idly by while Zhuofeng is in trouble. Excellent. Good brothers. Sima Yan clapped his hands in delight, laughing heartily. Brother Yan, what shall we do? The youth possessed a fearless spirit, ready to take on any challenge, even in the presence of the emperor, displaying a gallant willingness to fight for their brotherhood, heedless of the consequences, driven solely by loyalty. Here is what we shall do. Sima Yan's eyes sparkled with cunning as a plan formed in his mind. Today, the Wang residence was abuzz with celebration. The estate was resplendent, its doors wide open, welcoming only the affluent and the noble. The steward of the Wang residence, Wang Lan, stood at the entrance, his face beaming with joy as he welcomed guests. Sima Yan, adorned in princely attire, strode in with an air of confidence, while Li Zhuofeng disguised himself as an inconspicuous servant, blending into the crowd. Upon spotting Sima Yan from a distance, Wang Lan's expression shifted momentarily. He summoned a servant and whispered a few words in his ear before donning a smile to greet Sima Yan, remarking how the young master seemed increasingly carefree.
Wang Lan.
"Are you not welcoming me?" Sima Yan called out. "Upon seeing me from afar, you hastily summoned a servant to whisper behind my back. Are you not concocting some ill words about me?" Wang Lan chuckled. "How could I dare? I merely instructed the servant to be attentive in properly accommodating the young master Sima." Sima Yan scoffed lightly. "You certainly possess the gift of eloquence." With his companions in tow, he marched forward, exuding an air of authority. In Jinling, it was common knowledge that Sima Yan was a notorious libertine, and those following him were mere scions of luxury. The crowd parted, eager to avoid the wrath of this tempestuous figure, for crossing him could lead to dire consequences. As Sima Yan approached the second gate, Wang Ji greeted him with a smile. "What brings the young master Sima to my humble abode today?" Sima Yan shot him a glance. "What? Am I not permitted to come?" Wang Ji replied with a grin. "Such words from you are surprising, young master Sima. Are you inquiring about my father's affairs? Mind your own business." Wang Ji's smile nearly faltered. He genuinely wished to have Sima Yan expelled, yet he hesitated. The Sima family held a prominent position in Jinling and throughout Suzhou, having entrenched themselves in the city for many years. Their influence was profound, and his father, Sima Xian, was a formidable figure, not easily trifled with by a mere official dispatched from the court. Before him, Suzhou had already seen 3 governors come and go. What young master Sima has said, Wang Ji thought, a fire of indignation simmering within him, though his face bore a semblance of mirth. "I have heard, Wang Ji, that you are to take another concubine today?" "Indeed," he replied. Wang Zifu approached with a hearty laugh, surveying Wang Ji with keen interest. "How do you fare, my good sir?" Wang Ji's face flushed crimson, an embodiment of suppressed fury. "Enough of my affairs," he retorted as Sima Yan casually selected a seat and waved Wang Ji away. "My brothers and I shall entertain ourselves." "Very well, young master Sima. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." "Understood." Wang Ji cast a final glance before departing, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he quietly instructed a servant, "Keep a watchful eye on them, and alert me at the first sign of anything amiss." "Yes, my lord." The servant feigned busyness among the crowd, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Sima Yan's table. They were engaged in raucous revelry, their laughter echoing in the air. Chapter 36. The Mortal Emperor's Mentor, 9. After observing them for some time, the servant noted that they were merely drinking and frolicking without any signs of unusual behavior, prompting him to lower his guard. However, their capacity for liquor was truly impressive. Within a short span, they had consumed several barrels. Sima Yan and his companions soon succumbed to inebriation, staggering unsteadily. The servant hastily reported the developments. The crowd gathered, jesting and teasing the bride, while Sima Yan and his associates seized the moment to slip into the backyard, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Thief!
Thief!"
Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd rushed to the backyard to apprehend the supposed thief, while the bride was led by her maid into the bedroom. "Zifu, you, and Zhuofeng, go find the bride." The prince shook his head vigorously, akin to a clattering drum. "This won't do. I am neither clever nor familiar with the route. Yan, it is best if you and Zhuofeng proceed to abduct the bride. I shall disguise myself as a thief alongside Bingqing to divert attention." Sima Yan decisively agreed. "Very well, let us meet at the designated spot." Sima Yan, accompanied by Zhuofeng, hastened towards the newlyweds' residence. At the entrance stood an elderly matron and a young maid. With remarkable agility, Sima Yan rendered the 2 unconscious before they could discern their assailants. "Zhuofeng, let us proceed," he whispered, calmly pushing open the door. Jihuan, free of pain, exhibited none of the previous distress. Inside, the fisherman's daughter, Xiaoyu, clutched a silver hairpin tightly. Upon sensing an approaching presence, she instinctively lunged to stab with the pin. Sima Yan, quick-witted and swift, seized Jihuan and disarmed her. Xiaoyu, it is me, Jihuan called out.
Li Gunzi.
Xiaoyu's voice rose, trembling with surprise as she lifted her pink veil. It truly is you,
Xiaoyu.
Jihuan's eyes glistened with tears as he reached for her hand. Enough of idle chatter. Let us depart. Jihuan nodded and softly urged, Xiaoyu,
Come with me.
I will follow Li Gongzi, Xiaoyu affirmed resolutely, but please wait a moment while I change into more suitable attire. Very well, be swift, Jihuan replied. The pink bridal gown she wore was undeniably conspicuous. Xiaoyu moved quickly, donning a more inconspicuous dress, and quietly followed the two men as they slipped away. Meanwhile, the occupants of the Wang residence remained engrossed in the affair of the thieves, oblivious to the bride's absence. As Sima Yan ensured their escape, a few individuals had arranged to meet at an inn near the South City Gate, a familiar establishment owned by Yan Bingqing's family. When Sima Yan arrived, he found that Yan Bingqing and Wang Zifu had also just arrived. They gathered in a private room on the second floor, designated specifically for their group. Brother Yan, Sima Yan acknowledged with a nod. Wang Zifu and Yan Bingqing exchanged glances at Li Jihuan and Xiaoyu, who were holding hands, realizing that the bride had indeed been stealthily taken away. Wang Zifu chuckled, Brother Yan, you truly are remarkable. You have successfully stolen the bride. Li Jihuan patted Xiaoyu's hand, shielding her behind him, and performed a deep bow towards Sima Yan. Thank you. This favor will forever be etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to brave any danger in return for this kindness. There is no need for such formality among brothers, Sima Yan replied, glancing at Xiaoyu behind Li Jihuan. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Brother Jihuan, can you truly trust her?
What do you mean, Brother Yan?
I certainly have faith. Then let us keep Xiaoyu at my residence. The Wang family would not dare to cause trouble at the Sima manor. Li Jihuan nodded in agreement, showing no reluctance. Very well, I shall heed Brother Yan's counsel. Sima Yan poured a cup of wine and handed it to Li Jihuan.
Drink this.
Li Jihuan accepted the cup and downed it in one gulp. Ice Qing, Yan Bingqing acknowledged. Do not worry, Brother Yan. I will inform them to maintain a consistent story, stating that Jihuan has been drinking here all day. Sima Yan nodded, affirming, that is precisely what I meant. Yan Bingqing glanced at Li Jihuan and said slowly, Brother Jihuan, if you wish to feign drunkenness, 1 cup of this wine will not suffice. Shall I lend you a hand? Li Jihuan's gaze fell upon the wine pot on the table, and he smiled, shaking his head, no need. With that, he seized the wine pot and poured its contents over his head, relishing the refreshing chill. Wang Zifu, witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. A clever method. Li Jihuan made no attempt to wipe away the wine, allowing it to cascade freely over him. Wang Zifu, still chuckling, instructed a servant outside, Go, fetch the fire dragon. Yes, sir.
Wait.
Li Jihuan called out to the servant, Bring another pot of wine. Understood. The servant promptly acknowledged his request. More wine? The servant soon returned with the desired items, and Li Jihuan poured 3 cups, consuming them in swift succession. Wang Zifu, with a grin, inquired, Brother Jihuan, would you like me to enhance the flavor of the wine? Li Jihuan shook his head, no need. The group congregated, discussing potential scenarios and assisting one another in devising strategies, while Wang Zifu occasionally fanned Li Jihuan with his folding fan. I comprehend everything. Yihuan opened her eyes. Having calculated the myriad events that would transpire in the mortal realm over the next century, particularly within the past 20 years, noting where natural disasters struck, where human calamities occurred, and which exceptional talents emerged, Host, have you completed your calculations?
Yes.
Sima Yan instructed the steward to ensure the little fish was comfortably settled in the backyard, and then added, "It is imperative that this information remains confidential." I understand. The steward, having managed the Sima household for many years and being well informed, was already aware of the theft that had befallen the Wang family and the loss of the bride. The steward gazed at the woman before him, clad in muted gray, yet still exuding an undeniable elegance, and mused that the bride lost by the Wang manor was likely this very person. However, this concern held little relevance for him. His sole duty was to safeguard his master's interests. Even if the young master were to create chaos, he would bear the brunt of it. After Sima Yan departed, the steward turned and surveyed the assembly before him. Had everyone comprehended the young lad's earlier statements? A murmur of affirmation arose. The steward's expression remained impassive. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly, they would face dire consequences. A chorus of fearful not daring followed. "Miss, come with me," he urged. Xiaoyu, observing the swift change in the steward's demeanor, felt a shiver of trepidation, especially at his ominous remark about dire punishment. Sensing her fear, the steward quickly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, young lady. My words are solely for the safety of both you and the young master." Xiaoyu nodded, mustering a smile. "All right. Thank you, uncle." The steward returned her smile with warmth and led her towards the back courtyard. "Master, master," came the call. Chapter 37. The Human Emperor's Mentor. 10. A room full of individuals knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Wang Ji lifted his teacup, taking a large gulp. Yet frustration bubbled within him. He slammed the cup down, shattering it into countless pieces, the shards slicing the skin of the servant kneeling closest. They dared not utter a sound, stifling their cries as blood flowed freely, terrified of inciting Wang Ji's wrath. "Come here." Wang Ji beckoned the servant previously assigned to monitor Sima Yan. The man scrambled to his feet, hastily approaching. "My lord, what are your orders?" "I instructed you to keep an eye on Sima Yan and his associates. Have they exhibited any unusual behavior?" He suspected that the disappearance of the bride yesterday was inextricably linked to Sima Yan. The young servant pondered the events of the previous day and said, "Master, I have been observing them closely. Sima Yan and his companions were drinking heavily, and when they left, they could barely stand. Is that true?" The servant nodded earnestly. "Indeed. It is absolutely certain, my lord." Wang Ji slumped in his chair, feeling utterly drained, as if he had aged several years in an instant. "You may all leave," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." The servants retreated, and the steward stepped forward, presenting a freshly poured cup of tea with reverence. "My lord, please enjoy some tea." Wang Ji accepted the cup, took a small sip, and sighed, his earlier vigor now a distant memory. The steward, seeking to console him, remarked, "My lord, do not be anxious. It is merely a lost concubine. Who in the city would dare mock you?" Yet, Wang Ji maintained a furrowed brow. "They may not speak of it openly, but what of behind closed doors?" "My lord, this is not insurmountable," the steward replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "I have a plan." "Oh? Do share it at once." The steward whispered a few words into Wang Ji's ear, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him, causing him to break into a hearty laugh. "You truly are clever." That night, Sima Yan and his companions struggled to find rest, frequently rising to ponder why the Wang residents had yet to make a move. Lost in thought, they eventually succumbed to slumber. The next day, notices were posted throughout Jiangling City. Recently, thieves have become rampant, causing widespread fear. Just yesterday, they infiltrated the residence of the governor, stealing treasures and abducting his concubine. To ensure the safety of our citizens, we implore everyone to unite in solidarity and contribute funds to raise a militia against the bandits. Brother Yan, have you seen the latest notice in the city? The prince waved his fan, shaking his head in a daze. Li Zhuofeng let out a cold snort, exclaiming how shameless this official was. Had his family ever lacked a single ounce of gold or silver yesterday? Yet today, he had the audacity to speak otherwise. Sima Yan, with his slender yet strong hand resting on the armrest, rhythmically tapped the wooden surface with his fingers. The news of last night's robbery, which resulted in the loss of the bride, was known throughout the city. How much gold and silver was lost was merely for him to declare. Li Zhuofeng furiously cursed. This shameless official. Today, I heard that Wang Ji sent someone to my home demanding money, claiming it was to pay off the bandits. Yan Bingqing lazily interjected. I have also heard that Wang Ji is going door to door to wealthy merchants, extorting their riches. How utterly shameless. Prince Fu abruptly closed his fan and slammed the table. Brother Yan, shall we just stand by idly while Wang Ji brazenly accumulates wealth? Sima Yan, recalling what Yihuan had mentioned to him the previous night, shook his head and replied, There is no rush. The time is not yet ripe. When will it be?
Prince Fu inquired, perplexed.
I increasingly find it difficult to comprehend your words, Brother Yan. Yan Bingqing lifted her eyelids to glance at Sima Yan and languidly remarked, It is quite normal for someone of your intellect to struggle to understand. Sima Yan tilted his head, a smile playing on his lips as he said, Well, once the storm passes, Brother Zhuofeng can enjoy tender moments with his beloved. A faint blush appeared on Li Zhuofeng's fair face. Brother Yan, each household has a fixed quota for soldiers. Overreaching could be deemed treason. Yan Bingqing, rarely lifting her head, asked Brother Yan, Have you heard any news? Li Zhuofeng then spoke. In this world, where banditry is rampant, how can the court possibly keep up? Sima Yan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Brother Zhuofeng was correct. In these tumultuous times, the insurrectionists and bandits roamed freely, and it was prudent to maintain a larger garrison. However, the thought of an impending attack sent a shiver of fear across Wang Zifu's plump face, for he had relatives who had fallen victim to the marauders. When the bandits stormed the city gates, none of his family of over 100 survived. Sima Yan gently nodded. Where do you intend to relocate? Do you believe the outside world offers more safety than within the city walls? In this chaotic era, is there truly a sanctuary to be found? Wang Zifu sighed. His earlier vigor completely dissipated. Sima Yan, who once regarded his studies as a burdensome chore, had never anticipated that one day he would find joy in learning. Listening to the fairy-like teacher impart knowledge had become the happiest moments of his life. Yihuan set down her book and said, You should go take a look. I shall grant you half a day off. The glimmer of uncontainable excitement danced in Sima Yan's eyes as he replied, Master, then I shall go. Off you go. Yihuan remarked, observing Sima Yan's jubilant departure. He was still so youthful, lacking the gravity one might expect. Where did he venture to play? Yihuan took the small snake in her hands, gently stroking its soft scales, and upon sensing no malevolent aura, realized that Xine had never harmed anyone. I have visited many places, Xine exclaimed excitedly. The world is truly delightful, filled with countless wonders I have never encountered before, along with an abundance of delicious treats. Yihuan chuckled, caressing its smooth body. If you wish to play, you may venture out again. However, Xine shook its head, declaring, I shall not go out again. I want to stay with Yun. Should she encounter danger, I will protect her. Yihuan could not help but smile, her lips curving at the thought of a yet-to-mature spirit beast claiming it would protect her. Is this the joy that other cultivators find in raising spirit pets? Chapter 38. The Human Emperor Teacher, 11. In these increasingly tumultuous times, with bandits rampant, families from the countryside are fleeing to the city, each carrying their loved ones. The streets of Jiangling are now teeming with people, resulting in a chaotic scene. The authorities, observing the growing influx of outsiders and the near saturation of the city's population, have issued a stern decree prohibiting any further entry into the city. Consequently, a multitude of refugees has gathered at the gates of Jiangling. Sir, I have also brought the Qishan Tianyi army. They will temporarily be stationed at the nearby Wuyin mountain. Very well. Ensure they are well managed. I understand. Currently, there are 8,000 troops outside the city, while my own forces number 2,000, giving us a total strength of 10,000. Excellent. Yihuan raised her gaze towards the snowflakes dancing outside the window, pondering that by this time next year, they would have taken Jiangling. Sima Xian's face was alight with anticipation. I will heed your guidance, sir. The father of Wang Zifu, a valiant cavalry officer in Jiangling, upon hearing his son's concerns, promptly dispatched a detachment of soldiers to safeguard their residence. The harsh winters are always challenging, and this year is no exception. A band of thieves has descended from the south, coordinating with the criminals within the city under the cover of a moonless, windy night to infiltrate Jinling. It appears that this group of robbers had long set their sights on the prosperous Jiangling. Before the city was sealed off, they masqueraded as farmers, blending into the population, biding their time for this very moment. The thieves have already discerned the wealthy households within Jinling and the location of the government granaries. The thieves headed straight for the affluent district in the western part of the city, indiscriminately slashing at anyone they encountered and seizing any money in their sight. The streets echoed with the rapid clattering of hooves as every household hastily secured their doors, fervently praying that the marauders would not invade their homes. The valiant Wang Liang received word of the chaos and immediately mustered his troops. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, in a state of restless anxiety within the royal residence, could hardly contain his apprehension, dispatching messengers to inquire about the situation thrice in quick succession. If Jiangling fell, where could he possibly flee? Brother, this is the Sima residence. I have learned that the wealthiest family in Jinling is indeed the Sima clan. A glint of greed flickered in the thieves' eyes. Brothers, let us advance. The Sima household had long been prepared. Their 2,000 guards were not to be underestimated. After much anxious effort, the thieves found themselves unable to breach even the gates. The leader's expression darkened. If they continued to delay, they would secure nothing at all today. Boss, Zhang Liang is bringing troops this way. Retreat. To the next target. Brothers, let us hasten our pace. Once we have amassed enough wealth, we shall withdraw. With Wang Liang pursuing closely behind, the thieves, having scarcely gathered any spoils, hastily retreated according to their prior plan through the southern city gate. However, they were unexpectedly intercepted by Zhang Liang's men, leading to a fierce battle that raged until dawn. The ground was littered with severed limbs and corpses, the pristine white snow stained a vivid red as the soldiers, somber and dejected, began to clear the battlefield. Among the fallen lay both the bandits and their comrades. Wang Ji rushed to the scene, surveying the aftermath. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of the robbers, he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Wang Liang, you have once again achieved a great victory. Wang Ji led Wang Liang to a secluded spot, distancing themselves from the remnants of the corpse. General Wang, you have achieved a remarkable feat by safeguarding Jiangling City. I shall petition the court to bestow upon you commendations and rewards. Wang Liang clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, Thank you, my lord. No need for such formality. This is what General Wang rightfully deserves. General Wang gazed mournfully at the scattered remains on the ground and turned to Wang Liang, saying, My lord, the thieves conspired with an insider to breach the gates of Jiangling City. It is imperative to conduct a thorough investigation, as there may be other accomplices within. Wang Ji nodded in agreement, replying, I comprehend your concerns fully. We shall ensure a meticulous inquiry is undertaken. Life for the common folk must continue, and within a few days, the city regained its former vibrancy. The wealth plundered by the thieves was returned to the people by the authorities. Consequently, Wang Liang's reputation soared, earning him the adoration of the populace. In the days that followed, his residence was inexplicably adorned with fresh fruits, flowers, and gifts. However, this serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a new proclamation. The notice declared that the recent incursion by thieves was facilitated by an internal traitor within the city. To expel such traitors, all individuals without registered residence in Jiangling City were mandated to depart within 3 days. This decree incited widespread discontent among the citizenry, as many had resided in Jiangling for years without formal registration, considering it their home. Some had come specifically to stay with relatives, living together in harmony. This edict was a brutal attempt to forcefully displace these individuals. Day by day, the aggrieved citizens congregated at Wang Zhi's doorstep, voicing their grievances and hurling rotten vegetables and foul eggs at his residence. Wang Zhi was seething with anger, trapped within the confines of his home. What was he to do? Those troublesome citizens had come to his doorstep. This position of authority felt utterly futile. The steward hastily interjected, "My lord, do not fret. The commotion is merely a consequence of that announcement." "What of that announcement?" Wang Zhi retorted. "Are the people of Jiangling to remain idle within the city? Shall we allow the marauders to invade Jiangling once more? Fools! I have acted solely for their benefit. My lord, please remain calm. I have a plan." The steward quickly offered a cup of warm tea. "Oh, what is your strategy?" Wang Zhi inquired, tilting his head with intrigue. "Did you not mention that General Wang suggested we unearth the traitors?" "Indeed," Wang Zhi confirmed. The steward raised an eyebrow and smiled. "My lord, why not?" Suddenly, a rumor began to circulate through the streets of Jiangling. The announcement was purportedly proposed by General Wang himself. The citizens were incensed, and the once bountiful offerings of flowers and gifts at Wang Zhi's door were replaced with rotten eggs and decaying vegetable scraps. The agitated populace gathered at Wang Zhi's residence before making their way to Wang Liang's home. "Zifu, is it true that the announcement was made by your father?" Li Zhuofeng inquired. Wang Zifu's face grew round with indignation. "That is nonsense. It is merely a rumor. How could my father possibly do such a thing?" Wang Zifu felt a heavy burden in his heart. Due to this rumor, he had been exceedingly cautious whenever he ventured outside. Wang Liang, a man of martial prowess with a fiery temperament, was furious upon hearing this news, his eyes blazing. Who dares to spread such slander about this general? He kicked a stone table in the garden in frustration, wishing he could charge out if not for the presence of the citizens outside. He felt disheartened. He had toiled tirelessly to protect the people, yet they held not an ounce of trust in him. Wang Liang, after calming down from his anger, he contemplated the origins of the rumors. On that day, when he had offered his advice to Lord Wang, only the two of them were present. Yet, now the citizens were gathered at the entrance of Wang Zhi's residence, following the announcement. A sardonic smile crossed his lips as he pondered the identity of the puppet master behind this scheme. It was all too clear to him. General Wang appeared to age a decade in an instant, as the current tumultuous times rendered the nation vulnerable, while these officials remained preoccupied with their intrigues. What purpose did it serve for him to continue as a valiant cavalry commander? Chapter 39. The Master of Humanity. 12. Yet now, the entire populace believed it was your father who was responsible. Prince Fu, filled with indignation, asserted that it was all mere rumor, undoubtedly propagated by that rogue official Wang Zhi. Sima Yan and the others were inclined to trust Prince Fu's words. However, the common folk on the streets remained unconvinced. Li Zhuofeng sighed, acknowledging that these truly were tumultuous times. Yan Bingqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the fleeting nature of public memory, as they would soon be swept away by the currents of daily life. How could they possibly remember? It was merely a matter of time. The group took turns offering their counsel, but it was evident that venturing outside the city for hunting was no longer feasible. They could only enjoy a leisurely visit to the Yan family's villa within the city before dispersing. Yihuan, having listened, countered, "If General Wang's situation were to occur in your Sima family, how would you respond?" Sima Yan lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then replied, "First, I would apprehend the individuals spreading the rumors and inquire who instigated them. Next, I would publicly refute the rumors at the entrance. Lastly, I would gather everyone to pressure Wang Ji at the governor's office, demanding the retraction of this absurd announcement. Yihuan nodded gently and said, "Then use your own methods to assist General Wang."
Me?
Sima Yan pointed at himself, his voice filled with bewilderment. "Indeed," Yihuan replied, pressing down on Sima Yan's hand with the handle of her brush, watching him nod lightly in response. Over the past 6 months, Sima Yan had matured considerably since their first meeting. Now, when facing Yihuan, he appeared far more composed, at least outwardly. Yet, the tumult within his chest only intensified, his heart thundering relentlessly. "Master, could you come to see me?" This marked the first time in his life that he endeavored to undertake a serious task, yearning to accomplish it under Yihuan's gaze. Yihuan regarded him steadily, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Sima Yan to believe she might refuse. "Very well, I shall conceal myself among the crowd," she finally agreed.
All right.
The anxious expression on Sima Yan's face was instantly replaced by a radiant smile. "Master, I promise to execute this flawlessly. I shall not disappoint you." For a fleeting moment, Yihuan felt a softness in her heart, developing a fondness for the passionate and diligent youth before her. Yet, such thoughts were but ephemeral. Sima Yan was resolute in his actions, yet instead of directly implementing his plan at the Wang residence, he instructed his subordinates to seek out articulate and reputable individuals from the marketplace. Zhua managed to gather 18 such individuals, instructing them to wait in a side room while he reported back. "Young master, I have brought the people you requested." "Good. Please bring them in for me to assess." Zhua entered with the 18 individuals, all of whom came from humble backgrounds in the city. They were well regarded among their neighbors and possessed a keen wit and eloquence. "We have come to meet the young master." Sima Yan held no disdain for them. He gestured for the attendants to take their seats. Once everyone was settled, he inquired, "What occupations do you all pursue?" One woman replied, "I reside near the small West Gate on East Street. My husband ventures out daily to sell trinkets for a living, while I earn a modest sum by laundering for the affluent." As the conversation proceeded, it became apparent that the 18 individuals engaged in a variety of trades, each possessing a notable sharpness of wit and eloquence. He continued, "Recently, there have been rumors circulating in the city, suggesting that the proclamation originated from General Wang. What are your thoughts on this?" The group was well acquainted with the gossip, yet they were puzzled as to why the nobleman suddenly broached the topic. Among them, one particularly astute woman discerned that Sima Yan referred to it as a rumor, implying that he deemed the information to be unfounded. She recalled that the young master of the Sima household had always maintained a close friendship with General Wang's son, Wang Zifu. "Young master," she boldly asserted, "I believe this news is utterly nonsensical. How much has General Wang endeavored to protect the citizens of our city? Just the other day, during the bandit incursion, it was General Wang who valiantly fought to defend us. This rumor is nothing but the slander of petty individuals. It would not be surprising if the ones spreading this gossip were a bandit themselves." This middle-aged woman, though robust in stature, exuded a vibrant spirit, displaying no fear whatsoever. Sima Yan could not help but regard her with newfound respect. She was indeed a remarkable individual. Had she not been born into poverty and been a woman, her achievements would likely be far greater today. He recalled that this formidable woman now owned a small breakfast establishment. "Well said," Sima Yan exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. "Zhu, reward her with 5 taels of silver." Others were exceedingly pleased to see Sima Yan, recognizing the wisdom in his words and eagerly expressing their agreement. Sima Yan instructed Zhu to reward everyone with a silver ingot. Upon receiving the silver, the crowd beamed with joy, showering him with auspicious phrases as though they cost nothing. After a couple of chuckles, Sima Yan cleared his throat and addressed the assembly in a booming voice. "All right, everyone. I actually have a matter that requires your assistance today." What is it that you need from us, young master? They inquired. Indeed. Please share your request. We shall certainly do our utmost. The assembly understood that this was a splendid opportunity to align themselves with the Sima family, whose influence had dominated Jiangling for centuries, establishing them as the wealthiest in the city and even in all of Suzhou. The common folk were well aware of the Sima family, often oblivious to the governor. I am grateful for your willingness to generously assist. Should this matter come to fruition, I shall reward you handsomely. The issue at hand was well known. It pertained to the recent uproar caused by the notorious proclamation. This proclamation was, in fact, proposed by Governor Wang Ji of Suzhou. I knew it! That scoundrel Wang Ji has always oppressed the people and abducted maidens. What good could possibly come from him? Sima Yan's words ignited a fervor among the crowd, many of whom were directly affected by the proclamation and harbored deep resentment. Please, do not be agitated. In 2 days, I will clarify the rumors at General Wang's residence. And then I shall lead you all to the governor's office to petition for the revocation of the proclamation. All you need to do is help me guide the crowd. Are you willing? We are willing. You need not offer us any payment. Even without it, we are more than eager to help. Can we revoke this damned announcement? Half of these 18 individuals stand to profit, he lamented. Do not worry, young master. We assure you that we will fulfill our mission. As they departed, Sima Yan summoned the steward, instructing him to dispatch some astute individuals to monitor them, ensuring they did not seek out the governor to divulge information. Chapter 40. The Master of the Mortal Realm, 13. That night, Sima Yan found himself restless, for the day after tomorrow marked a significant occasion for him, and his master would be watching from the audience. He felt compelled to present his most impressive self. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself standing at the entrance of General Wang's residence, commanding the scene, while his master gazed up at him with admiration. Master, how did I perform just now? He imagined asking. Yenner, you were exceptional. His master would reply, his expression softer than ever, his eyes sparkling with affection, his lips alluringly curved. Master, I. He blushed, leaning closer, almost bridging the distance. Young master, Zhuozhu whispered from beside the bed. In an instant, the enchanting figure of his master dissipated, and he opened his eyes to the intricate wooden canopy above. Sima Yan sighed. You may leave now.
Yes.
After Zhuozhu exited, Sima Yan lifted the covers to glance down, a dubious flush adorning his cheeks, extending to the tips of his ears. Swiftly, he removed his trousers, donning a fresh pair while wrapping the old ones to discreetly dispose of them. Once he had tidied everything, he exited with Zhuozhu, making a beeline for the residence of Prince Fu. Before he even reached the entrance, he could see a throng of people gathered outside, agitated and incensed, with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves piled at the door. The Wang family gate was firmly shut. Sima Yan felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for Prince Fu. Let us proceed to the back entrance, he suggested. Fortunately, there was no one at the back door of the Wang residence. Zhuozhu approached and knocked 3 times on the door latch with his hand. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man in gray who peered out cautiously. Upon recognizing Sima Yan, he promptly donned a smile. Master Sima, you have come to see my young master? Indeed, Sima Yan replied. The doorman welcomed him with a grin, as Sima Yan frequently visited the Wang family and was familiar with the path. Nonetheless, a servant guided him toward the courtyard where Wang Zifeng resided. As Sima Yan approached halfway, Wang Zifeng came out to greet him. Yan Ge, what brings you here today? Actually, I have come to speak with your father. Yan Ge, what do you wish to consult my father about? Wang Zifeng was puzzled, as he thought there was little connection between Sima Yan and his father. I noticed the commotion outside your door, and devised a plan that could assist you. I would like to discuss it with your father.
Yan Ye.
You truly have a solution? Wang Zifeng halted, grasping Sima Yan's hand with excitement. The daily uproar at his doorstep was quite bothersome, Regrettably, his father had strictly forbidden him from intervening, or else he would have confronted them directly. I do have a method, Sima Yan asserted confidently, clasping Wang Zifeng's chubby hand in return. Zifeng, trust me. Yan Ge, I certainly trust you. Wang Zifeng urged Sima Yan to sit down and inquired, please, share your plan with me so that I may persuade my father. Very well. Sima Yan briefly outlined his thoughts to Wang Zifeng, who responded with exclamations of brilliant plan, brilliant plan. Brother Yan, please wait for a moment while I fetch my father. Very well. The discussions unfolded even more smoothly than Sima Yan had anticipated. General Wang posed only a few inquiries before wholeheartedly supporting his plans. In truth, General Wang held Sima Yan in high regard. As a martial general, he had a penchant for young men skilled in martial arts, and Sima Yan was among the finest. Though somewhat extravagant, his heart was not wicked. After all, what young person is devoid of mischief? Had it not been for his admiration for Sima Yan, he would not have permitted his only son to associate so closely with him. The following morning, Sima Yan donned a vivid red outfit, his raven hair elegantly tied high, and mounted a magnificent steed as white as snow. He truly embodied the vigor of a spirited youth. The young ladies on the street blushed at the sight, reminiscent of a gallant rider leaning against a slanted bridge, with the crimson sleeves fluttering from the upper floors. A full 100 guardsmen trailed behind him to maintain order. Such a grand procession, with the dashing young lord clad in red, could easily be mistaken for a wedding procession with the accompaniment of drums and gongs. The guard stepped forward to clear a path for Sima Yan, who galloped past and gracefully dismounted at the entrance of the Wang residence. Yihuan, concealed within the crowd, nodded slightly, an improvement indeed, far more composed than before. However, her joy was premature. As Sima Yan stood before the gates of the Wang residence, which had been firmly shut for days, they suddenly swung open. General Wang, clad in military garb with a sword dangling at his side, emanated an aura forged in the crucible of battle, instilling a sense of trepidation in any who dared to defy him. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. The rumors circulating throughout the city regarding General Wang are utterly unfounded. The proclamation attributed to him is nothing but a fabrication. General Wang, a seasoned warrior who cherishes his soldiers like his own children, how could he possibly commit such an act? The populace buzzes with speculation, questioning whether they have wronged General Wang. Yet, the matter appears clear. It was General Wang who claimed there were traitors within the city, prompting the expulsion of anyone not registered as a resident of Jiang Wang. At this juncture, the informant procured by Sima Yan becomes invaluable. However, the young master of the Sima family raises a valid point. Let us listen to their arguments. Indeed, General Wang does not seem the type to engage in such misconduct. Was it not previously suggested that this matter was orchestrated by the governor? After all, the announcement was issued under the governor's own signature. Let us refrain from further discord and hear what the young master of the Sima family and General Wang have to say. Yihuan discreetly nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of youth. General Wang clasped his fists in salute, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. I, Wang Liang, hereby swear that I have never committed such an act. Should I indeed be guilty of this, may the heavens forsake me, and may I be severed from the world. Each word from General Wang was imbued with righteousness, and a significant portion of the crowd began to believe in his integrity. Nevertheless, their resolve remained unyielding. The identity of the perpetrator mattered little to them. What was vital was the annulment of this decree. How can we trust your words? You affluent families often conspire among yourselves. We remain skeptical of your claims. Sima Yan's gaze swept over the crowd, suddenly locking onto Yihuan's eyes, causing his heart to race with fervor. He was determined to present his most charming self to Yihuan. He casually flicked the stray hair at his temples and cast a glance, imbued with his most charmingly arrogant gaze, at the individual who had just spoken. Am I to abandon a day of hunting and revelry merely to deceive you? Your audacity is truly remarkable. After uttering these words, he discreetly glanced at Yihuan before swiftly averting his gaze, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Did his master just perceive him as extraordinarily handsome? Chapter 41. The Human Emperor's Mentor. 14. The individual among the crowd who had been silenced by Sima Yan was about to retort when Sima Yan preemptively interjected. I am aware that your foremost concern is not the origin of this announcement, but rather the desire to rescind this ludicrous decree. I recognize that many of you have devoted the majority of your lives to Jiangling City, striving and struggling, and though you may not possess local residency, you are undoubtedly Jiangling natives. Some of you have come seeking refuge with relatives. In these tumultuous times, expelling you would be tantamount to condemning you to death. While it is essential to apprehend the internal traitors, this indiscriminate approach is utterly impractical. Indeed, young master, we have spent the better part of our lives in Jiangling, and our homes are here. How can we survive if we are driven away? I have lived my entire life in Jiangling. How could I possibly be an accomplice to the bandits? Yes, my poor son fell victim to the heinous actions of those vile bandits. I wish nothing more than to see them eradicated. How could I be a collaborator with such criminals? The common folk clamored together, voicing their hardships and grievances like a pot boiling over, rendering the situation nearly unmanageable. I understand the difficulties you face.
Today,
On behalf of the Sima family and General Wang, I implore the governor to annul this proclamation. Is what you say true, young master? I never deceive. The common folk wavered in their beliefs. Some were inclined to trust Sima Yan, while others suspected collusion among individuals seeking to dupe the ordinary citizens. Although Sima, the young master, was known for his playful and mischievous nature, he had never misled anyone, and I believe we can place our trust in him. I suggest we follow and observe. I think that's a good idea. Let's see what unfolds. Yes, let us first observe. The crowd engaged in animated discussions, ultimately deciding to watch and wait. After Sima Yan finished speaking, he mounted his steed, and the soldiers under General Wang brought forth his horse as well. Let us head to the Yamen and seek out Governor Wang. Sima Yan and General Wang rode ahead, followed by a formidable procession of guards and soldiers, trailed by a throng of commoners. The spectacle was indeed imposing. What did you say? Wang Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Master. The servant stepped back, visibly shaken. The young master of the Sima family, alongside General Wang and a multitude of commoners, has arrived. They wish to request the revocation of your edict. Wang Zhi scoffed derisively, angrily sweeping the items off his desk, jade ornaments and teacups shattered upon the floor. This is no request. They are clearly coercing me. The steward hurried forward, saying, Master, we cannot afford to offend the Sima family. Wang Zhi seethed. I am fully aware of that. Damn it. Since when has that young scoundrel from the Sima family taken it upon himself to meddle in affairs? I am a dignified governor. How could I possibly endure the insolence of this young upstart? Wang Zhi slammed the table fiercely, his eyes ablaze with indignation. So be it. I shall confront him to the bitter end. My lord, the Sima family has come alongside General Wang. The steward interjected at an opportune moment, extinguishing the flames of Wang Zhi's fury in an instant. General Wang. He commands the troops of Jiangling, and for the first time, Wang Zhi felt he had made a grave misstep. Perhaps it was unwise to direct the rumors towards General Wang. He had assumed that, given General Wang's character, he would either engage in a quarrel with the common folk or remain indifferent. Never could he have anticipated such a turn of events. Gradually regaining his composure, Wang Zhi remarked, I know. He cast a nonchalant sidelong glance at the steward, recalling that it was he who had devised this clever scheme. The steward, maintaining a stoic expression, quickly knelt and said, My lord, it is merely my foolishness that has brought harm upon you. I shall accept the punishment of 20 lashes. Very well. Steward Mo, what has transpired? Why must you accept 20 lashes? The attending servants, upon hearing Steward Mo's declaration of punishment, could hardly believe their ears.
To them,
Steward Mo had served diligently by the Lord's side for many years and had adeptly resolved numerous troubles. They could not fathom what transgression could have provoked such wrath from their master. Steward Mo lifted his robe and lay upon the punishment bench, stating calmly, "It is simply a matter of having failed in my duties to my master." The executioner's heart sank. The lives of servants truly seemed expendable, for even a capable steward at the master's side could be struck without hesitation. 20 lashes. Such a punishment could very well take half a life away. Minister Wang had long dispatched individuals to incessantly investigate Sima Yan's movements. As they drew ever closer to the official residence, his anxiety intensified, prompting him to pace back and forth in the main hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Should he venture outside? Yet, he feared that remaining indoors would lead to a loss of face, particularly if the young scion of the Sima family chose to disregard him, thereby shaming him in front of the townsfolk. That lad was not one to extend courtesy easily. After much contemplation, he resolved to step out and greet them. It dawned on him just how stifling his position as governor had become. Perhaps it would be best to retire once he had amassed sufficient wealth in Jiang Wang. The current state of affairs made governance a daunting endeavor. He had already heard tales of numerous officials in the north who had met their demise at the hands of rebellious brigands, their heads displayed as warnings. Sima Yan, astride his white steed, caught sight of the official sign from afar and turned his head, breaking into a radiant smile. "General Wang, we have arrived." Wang Liang, gazing at the looming official residence, felt a flicker of resentment cross his eyes and replied, "Young Master Yan, I owe you my gratitude for this matter. There's no need for such formality. I could not bear to see the hero safeguarding Jiangling being vilified. Without your presence, Jiangling would not enjoy such tranquility." Wang Liang chuckled self-deprecatingly. What heroism is there? It is merely a matter of holding office and managing affairs. Had it not been I, Wang Liang, in this position, it would have been Li Liang or Zhang Liang. Perceiving Wang Liang's despondent demeanor, Sima Yan sought to uplift his spirits. "General Wang, do not belittle yourself so. There are many valiant cavalrymen in this world, yet how many cities can claim the safety we enjoy in Jiangling? All of this is a testament to your prowess." After exchanging a few casual remarks, they arrived at the entrance of the official residence, where Wang Ji emerged, donning an expression of bewilderment. "Young Master Sima, General Wang and—" Wang Ji looked confusedly at the multitude of common folk trailing behind them. "Why have you all come here?" he queried. "Do you truly not know? We seek you for a purpose." Wang Ji's bewilderment gave way to fury, which soon transformed into deep sorrow, his countenance reflecting profound distress as tears welled in his eyes. "Is this truly the case? It is entirely my fault for hastily issuing commands without thorough investigation." He wiped away his tears and continued, "I had not considered the ramifications and was solely focused on eliminating the internal traitors, unaware that my actions would cause such considerable turmoil for everyone. I shall rescind the edict forthwith." Wang Ji's dramatic display left Sima Yan utterly astonished. He had anticipated that this situation would incite the populace's dissatisfaction towards Wang Ji. Chapter 42. The Mortal Mentor, 15, Master. In the presence of Yihuan, the once spirited young Master Sima transformed into a meek puppy. He bit his lip, acutely aware that this venture had not been executed with the excellence he had hoped for. He had not anticipated that the corrupt official Wang Ji, despite his shortcomings, possessed an unparalleled talent for altering his demeanor. Yihuan observed him silently before retorting, "What will you do next?" Sima Yan regained his composure.
Master,
The current political landscape is tumultuous, with rebellions erupting across the land. We must swiftly capture Jiangling City and use it as a stronghold to conquer the entirety of Jiangnan, advancing westward to seize the imperial capital and establish a dynasty, while simultaneously reclaiming lost territories in the north. Yihuan nodded. Setting aside distant ambitions for the moment, the opportunity to seize Jiangling City will arise next winter. Prior to that, you must cultivate alliances with those you can and make thorough preparations. Master, I believe General Wang could join us. Wang Liang possesses considerable talent as a commander. Upon hearing his master's affirmation, Sima Yan immediately expressed his excitement, declaring that he would bring Wang Liang into the fold. Have you encountered the troops of Wuyin Mountain? Master, I have indeed visited. As Sima Yan spoke of Wuyin Mountain, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He had formed excellent rapport with them, and they now held great respect for him. Sima Yan's charisma is undeniably compelling. He possesses remarkable martial skills and often engages in sparring with the younger soldiers in the camp, currently remaining unmatched within the military ranks. Excellent. After Yihuan concluded her thoughts, she opened her book to elucidate further. In terms of both martial prowess and civil governance, Sima Yan has fully developed his combat abilities. Yet his scholarly accomplishments still lag behind significantly. Time passes swiftly, and before long, another year has drawn to a close. In Jiangling City, everywhere is adorned with vibrant decorations, red lanterns, and crimson silks. As one strolls through the alleys, the sounds of firecrackers and children's laughter resonate. With every door and window basking in the sunlight, new peachwood charms replace the old. All of this feels particularly novel to her. Yenner, for tonight's New Year's Eve dinner, let's invite your master to join us. Sima Xian commanded the servants to replace the door paintings. While recalling something, he turned to Sima Yan and said, Indeed, Yenner, your father speaks wisely. During such festive times, we should invite your master to prevent her from spending the evening in solitude. Certainly, I shall go fetch her. Upon hearing that he could once again visit his master, Sima Yan joyfully set aside the door painting and dashed off. Wait a moment. Sima Xian called out to Sima Yan, pausing for a moment before inquiring, Father, our teacher is not of the mundane world. Would seeking her presence inadvertently disturb her tranquil pursuits? The old gentleman now radiates vitality, no longer resembling the sickly figure he once was. What a peculiar statement. This evening marks the Lunar New Year's Eve, a night of familial reunion. Our esteemed guest has traveled great distances to assist the Sima family. How could we possibly neglect to address him properly? That would show a complete lack of decorum. Indeed. Father, Sima Yan concurred with his grandfather's words, expressing that the master is quite amiable and not fearsome in the least. The two exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Perhaps only this naive child perceives Yihuan as benevolent. The other two felt an unspoken pressure upon seeing her serene countenance, hesitant to act rashly and risk offending a celestial being.
Then,
Yenner, you may proceed. Very well. Yihuan appeared poised upon the soft couch, yet her spirit had long departed to the bustling streets of Jiangling City. A small serpent, adorned with a pair of budding horns, coiled around her wrist, its curious eyes mirroring the innocent wonder of a young girl as it surveyed its surroundings. Laughter graced every face. Children donned exquisite new garments, clutching sweet and tangy candied hawthorn skewers. Indeed, it was worthwhile to venture out. Xingyi had implored Yun for quite some time before she finally acquiesced to accompany it on a stroll. Being relatively young among its peers, Xingyi's intellect had only recently begun to awaken, resembling that of a human child, overflowing with curiosity and a keen appreciation for gastronomic delights. Yun, I too wish to taste. Xingyi gazed hungrily at the sugary skewer held by a plump little girl, saliva nearly escaping her lips. I shall purchase it for you. Yihuan affectionately stroked the small serpent before discreetly revealing herself in a secluded spot. As she had not taken more than a few steps, she encountered a vendor selling candied hawthorns. She softly inquired of Cinny, which one would you like to have? Cinny gazed at the vibrant red hawthorns, the green grapes, the luscious red strawberries, and the orange segments, each piece of fresh, exquisite fruit enveloped in a layer of syrup. igniting her appetite. She licked her lips and said, "Yun Yun, I would like 1 skewer of each." "Very well, as you wish." She called to the vendor. "Please give me 1 skewer of each and pack them up. Thank you."
Certainly.
The vendor, upon hearing her request, swiftly removed various candied fruits, rolling them on a sheet of transparent rice paper, draping the candied fruits in a crystalline coating. The candied treats were then carefully placed into a brown paper bag, bulging with the weight of 7 or 8 skewers. "Here you go, miss, all set." Yihuan received the bag and asked, "How much do I owe you?" 17 copper coins.
All right.
Yihuan produced a string of coins along with 7 individual coins and handed them to the vendor. "Thank you, enjoy, and do come again." "Of course," Yihuan replied with a nod. Yun, I want to eat." "All right, just a moment." Yihuan moved to a secluded spot, sitting discreetly beneath the eaves, holding the candied hawthorns for Cinny. She lifted the skewers and Cinny, slightly leaning forward, took a bite of each candied fruit. Yun, this is so delicious, sweet and sour." Yun, you must try one too." Yihuan looked down at the sparkling candied hawthorn in her hand, the sweet aroma wafting to her nose, and shook her head, saying, "I shall not eat. You enjoy it." The system could no longer bear the sight and spoke up at the appropriate moment. "Host, it is merely a candied hawthorn. Consuming it will not hinder your cultivation. A 1,000-mile dike may collapse due to an anthole." The system shook its head helplessly, thinking how the host was splendid in every aspect, yet utterly devoid of interest, fixated solely on cultivation. It could not fathom what that foolish boy Sima Yan found appealing in the host. Alas, she might as well peruse her novels. The tales of the mortal realm were far more captivating than those of the cultivation world. Tales of forbidden love between monks and princesses, the lingering sorrow of scholars and maidens, and the thrilling romances between wandering heroes and widows were simply irresistible. As Xingyi indulged in her treat, Yihuan suddenly interjected, "Xingyi, you ought to eat faster." Without further inquiry, Xingyi enlarged her form slightly and swallowed the remaining candied hawthorn in one bite. Chapter 43. The Mortal Realm's Master. 16. Master. "May I come in?"
Come in.
Sima Yan joyfully pushed the door open. "Master, tonight is New Year's Eve. Please celebrate with us." Yihuan was met with Sima Yan's eager gaze. "What are we doing?"
What?
Sima Yan quickly realized, "Master, does this mean you agree?"
Master.
"It will be incredibly lively." Sima Yan earnestly advocated for the gathering, fearing that Yihuan might decline. "I shall not go." "Master, please." Sima Yan, understanding that Yihuan would not feel any sense of loneliness or solitude, gazed at her with an expression of dismay and said, "Master, if you do not come, I will feel exceedingly lonely." Yihuan decisively countered Sima Yan, "How did you spend your time before I arrived?" After Sima Yan departed, Yihuan raised her head and remarked, "Yun, that young man seems rather upset. Do not concern yourself with him," she thought as she retrieved the white pearl given to her by the Shenlong from her Qian Kuan bag. Cinny gazed curiously at the white pearl in Yunyun's hand and inquired, "Yunyun, what is this?" "It is the white pearl bestowed upon me by the Shenlong." "Bestowed by the Shenlong?" Cinny, having fallen into a deep slumber within the illusion, had only just awakened to be granted the dragon's blood by the Shenlong, subsequently losing consciousness again. Hence, her memories of the Shenlong were scant. She could only recall that the Shenlong had given her dragon's blood, a true dragon essence. Yun, I wonder when I will have the chance to express my gratitude to the Shenlong properly. Cinny shook her head, entirely unaware of the impending danger. Yunyun gently stroked Cinny's head and whispered, "I can only hope you never encounter him again." Ever since her last encounter with Feng Shi, who was preying on others' life essence, Yunyun had begun to grasp the Shenlong's true intentions. The items within the secret chamber were evidently sufficient for the Shenlong's healing. Yet, he still dispatched the white fox to collect essence, perhaps intending to resurrect someone through Sini's body. Even for the mysterious, ancient, and powerful Shenlong clan, resurrecting another is no simple task, inevitably requiring a sacrifice. It remained uncertain whether Luoyue Palace had obtained any evidence after capturing Fengxi, but upon reflection, given Fengxi's profound devotion to the Shenlong, she would likely choose death over betraying him. Why did Yunyan express a desire for her never to meet the Shenlong? Could it be that the Shenlong is, in fact, a villain? If that were the case, she must ensure Yunyan's safety at all costs. The system suddenly spoke. Host, are you troubled by the matter of the Shindong? Indeed, she replied. Unfortunately, my current abilities are insufficient to confront the Shindong head-on. I must proceed with caution. Host, why not confide in the sect? The system suggested. The Shindong holds a noble status, unparalleled among the creatures of the demon realm. Without definitive evidence, it would be challenging to persuade others. Most critically, such an action could jeopardize the fragile peace, potentially igniting a conflict between cultivators and demons. The system shook its head. Perhaps you should consider placing your trust in the sect. Yihuan remained silent. Her past experiences had taught her to resolve matters independently, having lost her parents to ascension to the Tao at an early age. Left without protection, she had grown into her own formidable tree, now shielding others from the storms of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Sima residence buzzed with activity. The East Garden had prepared a stage for a performance, inviting the city's renowned troops. Members of the Sima family occupied a second-floor room, watching through the windows that faced the stage below, enjoying an unobstructed view while basking in the warmth provided by precious silver charcoal. Exquisite and delectable dishes were served in abundance. The elderly patriarch adored the theater, accompanied by several elders of the clan, while the younger generation gathered around to toast and share jovial conversations after paying their respects to the patriarch. As the head of the Sima family, Sima Xian found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities, unlike previous occasions when Sima Yan had already taken the young fellows out for revelry. This night, however, he remained unusually quiet. Yenga, what troubles you? Are you unhappy during this festive season? Inquired his cousin, a devoted admirer of Sima Yan. Sima Yan shook his head, insisting that he was not unhappy. Observing Sima Yan's impassive visage, his cousin secretly mused, is this what one calls no unhappiness? If so, it seems there are no truly happy souls in this world. As Sima Yan surveyed the lively scene around him, filled with warm wine and delightful dishes, he felt an increasing sense of solitude. His thoughts were consumed by the image of his master alone in her chamber. Perhaps she had foreseen the current circumstances, which is why she chose not to attend. If she were present, she might feel out of place, disrupting the atmosphere. He believed he had discerned his master's sentiments and grew more concerned for her well-being. He wondered if, in her world, she too experienced such merriment as today, sharing drinks and revelry with her close friends. Hey, where are you going, Inga? A young peer from the clan spotted Sima Yan darting outside. Assuming he was off to have fun, and without a second thought, trailed behind him. Yen Go, you are rather inconsiderate these days, going out to play without us. I have no idea where Yen Go is headed. Come on, my father just inquired about you. What did he ask? Naturally. He praised you for your recent accomplishments. Ah? Come, let's continue drinking. My cousin recently took a new bride and dares not indulge in wine. Inside, the atmosphere was filled with lively chatter and joy. Chapter 44. The Mortal Teacher, 17. A heavy snowfall arrived just in time, drifting down and blanketing the world in white. A youth clad in a pristine red garment raced through the snow, navigating several turns until he reached the courtyard he had longed for. The estate was adorned with lanterns and decorations, radiating light, yet this particular area remained shrouded in silence. He stood at the doorway, the faint light from the corridor casting a soft glow upon him, flickering between illumination and shadow, elongating his silhouette as snowflakes drifted gently onto his form. A layer of snow had settled upon him, yet he lingered at the entrance, hesitating, reflecting on how earlier that morning he had stormed out in anger, only to return in a state of longing by afternoon. Such a tumultuous display surely tarnished his masculinity. Lowering his gaze, a conflicted expression crossed his face. After what felt like an eternity, he finally resolved to take a few steps forward, raising his hand to knock on the door. However, before his icy, pale hand could make contact with the wooden surface, the door swung open of its own accord. "Why have you hesitated before my door for so long?" Sima Yan looked up to meet Yihuan's strikingly beautiful yet aloof gaze, and he felt a stirring in his heart, a blush gracing his cheeks. Master Yihuan regarded him steadily, awaiting his next utterance. "Master, the festivities tonight are quite lively. I have come to keep you company." "To keep me company?" Noticing the snow that had accumulated on Sima Yan, Yihuan stepped aside, inviting him in. "Please step inside." "Very well." A surge of delight filled Sima Yan's heart. His master had not turned him away. With a flick of her fingers, the courtyard was instantly aglow, illuminated as brightly as day. Sima Yan had witnessed this enchanting display from his master numerous times, yet each occasion left him utterly captivated by its sheer beauty. Yihuan presented him with a cup of hot ginger tea, placing it upon the table. "Drink some warm tea to fend off the chill." "Master, it's quite all right. I am robust and need not drink." Just as Sima Yan spoke, a sudden, forceful sneeze escaped him, causing his beaming smile to falter into an awkward expression. "Here, drink some ginger tea." He stiffly accepted the teacup, offered a faint smile, and bowed his head to drink it all in one go. "Why have you come to find me? Is it not a day for family reunions?" Sima Yan gently remarked. "I spend every year with everyone. Their merriment in the front hall is not diminished by my absence." However, the bashful youth continued, seemingly exhausting all his strength in uttering these few words. Gripping the cup tightly, his face a portrait of anxiety and uncertainty. Was it out of concern for her solitude that he had come to keep her company? Yihuan chuckled softly, like a gentle breeze heralding the thawing of ice, yet this fleeting smile vanished in an instant, leaving the youth, who remained with his head bowed, unaware of its presence. Sima Yan, her voice was delicate and soothing, imbued with an indescribable tenderness. Sima Yan lifted his gaze, captivated by Yihuan. "Have you ever experienced such a grand celebration, where the streets are empty?" Sima Yan shook his head. The distance between here and Jiang City was vast, and he had never been there. "Then allow me to show you." Before he could fully grasp Yihuan's intention, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst the bustling and crowded streets, where the townsfolk gathered in jubilant celebration. "Master, what is this?" Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a couple at the forefront, donning the masks of an elderly lady and gentleman, leading the dance. Surrounded by countless joyful children in masks, followed by the townsfolk playing music and singing, a long procession joyfully dancing through the city. "Master, is this Jiang City?" The surrounding clamor was incessant. His utterances were barely audible even to himself. Yet, he distinctly heard Yihuan's voice resonating in his ear, affirming that indeed, this was Jiang. He lifted his gaze, realizing that his master was ahead. Suddenly, the throng of people surged forward, threatening to separate him from Yihuan. In a moment of desperation, he grasped the sleeve of her garment to prevent them from becoming lost amidst the bustling crowd. The vibrant atmosphere and lively music could not overshadow the relentless pounding of his heart. Although he merely clutched his master's sleeve, it felt as though he held her hand. They meandered through the animated throngs encircling Jiang, encountering a vendor selling masks. They purchased 2 animal masks. His master's was that of a white crane, while his own was an odd fish. He donned the mask to blend with the local populace, whereas Yihuan merely held her mask, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she observed Sima Yan in his antics. "Master, Won't you wear it? Sima Yan implored softly. He felt he ought not to wear the odd fish mask. A small cat mask hanging at the stall was far more fitting for him. Master, please put it on.
See everyone else's masks.
Yihuan glanced around and ultimately adorned her face with the white crane mask. Even with the mask, she remained the most exquisite maiden in the crowd, standing out like a crane among chickens. As Yihuan and Sima Yan followed the throng to the square, they had scarcely arrived when a sudden whoosh arose from the east, followed by the resounding explosion of fireworks. The sound of crackling fireworks filled the air as resplendent blossoms of light ascended into the night sky. The fireworks resembled vibrant red chrysanthemums, swiftly descending like the fleeting sparks of a meteor shower, a sight many yearned to witness. Yihuan gazed up at the display, while Sima Yan quietly observed her. Is it time to depart? Sima Yan looked longingly at the bustling marketplace, reluctant to leave. Must this beautiful dream come to an end so soon? He removed the grotesque fish mask from his face, his fingers gently caressing it. Were it not for the mask, he might have truly believed this was merely a dream. Yihuan placed her mask upon the table, remarking that with the festivities of the new year, he need not come to study here, suggesting he return after the 5th day. Very well, Sima Yan replied, rising to take his leave. Just before departing, he noticed the white crane mask on the table and hesitated, asking, Master, may I take the white crane mask? Yihuan picked it up, examined it, and handed it to him, inquiring if he liked it. Indeed, he answered softly, clutching both masks as he bid farewell. As he walked along the path dusted with light snow, the vibrant sounds of Jingwencheng echoed in his ears. The music, the voices, the crackle of fireworks. Most prominent among them was the question, have you ever attended such a grand feast where the streets are deserted? Then let me show you, he thought. Chapter 45, The Mortal Emperor's Mentor, 18. After the new year, Yihuan's guidance became increasingly stringent for Sima Yan. To catch up on over a decade's worth of learning in merely 1 or 2 years was no simple endeavor. The volumes of paper written by Sima Yan could form a mountain, and he has replaced his brush over a dozen times. Each day, he rises at the crack of dawn to practice martial arts for an hour, followed by a quarter hour for breakfast. He then hastens to his master's courtyard to study, first reviewing the previous day's lessons before delving into new material. At midday, he takes a brief quarter hour for lunch, then enjoys a 1-hour respite. In the late afternoon, he returns to Yihuan's courtyard to continue his studies, reinforcing the knowledge acquired in the morning until the hour of Yu arrives, marking the end of his day. Zhuozhu stands by each evening, grinding ink for Sima Yan. Having grown up together, they share a bond akin to that of brothers, despite their master-servant relationship. Young master, you work far too hard every day, Zhuozhu cannot help but voice his concern. You rise early and do not rest at night. You never used to enjoy writing, yet now you toil over it daily, burning the midnight oil. At this rate, your eyes will suffer. Sima Yan finishes a page and looks up, his expression imbued with an unspoken gravity. Zhuozhu, do not speak thus. Studying and writing are beneficial for me. Indeed, Zhuozhu replies after a moment of silence, apologizing. I acknowledge my error. Let there be no repeat of this, Sima Yan warns before returning to his diligent studies. As spring gives way to autumn, winter approaches swiftly. Though it is still only September, the chill in the air is palpable, prompting everyone to don their winter coats and light charcoal fires early. Teacher, this winter is truly cold, exclaimed Sima Xian, clad in a cotton coat and cradling a warming stove, gazing at the howling northern winds in the courtyard. This is merely the beginning, Yihuan remarks, extending a hand to feel the fierce wind, foreseeing that it will grow even colder as time progresses. The cold season is expected to extend into April and May of next year. Such a prolonged chill brings a sigh from Sima Xian, who reflects on the arrival of the cold wave and wonders how many lives may be lost outside. He contemplates whether the current court possesses the funds to combat the impending snow disaster. Sir, I have prepared everything you requested. Coal, fabric, bedding, and tents. All procured well in advance, some at significantly lower prices due to being purchased in summer. Is there enough? Will there be any shortages? Enough. I have concealed half of the supplies in a villa within the city for the brothers of Wuyin Mountain. Good. Yihuan nodded, reassured that provisions and military supplies were ample, awaiting the right moment. Wang Ji, wrapped in a fur cloak and clutching a warming pot, gazed at the howling winds outside. His brow furrowed in concern. This weather is indeed peculiar. This year, we may face a snow disaster, leading to countless victims and, inevitably, chaos. It would be prudent for me to gather my wealth and depart swiftly, especially since I have heard of other towns where county magistrates have been slain by bandits. Mo Guanjia, summon the accountant. I have matters to discuss with him. Master, why the sudden urgency to see the accountant? Wang Ji sighed deeply. Mo Guanjia, the position of official is becoming increasingly arduous. I believe it is best for me to retreat early. Mo Guanjia was taken aback. Are you planning to leave, my lord? Wang Ji did not conceal his intentions, stating plainly, Yes, I intend to depart. You should accompany me when the time comes. Wang Ji held considerable faith in Mo Guanjia's abilities, knowing that having him by his side would alleviate some of his burdens. Mo, my steward, I shall not conceal my thoughts from you. Observe the weather. It is still September, yet the chill is set in so early. Surely, this year we shall face a snow disaster. When calamity strikes, one cannot fathom how many rebels may emerge, for this place is no longer tranquil. A glimmer of insight flickered in Mo's eyes, swiftly replaced by a smile. Master, this is indeed a tremendous fortune. Fortune has arrived at your doorstep. Wang Ji, perplexed, inquired, What fortune? My lord, how can you not perceive it? Whenever disaster befalls the land, the authorities are compelled to allocate funds and provisions for relief efforts. In due time, Mo chuckled softly, all of this wealth shall inevitably flow into your hands. The region of Suzhou has always been prosperous, and during his tenure, calamities had been absent, and he had never sought such riches. However, after years of governance, he understood well that the relief funds and grain were exceedingly lucrative, and to seize such an opportunity would be advantageous. Yet, Wang Ji hesitated. But the treasury is currently depleted, and bandits roam freely. Can the court truly provide us with aid? My lord, how can you be so oblivious? Even in times of hardship, the court must tighten its belt and still dispense these relief funds. If officials drive the populace to desperation with so many suffering, how can the court afford to ignore them without inciting rebellion? Wang Ji wrestled with his thoughts for a moment, recognizing the merit in Mo's argument. Yet the fate of the slain officials loomed in his mind, instilling fear within him. Ultimately, blinded by the allure of wealth, he resolved to take the risk. Very well. Mo, I shall seize this opportunity. Mo, the steward, nodded in agreement, a faint smile gracing his lips as he suggested, Why not compose a memorial and submit it now? My lord, simply state that the weather in Jiangsu is unusual. It is already quite cold in September. Those in higher positions would undoubtedly discern the impending snow disaster from such a note. Wang Ji nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, You speak truly. I shall send my memorial at the earliest opportunity. He could not suppress a chuckle, pleased at the thought of prompting preparations for funds from above. However, Steward Mo, while we seek to amass wealth, we must also ensure our escape route is secured, he continued, producing a letter. Please see that this letter is dispatched. The address is inscribed upon it. Wang Ji accepted it with a response of compliance. Very well, you must be off swiftly. I, too, must begin drafting my memorial. As Steward Mo departed, Wang Ji hummed a cheerful tune while making his way to the study. With this financial windfall, he felt assured of a stable future. In due course, He anticipated that someone would come to escort him away, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful and leisurely life in his later years. As the chill of September enveloped Jiangling, the local populace managed to survive, toiling outdoors to earn a meager living. Yet, by the end of the month, a heavy snowfall blanketed the land overnight. The following day, the mountains were sealed beneath thick snow, rivers froze solid, and the impoverished found it increasingly arduous to venture outside. In their desperate quest for warmth, they exhausted their firewood supplies. In the first month beneath the snow's embrace, countless lives were quietly lost. Some perished from the cold by the roadside, others succumbed to poisoning while warming themselves indoors, and many froze to death within their homes. Life in the city was equally grim, for coal had soared to exorbitant prices, leaving the destitute unable to purchase it. Grain has become a scarce commodity, with prices continually rising. Chapter 46. The Master of the Mortal Realm. 19. In the frigid, snow-covered landscape, zombies are often found lurking along the roads outside the city. While the official paths can only be traversed thanks to the diligent snow-clearing efforts of the soldiers from nearby armies, the area beyond the city resembles a hell on earth, where people exchange spouses and human flesh is consumed as sustenance while bones serve as firewood. Life within the city is scarcely better. The government distributes relief rations amounting to little more than 2 bowls of thin gruel daily, a mere handful of rice. How can one survive on such meager provisions? These 2 bowls of porridge are consumed in an instant, leaving the populace gaunt and emaciated. Many households lack firewood or coal, their homes as frigid as ice caves, forcing them to seek refuge in makeshift shelters set up by the authorities. Inside these shelters, the poor quality charcoal burns, filling the air with acrid smoke, and a moment's carelessness could result in poisoning. Life has become exceedingly arduous. Within a mere fortnight, the charcoal supply has been intermittent, and eventually, it ceased altogether. The inhabitants huddle within the shelters, trembling from the cold, on the brink of despair. Days dragged on. Over 10 passed without any sign of improvement. Those corrupt officials. Xu Aisheng clenched his fists tightly, his gaze filled with indignation as he stared at the entrance of the magistracy. "You wretched commoners!
What are you looking at?"
A guard at the entrance barked, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Why do you block my way?" Xu Aisheng forcefully pushed past them, questioning vehemently. The guards appeared just as gaunt, but their prior strength made them seem more robust than others. "Xu Aisheng, why are you arguing with the guards? Even if you win the argument, it is a waste of energy. Should you lose, you will find yourself imprisoned. On what grounds do they have to imprison me?" With a voice filled with indignation, Xu Aisheng exclaimed, followed closely by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sorrow. His voice trembled as he lamented, "The charcoal fire in the shelter has been extinguished for days. Are you not aware of this? Apart from a few of us, who else has the strength to move? Chen Ma, Zhangshu Wu Yi, they are on the brink of collapse. Can you blame me for my urgency? If only they could provide us with charcoal and food, I would willingly surrender myself to them." The expressions on the faces of those around him were etched with despair as they listened to Xu Aisheng's words. "Xu Aisheng, we are all acutely aware of this," they replied, "but that wretched official, even if they were to seize you, would not offer us any assistance." Filled with righteous anger, Xu Aisheng retorted, "It is clear to me that they are hoarding all the aid meant for us." A frail, dark-skinned young man accompanying him lowered his head and sighed.
"What can we possibly do about it?"
Xu Aisheng scoffed, "Perhaps we should revolt against them and seize the grain from the granary, ensuring that everyone has enough to eat." His eyes sparkled with defiance as he followed the others toward the tents constructed for the disaster victims. However, as they made their way, they noticed something peculiar about the path. Typically desolate, with nothing but snow blanketing the ground, today the road was remarkably clean, and in the distance, they could hear a cacophony of voices. Perhaps it was their hunger clouding their senses, but they could even catch the tantalizing aroma of fragrant rice and scallion pancakes wafting through the air. Their stomachs, already grumbling with hunger, were further stirred by these enticing scents, causing saliva to involuntarily escape their lips. Brother Shui Sheng, I seem to catch a whiff of delicious food. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. I too can smell it. Let us hasten to investigate. The group swiftly followed the alluring aroma, which astonishingly emanated from the makeshift shelters of the disaster victims. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they hastened forward. From a distance, they spotted several carts adorned with the Sima family's emblem parked by the roadside, where many were busily unloading goods from the carts. As they drew closer, they discovered it was charcoal and provisions, and joy filled their hearts. Salvation was at hand. Brother Shui Sheng gazed over, and indeed, there were several large barrels steaming with hot, thick rice porridge, alongside an abundance of scallion pancakes, freshly made by a team of about 10 cooks. Brother Shui Sheng, let us quickly fetch some bowls and chopsticks, she urged. Brother Shui Sheng, noticing his silence, she called out once more, nudging him gently. Brother Shui Sheng, Xiao Chao, let us be on our way. The girl responded with a cheerful agreement. Brother Shui Sheng, at last we can enjoy a hearty meal. Indeed, he replied. Everyone, let us cast aside our worries today, indulge in good food and drink, and tonight, rest warmly. The Sima family truly are benevolent souls. Yes, indeed. We are grateful to the Sima family. The disaster victims, each expressing their admiration for the Sima family, soon caught the attention of Sima Xian, who had long been aware of Yihuan's words. He sought out numerous eloquent individuals skilled in the art of communication, who composed catchy rhymes and children's songs that spread like wildfire through the streets, becoming the playful melodies of the little ones. News of these events quickly reached Wang Ji. Oh, is it possible that the Sima family is so benevolent? Wang Ji reclined on a plush chair, the room filled with the warmth of fine silver charcoal, reminiscent of spring. A beautiful maid knelt before him, revealing her smooth, delicate arms as she massaged his feet, which were soaking in steaming milk adorned with fresh rose petals. Isn't it true? They say that no merchant is without guile. Now, in these calamitous times, instead of seizing the opportunity for profit, they are actually providing aid. I wonder what they are thinking. Wang Ji languidly lay back, while the maid occasionally fed him morsels of delicacies and spoonfuls of broth. After swallowing a sip of chicken soup, he remarked, let them play the role of the Good Samaritan if they wish. It suits me well that someone is tending to the needs of the disaster-stricken. Your words ring true, my lord, the steward said with a sycophantic smile, moving behind Wang Ji to knead his shoulders. My lord, the heavy snowfall has blocked the roads, causing a delay in the arrival of correspondence. Wang Ji nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. With that, he closed his eyes and fell into silence. Chapter 47. The Master of the Human Realm. 20. The snow fell heavily. And for half a month, the Sima family continued to provide relief to the victims, all the while the supplies from the government had yet to arrive. In the beginning, Sima Xian frequently visited the disaster-stricken to offer comfort, sharing the same rations as the victims. Eventually, Yihuan granted Sima Yan a leave of absence, allowing him to learn alongside his father. Though Sima Yan was headstrong, he possessed a keen intelligence, understanding that any endeavor lacking the support of the populace was doomed to failure. He mastered the skills that Wang Ji had originally demonstrated, surpassing even Wang in proficiency, earning him the admiration of the suffering populace. The government offices, however, had shown no sign of relief for many days. Disguised among the crowd, Sima Yan joined the other victims in their complaints. It must be those greedy officials who are pocketing the aid. They must have hoarded our grain. He took a bite of his scallion pancake and sighed. If assistance does not arrive soon, my family will run out of food as well. The surrounding victims grew anxious upon hearing this. What do you mean, young Master Sima? Sima Yan sighed deeply, glancing around at the worried faces. With so many afflicted, you have all seen the food and fuel we require daily. Even if my family possessed mountains of gold and silver, We could not conjure such provisions in an instant. The grain we have will only last 3 days. In this time, I will certainly seek out Wang Ji to implore him to distribute aid to you all. Young Master Sima, you must help us, they urged. Indeed, young Master Sima, with your intervention, Wang Ji will surely provide us with grain. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow you to go hungry. The victims expressed their gratitude profusely, bowing deeply and kneeling in thanks. Sima Yan quickly urged them to rise, swallowing his pancake. Whenever Sima Yan broached the subject of the city's granaries, Wang Ji would deftly divert the conversation. Sima Yan, however, was not in a rush to press him. If Wang Ji were to readily and decisively offer grain and fuel for the relief of the suffering, Sima Yan would find himself in a rather difficult position. 3 days passed in such a manner, yet the disaster-stricken populace remained bereft of relief from the court. On the 4th day, they found themselves once again disappointed, as the Sima family merely stated that they too had run out of provisions and were striving to communicate with the authorities. Another 3 days elapsed, and the suffering citizens could endure no more. Shui Sheng, along with several young men, decided to approach the Sima residence. The family steward, appearing quite ill, opened the door and lamented that their supplies were solely sufficient for their own household, leaving no surplus for relief efforts. However, he mentioned that the young master had gone to consult the magistrate. After some deliberation, they resolved to wait at the entrance of the Sima estate for Sima Yan. They did not have to wait long before Sima Yan arrived on horseback. The famished individuals could easily detect the delectable aroma of food wafting from him, causing their mouths to water with longing. Shui Sheng stepped forward and inquired, "Young Master Sima, what did the magistrate say?" Sima Yan shook his head, his face contorted with indignation. That scoundrel Wang Ji indulges himself in luxury while evading responsibility for the relief provisions. Among the crowd, a gaunt man with a ravenous expression advanced, speaking in a mocking tone, "Young master, you must have enjoyed a lavish meal at the magistrate's residence?" Startled, Sima Yan took a step back. The man, mistaking Sima Yan's reaction for fear, pressed closer. "You are certainly different from us. You can feast wherever you go, unlike us, who have gone days without a morsel." Leaning in closer, he inhaled deeply, almost touching Sima Yan's garments. "Ah, young master, what a sumptuous meal you must have had. Chicken, duck, and fish. How delightful. What are you doing?" Sima Yan retorted. A flicker of intense disdain flashed in Sima Yan's eyes. He longed to deliver a decisive kick to end the wretch's existence. Waterborne, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. "What are you doing, dog egg?" Sima Yan cast a penetrating gaze upon him before turning away. "Waterborne, what are you doing? What are you doing?" retorted Dog Egg. "Young Master Sima is our benefactor. How can you treat him this way?" The man spat disdainfully, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Benefactor? What does that matter now? Survival is paramount. Waterborne, I have grown up alongside you. I shall overlook this transgression this time. Let us depart." Before leaving, Dog Egg cast a fierce glare at the Sima residence, with half the onlookers trailing after him, while the remainder stayed by Waterborne's side. The malevolent look in Dog Egg's eyes chilled Waterborne to the bone, reminiscent of a wolf he once observed from a distance. Dog Egg was no longer human. He had become akin to a beast. As several individuals gathered around Waterborne, they misinterpreted his silence as distress and attempted to console him. Being rough men, their words were blunt and unrefined. "Waterborne, I'm here for you. If that scoundrel Dog Egg truly troubles you, confront him. I will surely assist you." "Me too." Waterborne managed to smile. "I appreciate it. However," he glanced in the direction where Dog Egg had departed. "What has caused them to transform in such a manner? They are driven by hunger, stripped of their humanity, reduced to mere brutes." The more he pondered, the more ominous it seemed. He resolved to warn young Master Sima, lest Dog Egg plot against him. "Please wait for me," I will go alert young Master Sima. Very well. Those who remain in their hearts possess righteousness, unlike the heartless and ungrateful scoundrels like Dog Egg and his ilk, who should be grateful for all that the Sima family has done. Shueishan knocked on the door once more, and it was promptly opened by the butler. The butler, upon seeing him again, inquired with curiosity, "Young man, have you not yet departed?" Shueishan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "I merely wished to remind Master Sima to be cautious if he ventures outside. It would be wise to bring along more companions, as there are many starving individuals out there." The butler gazed at Shueishan with a benevolent smile, saying, "Thank you, young man." Shueishan quickly waved his hand, insisting, "It's nothing. I have yet to repay the great kindness shown by the Sima family." After speaking, he swiftly dashed away. The butler watched with a smile as Shueishan fled, and after a while, he leisurely closed the door. Chapter 48. The Master of the Mortal Realm. 21. Upon entering the residence, Sima Yan immediately instructed the approaching servant, "Quickly prepare hot water. I wish to bathe." With a dark expression and a surge of anger, he stormed into the room, promptly shedding his outer garments and hurling them to the ground. Zhuozhu stepped forward to retrieve the discarded clothes and asked, "Young master, why are you so upset?" Upon seeing the garments in Zhuozhu's hands, Sima Yan recalled the earlier incident, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. The image of those filthy, dark hands groping him lingered in his mind. "Throw that clothing away." Zhuozhu, sensing Sima Yan's ire, wasted no time and swiftly took the garments out of the room. A clever servant outside stepped forward and asked, "Zhuozhu, what are your instructions?" "Dispose of these clothes." The servant took the garments, glanced at them, and exclaimed in surprise, "What? Isn't this the young master's clothing? Why throw it away? If I tell you to discard it, then do so without further ado. Why so much chatter?" Yes, brother Zhuozhu. I shall dispose of it at once. Youth, the hot water is prepared." Upon hearing this, Sima Yan swiftly dashed into the bathroom, deftly shedding his undergarments before plunging into the bath, vigorously scrubbing away the grime clinging to his skin until it turned a fiery red. Gazing at his reddened flesh, inexplicably, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. He struggled to stifle his sobs. It was utterly humiliating. He was a man, after all. How could he weep? Yet, recalling the earlier events, he found himself unable to hold back his tears. The young master of the Sima household, the little tyrant of Jiangling, had never endured such indignity. Who dared lay a hand on him? This path was fraught with difficulty, far removed from the carefree existence he once knew. He could easily have kicked them away, yet he was compelled to endure, for the first time feeling the weight of restraint. Perhaps the exalted position he held was not as pleasurable as being the little tyrant of Jiangling. Is what you say true? A group of strong young men huddled together, whispering, "Would I deceive you?" Dogen deliberately withheld certain details, merely emphasizing the delectable aroma of food clinging to Sima Yan, and added, "The Sima household is hardly bustling. Only the old steward answers the door. With our numbers, we shall demand provisions from the Sima estate. We need not fear rejection." A fierce glint flashed in Dogen's eyes. Should they refuse, they could resort to force. "Are you willing to proceed?" Dogen surveyed the group, confident that the Sima family harbored a substantial stash of grain. Upon hearing the mention of grain, a glint akin to that of wolves flashed in the eyes of the crowd, for they were utterly famished. They paid no heed to decorum or morality. The prospect of sustenance eclipsed all notions of honor and shame. "Brother Dog, since you have spoken thus, we shall certainly follow," declared one, and the rest nodded in unanimous agreement. Ironically, although the government had defaulted on their relief rations, they dared not demand what was owed due to the fearsome presence of the intimidating constables and the soldiers under Wang Liang's command stationed at the yamen. That night, a slender woman clad in a thick coat knocked on the side door of the Sima residence. "Aunt Go, you have arrived," greeted the doorkeeper, who was well acquainted with her. "Please, step into the anteroom and rest for a moment. Are you here to seek Zhuozhu again?"
Indeed.
"I have urgent matters to discuss with him." "Very well, please wait here. I shall fetch him for you."
Much obliged, she replied.
The doorkeeper waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all, it is our duty." Aunt Go had previously impressed Sima Yan with her quick wit and intelligence, which led to her being tasked with gathering information throughout the city, particularly concerning the plight of the disaster-stricken populace. Each month, the Sima residents allocated funds for her endeavors, which she executed admirably, justifying every coin spent. "Zhuozhu, Aunt Go is here," announced the doorkeeper as he knocked on Zhuozhu's door. The dimly lit room soon flickered to life with candlelight. "I shall be there momentarily," Zhuozhu responded, hastily dressing and following the doorkeeper towards the west side entrance. Sima Xian meticulously prepared everything. His troops, provisions, and even the edict for the campaign had been crafted by someone he commissioned. Yet, a tempest of anxiety churned within him. 5 centuries had passed, and he had believed that the Sima family would perpetually reside in obscurity, detached from the illustrious lineage that once established the Great Way. Little did he anticipate that he would witness the fall of the great Zhou dynasty. A chance for restoration lay before him. The regrets and burdens of his ancestors could finally find resolution through him. Torn between exhilaration and trepidation, he paced restlessly in the courtyard, unable to quell his unease. Ultimately, he hesitantly approached Yihuan's abode. It seemed the master had anticipated his visit. A pot of warm tea and delicacies awaited him on the table. Sima Xian bowed deeply to Yihuan and inquired, "Master, will we succeed tomorrow?" He was already acutely aware of the impending unrest among the disaster victims. No need for the informant, Aunt Go, to report back. The Sima family had long held dominion over Jiangling, and how could they not possess an extensive network? Sima Xian had dispatched individuals to infiltrate the ranks of the distressed. Any whispers of discontent would be promptly relayed to him, subtly inciting further agitation among the populace. Had it not been for the unexpected actions of the ruffian, the upheaval would have undoubtedly commenced with his own agents. The likes of Aunt Go were merely instruments Sima Xian had intentionally set for his son to hone his skills, resources passed down without the grit of self-discovery. Observing Sima Xian's evident anxiety, Yihuan, rarely given to consolation, assured him, "Rest assured, success awaits us tomorrow." With Yihuan's assurance, Sima Xian felt a sense of solidity within. To him, Yihuan was akin to an immortal, and could the words of such a being be anything but true? "Very well, you should rest now. I shall not take my leave just yet. I intend to inspect the soldiers." He had already mobilized sufficient troops in preparation for the morrow. Besides the 2,000 from the household guard, he had an additional 4,000 soldiers previously stationed within the city, totaling 6,000. He had no fear of the meager forces of the Yamen. General Wang's troops had quietly surrendered to them, and Wang Ji had unwittingly become the commander of the gates, oblivious to the impending calamity. His mind solely focused on amassing wealth. Now, with heavy snow sealing the mountains and news being stifled, by the time the outside world became aware of the circumstances in Jiangling, they would have firmly secured their hold on the city. "Do take care of yourself and rest well," Yihuan cautioned, noticing the dark circles under Sima Xian's eyes. Sima Yan was currently unable to bear great responsibilities, and it was imperative for Sima Xian to oversee the situation. Should anything happen to him, the complexity of the situation would escalate significantly. "Thank you for your concern, Mr.
Xia."
Upon exiting the courtyard, Sima Xian was devoid of any lingering doubts or unease, filled instead with an overwhelming sense of ambition. That night, various factions conspired, some for sustenance, others for wealth, and still others for power. The affairs of the world, though disparate, bore striking resemblances. Chapter 49, The Mortal Emperor's Tutor, 22, Young Master. Zhuozhu hurriedly approached to knock on Sima Yan's door. Young Master, enter," came Sima Yan's clear voice from within. Young master, Anko has informed me that tomorrow, Dog Egg and his followers will come to our residence to cause a disturbance and demand provisions. Very well, I am aware. A flicker of anger flashed in Sima Yan's eyes as he rose and swiftly donned his outer garment. He inquired, "Where is my father?" Zhuozhu, holding a glass lantern, walked ahead to guide him. The master is in the backyard, questioning the soldiers. Very well. As Sima Yan contemplated the monumental event set for the morrow, his heart brimmed with boundless ambition and excitement. He yearned to discuss the matters with his father. Father, Yenna, you have arrived. Sima Xian gazed upon Sima Yan with a countenance full of paternal affection. Father, I have just received word that tomorrow, the disaster-stricken will come to our Sima residence to cause a disturbance. Ah, splendid. Sima Xian nodded with a smile, a glimmer of delight evident in his demeanor. Yenna, do you remember what you are to do tomorrow? Father, I certainly do. Good. Proceed as planned tomorrow. Sima Xian patted Sima Yan's shoulder, proclaiming, tomorrow, the city of Jiangling shall witness a transformation. A surge of indomitable spirit welled up within Sima Yan, his previous grievances and frustrations cast aside. He had long harbored disdain for those corrupt officials. He was resolute in his intent to shatter this murky world and establish an era of peace and prosperity.
Master.
Surely, he will be pleased. If I perform well, will master choose to remain? Father, tomorrow I shall incite the disaster-stricken within the estate. Very well. The estate shall be entrusted to you. I shall seek General Wang. A shared glance between father and son conveyed mutual understanding. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The following morning, chaos erupted in the makeshift encampments of the disaster victims as they clamored and protested, demanding provisions from the Sima residents. The first to stand before the riotous victims was Shui Sheng. You shall not pass. Master Sima and the young master are our benefactors. How can you act in such a manner? Behind Shui Sheng stood numerous dissenting victims, while many others, hidden within the crowd, yearned to step forward and intervene, yet were quietly restrained by those around them. Go Dan surveyed the scene, noticing that the majority merely observed without taking a stance, and the mere 10 individuals standing behind Shui Sheng were no match for them. With a cold sneer, he declared, Shui Sheng, if you wish to play the role of the Good Samaritan, do so on your own. Do not impede our actions. Shui Sheng's eyes brimmed with unwavering determination, refusing to yield. Growing impatient, Go Dan lunged forward, and soon the two factions were embroiled in a chaotic clash. Go Dan's followers vastly outnumbered Shui Sheng's, and within moments, several lay battered and bruised upon the ground, while Go Dan and his companions strode away, followed by many of the erstwhile spectators. Left to languish alone in the frigid expanse, Shui Sheng felt disoriented, his vision obscured by a sea of white. Had he erred? As the pain coursing through his body began to dull, he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother Shui Sheng, is that you, Xiao Chao? Shui Sheng stirred from his slumber, and upon recalling Xiao Chao, a surge of strength ignited within him. He slowly opened his eyes. Brother Shui Sheng, are you all right? Upon awakening, he beheld his comrades, who had followed closely behind him, all sprawled not far away. Some were bowing their heads, using snow to rub warmth into their limbs, while a straightforward man tirelessly worked to restore circulation to Shui Sheng's arms and legs. Brother, you're awake. The man offered a hearty, innocent smile, instantly endearing himself to others. Who are you? Shui Sheng had never encountered this individual before. Yet the robust figure before him bore no signs of suffering from the recent snow disaster. Brother Shui Sheng, they are all from the Sima residence, Xiao Chao exclaimed, her enthusiasm overflowing as she shared a flurry of words, explaining how they had come to their rescue. Shui Sheng, perceptive as ever, noticed the admiration in Xiao Chao's tone directed towards the man. He glanced at the man's strong physique and then at his own frail, weakened frame, shrunken by hunger. Lowering his head, he murmured a quiet, "Thank you." Xiao Chao blinked and reached out to pat Shuisheng's head. "Brother Shuisheng, do you still feel unwell?" He kept his gaze downward, the darkness of his skin concealing the flush of embarrassment on his face. "I'm fine now." The man, noticing Shuisheng had awakened, advised him to rest well and brought over some hot porridge and steamed buns for them to eat. As Shuisheng gazed at the simple meal before him, tears threatened to spill. After this meal, he could not fathom where the next would come from. In this wretched world, living was truly a torment. As the man approached the door, he seemed to sense something amiss and turned to Shuisheng, saying, "Young man, rest assured, tomorrow is a new day." Before Shuisheng could grasp the meaning behind his words, the man had already departed. The disaster-stricken villagers, led by Godan, marched resolutely towards the Sima residence. It must be said that Godan possessed a certain talent. As he walked, he proclaimed that the Sima residents had ample grain, encouraging them to join him in seeking provisions, assuring them that the Sima residents would surely provide some sustenance. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk eagerly followed Godan's lead, hopeful of receiving food. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed a grand spectacle, quite impressive yet fundamentally composed of a disorganized rabble. At noon, a group led by Dogden gathered at the entrance of the Sima manor, shouting fervently. The doors of the manor creaked open, revealing only the butler. "Esteemed guests, what brings you to my doorstep?" The elderly butler, his hair a mottled gray, stood alone at the imposing entrance of the Sima manor, appearing rather pitiful. A glimmer of hope flickered in Dogden's heart. Indeed, the Sima manor seemed devoid of inhabitants, save for this old steward. With an audacious step forward, Dogdan proclaimed, "We are well aware that the Sima family is renowned for their benevolence. We are but a group of desperate souls, starving with no means to survive. Might the illustrious Sima gentleman provide us with some sustenance to see us through the harsh winter?" Their words were laced with disdain, yet their actions bore a striking resemblance to outright robbery. The butler, undaunted by the throngs that vastly outnumbered him, spoke deliberately, regrettably, "We have no surplus provisions to offer. Please do not despair. My young master has gone to the governor's residence to discuss the matter of relief supplies. You shall surely enjoy a safe and prosperous new year." Unmoved, Dogdan pressed forward, asserting, "In that case, might the esteemed Sima gentleman lend us some grain? We shall return it directly to the Sima manor once the relief supplies are distributed." Dogdan was convinced that the relief supplies would not materialize. The butler feigned hesitation, responding, "However, our master is not present, and I am unable to make such decisions." As the figure known as Dog Egg approached, his foot had already stepped onto the first tier of the Sima estate steps. Suddenly, a flicker of panic surged within him, as the image of the little overlord of Jinling vividly resurfaced in his memory. "What are you doing?" Sima Yen questioned coldly, narrowing his eyes at Dog Egg, who stood at the forefront. In an unexpected display of agility, he leapt from his horse, his toes lightly touching the shoulders of those in the crowd. With a swift motion, he drew a golden whip from his waist, brandishing it forcefully in the air, producing a hissing sound as the supple leather sliced through the atmosphere. Those who trailed behind Dog Egg felt an immediate regret and instinctively began to retreat. In a state of confusion, Dog Egg contemplated withdrawing as well. But before he could react, Sima Yan's whip struck him down to the ground. The whip seemed to possess an uncanny precision, striking only Dog Egg amidst the throngs of people. Various groups harbored their own intentions, yet when confronted by Sima Yan's inquiry, they fell into a profound silence. At this opportune moment, the old steward spoke up, "Young master, they have come to beg for provisions." "Beg for provisions?" A gaunt, bald-headed man who accompanied Dog Egg, witnessing that only Sima Yen stood before them, became even more convinced of Dog Egg's assertions. Despite Sima Yan's unparalleled martial prowess, how could he possibly fend off so many? Surely, the food of the Sima estate would belong to them in the end. Perhaps, in moments of extreme hunger, one's clarity of thought diminishes. With a furrowed brow, he proclaimed, "Young Master Sima, we are truly at our wits' end. I beseech you to show compassion and grant us a modicum of sustenance to survive." Upon finishing, he fell to his knees, weeping and pleading. The crowd, emulating his display, knelt as well, wailing and clamoring for food. The emaciated man with a bald head knelt on the ground, inching closer to Sima Yan, pleading fervently, "I implore you, young Master Sima." Behind him, the afflicted populace murmured among themselves. Initially, their voices were filled with desperate entreaties, but soon they grew increasingly assertive, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed, leaving no doubt that they might charge forward at any moment. Before the distressed crowd could fully grasp the situation, he spoke again. "If you do not believe me, if you suspect that my family possesses grain, you are welcome to come and see for yourselves." The disaster-stricken individuals exchanged glances, perplexed by Sima Yan's intentions. He then turned and forcefully swung open the grand gates of his estate, revealing the imposing Sima residence before them. The sight of the courtyard, adorned with numerous valuable items, ignited a flicker of desire in the hearts of the onlookers. However, soon the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from within, and in a matter of moments, a battalion of well-equipped and disciplined guards emerged, standing resolutely in formation on either side. Upon witnessing such a formidable display, the crowd's ambition to seize the Sima family's provisions swiftly dissipated. The number of guards appeared to surpass that of the local officials, though it remained uncertain how they compared to General Wang's men. "Come, follow me and see." Sima Yan beckoned, gesturing for the crowd to enter. Yet, as they observed the guards flanking the entrance, apprehension took hold of them. They feared they might enter with their lives but leave without them. Nevertheless, Sima Yan was resolute in his invitation, stating, "Please come inside. My family is committed to sharing our fate with you, without reservation." He surveyed the assembly and declared, "Whoever can locate the grain shall claim it as their own." At this proclamation, the faces of the disaster-stricken individuals lit up with anticipation. "Please enter." A throng of people surged in, their eyes darting around the Sima household in search of provisions. The chilling presence of the guards nearby rendered them hesitant to act impulsively, leaving them to observe with their gaze alone. Sima Yan led the afflicted through nearly every corner of his home, yet they found nothing of sustenance. "My friends, do you believe me now? Our larder is bare," he declared. One of the distressed victims spoke up, "Young Master Sima, what shall you do tomorrow? What will you eat?" They regarded the pampered offspring of the affluent with skepticism, doubting his ability to endure hunger. Sima Yan surveyed the crowd, responding, "Indeed, the granaries of Jiangling City are replete, containing enough grain to sustain the entire populace for a year. Yet the governor refuses to open the storehouses to distribute rations. Meanwhile, his household is overflowing with grain, vegetables, and meat, yet he refuses to part with any. The relief supplies you seek have not been withheld by fate, but rather, it is Wang Ji who has appropriated your provisions for his own extravagant living. This is truly despicable. Wang Ji, indifferent to the city's hunger, is utterly unworthy of his position as governor." The crowd erupted in righteous indignation, expressing their contempt for the corrupt official. "I have long suspected his malevolence. I shall confront that rogue and demand our rations." As their anger escalated, Sima Yan swiftly intervened. "My friends, pursuing Wang Ji without a plan will yield nothing. Allow me to speak." He scanned the room and raised his voice. "Would you be willing to heed my counsel? Young Master Sima, please do share. Wang Ji's actions are intolerable to heaven and earth. Perhaps we should rise against him and take matters into our own hands? The granary's provisions are sufficient to ensure that everyone can fill their bellies and endure the harsh winter. We shall heed the counsel of young Master Sima. I propose that, at that time, the Sima family take charge of distributing the grain. I believe this is a wise decision. The Sima family is unparalleled in benevolence and embodies utmost fairness. And I have faith in them. Sima Yan, accompanied by a throng that nearly constituted half the city's populace, surged towards the governor's mansion. This commotion had already been discreetly reported to Wang Ji. Upon hearing the news, Wang Ji was struck with alarm, realizing that Sima Yan was indeed restless. What was he to do with such a multitude of unruly citizens? A smirk crept onto the butler's lips, and he informed the lord that a message had arrived from the gathering, requesting him to meet them at Misty Hidden Mountain. Misty Hidden Mountain? Wang Ji pondered. It was a mountain near the city. Then let us depart swiftly. Wang Ji's belongings had long been prepared for a hasty escape, but it was unfortunate about the grain. Had the incident not occurred so abruptly, he could have transported the provisions out of the city. As Sima Yan and his entourage proceeded to the governor's mansion, Wang Ji had already fled, leaving the place deserted by the time they arrived. Sima Yan methodically utilized Wang Ji's residence to accommodate the displaced, instructing his household soldiers to prepare a sumptuous meal using the provisions from Wang Ji's home, with many of the disaster victims, particularly women, joining the cooking efforts. Chapter 51. The Mortal Emperor Teacher, 24. Young Master, Lord, and General Wang have arrived. Upon hearing General Wang's name, the disaster victims became instantly alert. Young Master, Wang Liang must be here to exterminate us. What shall we do now? Surely, Master Sima has been taken hostage by General Wang. One of the victims astutely analyzed. There is no need for haste, for General Wang is a man of virtue, steadfastly standing with us. After Sima Yan spoke, he made his way to the entrance, followed by a considerable number of individuals. Upon exiting, he beheld his father and General Wang riding at the forefront of the army, a narrow prison cart in tow, within which sat the fugitive Wang Ji. Wang Ji, in a state of despair, could hardly fathom that the trusted steward, M.O., would betray him so grievously. He was promptly pushed by the crowd towards the square, where he met his end by decapitation for public display. In recent days, the city of Jiangling has undergone a dramatic transformation. Sima Xian and Sima Yan have been relentlessly occupied, even hastily consuming their meals. Meanwhile, Yihuan has remained ensconced in her modest courtyard, oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding beyond. Sima Yan, who frequently sought out Yihuan, has not appeared in 3 days. On the day Sima Xian declared himself ruler of Jiangling, Yihuan's task progress within her system surged to 30%. Congratulations to the host, for the character of the human emperor has been completed to 30%. After nearly a year, the task stands at 30% completion. Yihuan pondered the lurking threat of the Shenlong in the realm of cultivation, realizing that with her current strength, her chances against it were slim. Host, what if the Shenlong, unable to locate you, decides to trouble the Void Valley sect? The Void Valley sect is one of the 6 prominent sects of the current era. Do you believe these 6 sects were simply acquired without effort? The Shenlong lacks the immediate strength to confront the Void Valley sect directly and does not dare to cause chaos there. Instead, it resorts to using pearls to pinpoint her location and plots in the shadows. Yet one wonders whom the Shenlong intends to resurrect through the body of Xianyi. Could it be Yang, who has always been by its side? It is possible to return to the early stages of integration, and that should suffice. Yihuan had remained silent for a long time. The system, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "Host, are you there?" A fleeting smile graced Yihuan's cool visage as she remarked, "To restore all my powers at once is quite unlike you." The system muttered softly, "I would never do such a thing." After a prolonged silence, it let out a dry chuckle. "How could I possibly harm you?" It countered without a moment's hesitation. The system sighed in resignation. It was truly difficult to deceive its host. White Peach. Yihuan furrowed her brow slightly, pondering why she remained so fixated on GCPay.
With a sigh,
She reflected that GCPay was entirely devoted to the original host. She considered advising him to contemplate other possibilities, but it might only drive him further into despair. Despite being exceptionally gifted, he resolutely refrained from pursuing immortality, while others yearned for eternal youth, freedom, and spontaneity. Yet, GCPay seemed solely intent on remaining by the original host's side, and upon her ascension, he would dissolve into water. She found it challenging to even offer words of persuasion. After all, with both of them unmarried, White Peach had no valid reason to obstruct GCPay's affections. Although she held no affection for White Peach, she did not believe her to be a malicious person. Perhaps the two could even become a pair of devoted lovers in the future. Host, I am here. Host, are you not anxious? I am not worried. Perhaps White Peach and GCPay could indeed become a loving couple. The system gasped in disbelief. How could that be? Why not? Yihuan questioned the system's astonishment. The system refrained from elaborating further, resolutely concluding that GCPay must never be with White Peach. Host, most importantly, I have detected that Bai Tao has inherited the legacy of the Moonfall Immortal. Host, as long as you prevent Bai Tao from taking GCPay away, I will keep my promise and restore your cultivation. The system understands that Yihuan is solely focused on her practice, with no other distractions. Yihuan, not in a hurry to bite the bait, leisurely inquired, I am genuinely curious about who you are and who sent you. You claim you will not harm me, and I believe you. You have revealed to me the secrets of ascension, and this mission is related to mending the world. Yihuan gradually recounted the information she possessed. You can effortlessly guide me across the chasm, a feat beyond the abilities of mere mortals. Your tasks are closely linked to Jiang Wang and GCPay. I suspect that your benefactor hails from the higher realms, or perhaps is one of the deities spoken of in legends. Are Jiang Wang and GCPay not simply the offspring of prominent figures sent down to the mortal realm for experience or punishment? And what of me? The system, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, daring not to utter another word, for she had revealed nothing to Yihuan. Am I correct? The system managed a dry laugh, responding, Host, you are overthinking matters. She quickly adapted, saying, You are aware of how much GCPay sacrificed for the original host in his past life. In this lifetime, he merely wishes for a bit of happiness. Yihuan smiled silently, and the system felt a twinge of anxiety, as she had genuinely begun to regard Yihuan with apprehension. Host, I can only say that the origin of the Moonfall Celestial Master is intricate and far from ordinary. Her last ascension severed the path of ascension for this continent, and nearly all the treasures of heaven and earth have been devoted solely to her. Consequently, for several centuries following her ascension, no one else has achieved the same. Chapter 52. The Mortal Emperor Teacher. 25. Host? The system grew anxious. You will fulfill your promise regarding my cultivation, correct? Of course, I would never deceive you. Yihuan smirked slightly, yet I have another condition. What condition? The system gritted its teeth, permitting only one.
Deal.
Yihuan cheerfully concluded the agreement. The system wore a dazed expression, feeling as though it had been duped. When did this transformation occur? It still remembered their initial encounter, when the host had been quite obedient. Yihuan's lips curled upward, filled with delight as she recalled their first meeting when the system had coldly commanded her to erase. Who would have thought that in less than 2 years, the once indifferent system would appear to her as both foolish and endearing? Host, shall we depart now? Just a moment longer. Yihuan glanced out the window, watching as delicate snowflakes drifted down. What are we waiting for? No sooner had she spoken than the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Master, master. A youthful, clear voice resonated, penetrating the courtyard and reaching the ears of Yihuan and the system. It turned out to be Sima Yen. Master, master. The young master lightly tapped on the door, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy.
Come in, master.
As Sima Yan pushed the door open, a brilliant white light flooded into the room, enveloping him in a radiant glow. What's the matter? I succeeded.
Master.
My father has already seized Jiangling and declared himself king. I accomplished it. Sima Yan exuberantly recounted his thrilling journey to Yihuan, although he deliberately omitted certain less heroic and manly episodes, such as the embarrassing encounter with the disaster-stricken villagers at his doorstep, a memory he vowed to conceal for a lifetime. Yihuan listened attentively before encouraging him. Yes, you did exceptionally well. Sima Yan gazed at her with eager anticipation, yet the hope in his eyes gradually crumbled into despair.
Why?
Had he not performed admirably? Why did his master still intend to leave? Clutching the jade pendant tightly, he implored, Master, is there something wrong with me?
No.
It is merely that I have important matters to attend to. He could not accept it. Disbelief coursed through him. His teeth clenched. His cheeks flushed crimson as he struggled to contain his emotions. With wide eyes, he fought back tears and steadied his voice. Master, could you not leave? Yihuan was taken aback, surprised by Sima Yan's intense reaction. She regarded him for a long while before sighing. Did this foolish boy still harbor feelings for her? How could that be? It was impossible. No, she replied swiftly, denying him even a sliver of hope. Sima Yan let out a faint laugh, casting aside the jade pendant. I do not want it. Master, do you think I am inadequate? I will certainly become a wise and formidable emperor. Please do not go. For the third time, the master vanished before him, leaving him helpless once again. As the last incense stick in the room extinguished, Sima Yan finally regained his composure, moving his feet to bend down and retrieve the jade pendant from the floor. Strangely, while ordinary jade objects would have shattered upon impact, this pendant remained intact. He carefully caressed the pendant and then held it before his eyes with reverence, earnestly speaking, Master, Master, I shall become the mightiest emperor. Master, I will heed your words. Could you not leave me? Yet, this was merely an ordinary jade pendant, devoid of any communication function. Even if it had one, Sima Yan lacked the spiritual energy to utilize it. Master, rest assured. After uttering this phrase, Sima Yan tenderly placed the pendant into his pocket, as if it were a treasure. Once Sima Yan departed, Yihuan reappeared in the room. The system could not help but comment, Host, you are rather heartless. Since you are leaving anyway, what harm would it do to comfort him? To deceive him would be the greatest cruelty. System, let us depart. Very well. The system readily acquiesced, and in an instant, they found themselves in the realm of cultivation. Host, are you not afraid of failing the mission due to your harshness towards him? How could the mission fail? Yihuan replied, perplexed. The task is to be the earthly mentor, assisting Sima Yan in re-establishing his dynasty, and I am his master, correct? Yihuan nodded, affirming, indeed. Is Sima Yan's current strength insufficient to become emperor? The system immediately began calculations and soon concluded, it is sufficient. Then have I not already accomplished my goal? The system finally responded, surprised by the host's quick thinking. Yihuan glanced around and realized she was not far from the Su-Gu sect. She looked down at the Qianquan pouch at her waist, hoping, Host, what are you thinking? She wished she wouldn't encounter the Shindong dragon. The system seemed to see through her thoughts and spoke. Host, rest assured. I will protect you. All right, I understand. Yihuan hastened her pace and soon arrived at the mountain gate. The Su-Gu sect appeared just as it had when she left, and she quickly made her way to Chiwenyu Peak. She intended to check on GC Pei, but unexpectedly, she encountered Jiang Wang midway. Master? Jiang Wang stood frozen, rubbing his eyes, gazing intently at her. After a while, he smiled. Master, is it really you? He lunged forward, wanting to embrace Yihuan, but She gently sidestepped him. Master. Jiang Wang looked at her with deep hurt in his eyes. Master, where are you going? I am going to find Ji Sipei. Young Master Ji? Jiang Wang spoke softly. Master. Young Master Ji may not be available to see you right now. What do you mean? Young Master Ji is likely with Bai Xianjun from the Moonfall Palace. Upon hearing this, Yihuan swiftly vanished from Jiang Wang's sight. Jiang Wang's delicate face remained unusually pale as he fixed his gaze on Yihuan's retreating figure, a strange smile tugging at his lips. So concerned about Ji Sipei? Is she truly this anxious upon hearing he is with Bai Xianjun? Jiang Wang found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He simply sensed an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. Upon Yihuan's arrival, she observed a woman smiling as she approached a handsome young man beneath the tree, while the man persistently evaded her advances.
Bai Xianjun.
I am a disciple of Yihuan Xianjun. Please maintain your composure. The woman remarked, her laughter ringing out. Yihuan Xianjun? I visit daily. Yet have I ever seen her appear? Brother Kong Bai, she does not care for you at all. Bai Xianjun, it has been some time since we last met. And indeed, your progress is remarkable. Though she feigned humility, her words dripped with pride. The revered Luo Yu Xianzuan had ascended hundreds of years ago, and as the last descendant, she had brought along numerous husbands. Her achievements were unparalleled, a singular star shining brightly amongst her predecessors. The legacy she inherited from Luo Yu Xianzuan suggested that she might very well be the next to ascend. She envisioned a glorious future, unaware that the path to ascension had long been obstructed by the very figure she idolized. Yihuan's gaze fell upon Ji Sipei after a year of separation. He remained clad in a flowing green robe, his blue eyes reflecting a gentleness and grace. A sudden wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within her, as if her heart were being tightly gripped, compelling her to hold back tears. She shook her head in confusion, questioning why such emotions were welling up inside her. Unconsciously, she reached to touch her heart. When Jiang Wang arrived, he stumbled upon Yihuan clutching her chest, a solitary tear tracing down her cheek. He was momentarily taken aback. Had she wept? He had always believed that she would remain untouched by emotion. His typically gentle and innocent demeanor transformed into an exceptionally frigid countenance. Any kin passing by would surely be intimidated. His strikingly beautiful features, when devoid of a smile, exuded an icy demeanor, and his pallid complexion, accentuated by the crimson tear mole at the corner of his left eye, rendered him akin to a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. He found himself at a loss for words, having never truly harbored expectations, had he? He gazed at a radiant woman in simple attire, unadorned by hairpins, whose brilliance remained undiminished. She seemed to possess a peculiar allure for him. No matter her whereabouts, he could effortlessly discern her presence. Ji Sipei's ocean-like blue eyes brimmed with concern as he stepped forward, retrieving a silk handkerchief from his bosom, intending to wipe away the tears cascading from her eyes. However, his hand lingered suspended in the air, as if hesitating out of reverence for something. Yihuan instinctively suppressed her emotions, and after a prolonged silence, the poignant ache that threatened to bring tears finally receded like the ebbing tide. Her gaze regained its customary coolness, and upon noticing Ji Sipei's slender hand hovering in midair, she broke the silence, saying, "Sipei, I am well." Bai Tao observed Ji Sipei with tender and lingering eyes, yet regrettably, that affection was not directed towards her. Feeling a twinge of indignation, she cast a glance at Yihuan, wondering why, despite her own merits, she remained unnoticed in Kong Bai's eyes. Could it truly be, as her mother had said, that men only recognize those who do not favor them? Did Kong Bai truly prefer this type of demeanor? Bai Xianjun, may I inquire what brings you to my Kunyu Peak?
Jun Yihuan Vitger Bai Tao Li.
Her air of chilling grace and stunning beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, yet there was an inexplicable aura of pressure that instilled a sense of unease and urgency. Bai Tao suppressed the terror within her as memories of that fateful sword flashed through her mind. This individual undoubtedly possessed strength far beyond the mid-level of the Void Realm. Lord Jihuan, I have come to reminisce with an old friend. With your magnanimous heart, you surely would not hold it against me, would you? Yihuan glanced at the quietly composed GC Pei and spoke with a hint of indifference, rekindling old friendships. Yet, I observed that Si Pei seems disinclined to engage in conversation with you. Her words were blunt, catching Bai Tao off guard. Although fellow cultivators in the same realm had warned her of this person's wild and unrestrained nature, urging her to steer clear, Bai Tao had perceived Yihuan as possessing the virtues of a gentleman in their previous encounters. She did not expect to hear such words from her. After a moment of silence, Bai Tao found herself at a loss for words. She turned her gaze toward GC Pei, the one who occupied her thoughts, only to find him looking at her with an icy detachment, devoid of any warmth. His tenderness was never meant for her. A surge of resentment welled up within her as she forced a smile and replied, "Very well, I shall not intrude any longer." What if the world were devoid of Yihuan? Would Brother Kong Bai spare her but a glance? Would his beautiful, gentle blue eyes belong solely to her? Surely, they would. She was stunning and exceptional. So many men flocked to her, venerating her as a goddess. How could Brother Kong Bai not notice her? In her current state of obsession, how could she comprehend that feelings often arise inexplicably? It is not merely a matter of one's excellence that ensures the affection of the one they desire. Emotions are inherently irrational and capricious. Sometimes, they can be attained effortlessly, while at other times, even if one were to sacrifice everything, it might only elicit a gentle sigh from the other. After Bai Tao departed, GC Pei approached Yihuan with a smile, saying, "Yihuan, I have prepared the tofu, fresh shrimp, and mushroom soup that you enjoy. Would you care to taste it?" Yihuan was taken aback, recalling their first encounter, when he had also made this very soup. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. Perhaps he had been simmering the original owner's favored dish in anticipation of her unexpected visit. She chose not to confront this thought, instead responding with a smile, "What a coincidence. It's been quite a while since I've had it and I do miss it. I'll go serve it." GC Pei's eyes sparkled even brighter, radiating joy in his every movement. As he went to fetch the soup, Yihuan turned to the corner where Jiang Wang was hiding and called out, "Jiang Wang, how long do you intend to conceal yourself?" "Master." Jiang Wang emerged from behind the tree, his eyes red. "Master, I did not mean to eavesdrop. I just haven't seen you for so long and missed you dearly. Come, sit with us." Yihuan beckoned him without reproach. Having the three of them together was far preferable to just her and GC Pei. As GC Pei exited the house carrying the steaming soup, he noticed Jiang Wang at the stone table, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face, though he quickly masked it. Young Master Jiang has also arrived."
"Yes."
He followed quietly, Yihuan explained. Jiang Wang tilted his head to gaze at GC Pei, his smile innocent. "Brother Kong Bai is so impressive. He can even cook, whereas I cannot." Jiang Wang gazed at his own hands in disappointment. GC Pei glanced at him, but did not speak. Gently placing the jade bowl, vibrant and warm, in front of Yihuan. "Yihuan, please give it a try." The golden, steaming soup exuded an inviting aroma, with the blush of shrimp nestled alongside the creamy tofu, creating a particularly delectable sight. The distinctive fragrance of mushrooms wafted through the air, igniting one's appetite. Although GC Pei paid him no mind, Jiang Wang was not one to easily concede. He leaned in closer, his nostrils flaring in exaggerated admiration. "Wow, this is simply exquisite. No wonder Master enjoys this soup so much. Brother Kong Bai, could you teach me?" "I too wish to learn," he exclaimed, casting a shy glance at Yihuan as he added softly, "Then I could make it for Master as well." Before GC Pei could respond, Yun Yihuan interjected, "Speak less." Jiang Wang pouted but quickly resumed, "Brother Kanbai, I would also like to partake. Is there any left?" Ji Sipei glanced at him and replied, "There is, Sia." The gray-clad servant stepped forward, responding, "Fetch some soup for young Master Jiang." "Yes," came the prompt reply. The servant soon returned with a steaming bowl of soup, placing it before Jiang Wang. "Young Master Jiang, please." Jiang Wang took a delicate sip, his beautiful fox-like eyes widening in surprise. "This is truly delicious. No wonder Master enjoys it so." He finished the bowl in no time. After Yun Yihuan emptied her bowl, she gazed at Ji Sipei for a long moment before inquiring, "Sipei, what are your thoughts on Bai Tao?" Ji Sipei was momentarily taken aback.
Yihuan, what do you mean by that?
Yun Yihuan lowered her gaze, speaking softly. "I mean no harm. It's just that I've noticed Bai Tao is quite fond of you and you." Ji Sipei scoffed, "Just because she likes me, must I return her affections?" He swiftly rose to his feet, unleashing a torrent of words akin to a rapid-fire barrage. "If you find me tiresome, you may as well say so directly. There is no need for such roundabout tactics to test my patience." With that, he turned to leave.
Sipoi.
"Where are you going?" Yun Yihuan, aware that she had misspoken, stood up to inquire. "I am going to pack my things and seek solace in the embrace of the white peach, to spare you any further trouble." Sipei, "You know that's not what I meant." Yun Yihuan hurried after Ji Sipei, attempting to grasp his arm, but he shook her off. In a swift motion, she positioned herself before him, only to find Ji Sipei's face streaked with tears. "Why?" Yun Yihuan sighed deeply. "What are you crying about?"
You know I did not mean it that way.
Ji Sipei rarely spoke so extensively, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. If it were a matter of cultivation or vanquishing demons, she would have managed without error, but when it came to emotional matters, she was utterly confounded.
System.
What would happen if I confessed to him that I am not the original host? Yun Yihuan contemplated a direct revelation to Ji Sipei. "Host, that is inadvisable." The system interjected urgently. "If you disclose that you are not the original host, and Ji Kongbai believes you, he may choose to end his life." Yun Yihuan could scarcely believe it. "Surely not? Host, trust my judgment. Ji Kongbai is unlike others. You are aware of the environment in which he lived. He is a person devoid of hope. If he were to lose the original host, whom he has depended on and loved, he would undoubtedly take his own life, and may even kill you before he goes." The system's words were chilling, intent on preventing her from revealing the truth. "I understand." Yun Yihuan lowered her gaze, lost in contemplation. The system felt a tightening in its heart, fearing that Yun Yihuan might refuse to heed its counsel and might still confide in Ji Sipei. Ji Sipei looked down at her, awaiting her next words. "What would you think if I said I am no longer the Yun Yihuan of the past, but rather someone entirely different?" Upon hearing this, the system was nearly driven to despair, fully aware that the host would not follow its advice. Ji Sipei regarded her for a long moment, his expression serious, and just as Yun Yihuan and the system felt the tension rise, Ji Sipei suddenly smiled, asking, "How could you not be the Yun Yihuan of yore? You have always been yourself." "What do you mean by I've always been myself?" she retorted, acutely aware that her personality diverged significantly from that of the original host. Indeed, they seemed like two entirely different individuals. Why did Ji Sipei believe she had never changed? Ji Sipei gazed tenderly at the person before him, recognizing that the recent Yun Yihuan was indeed a stark contrast to the persona she had previously exhibited. She was no longer frivolous and carefree, but had grown steadier and more reserved, rarely speaking. Yet in his eyes, this too was the essence of Yun Yihuan. Or perhaps it was simply that her true nature had always been thus. Yun Yihuan raised her head and smiled, saying, "You are right. If you dislike Bai Tao, just let me know when she returns." After pondering for a moment, she shook her head, deciding, "No, I shall go find Bai Tao now and clarify things with her." "Sipei, I shall take my leave. Do not be upset.
All right.
Ji Sipei was easily appeased. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of tears. Yet Yihuan's few words restored his smile. Such a gentle soul, who could bear to see him weep in sorrow. As Jiang gazed at Yihuan, he noticed the latter was intent on departing, prompting him to hastily follow in his wake, evidently resolved to accompany Yihuan today. Midway through their journey, Yihuan turned his head to inquire, "How has your cultivation progressed? It seems the demands of the sect are not too burdensome, allowing you to follow me." Jiang, with a hint of timidity, replied, "Master, I have completed all my sect assignments. By the way, in this year's academic evaluations, I received top marks in 9 subjects." 9? Are there not 12 subjects in total? Yihuan questioned. In a hushed tone, Jiang confessed swordsmanship, techniques, and combat. I did not pass. Jiang was astute. Anything unrelated to combat he excelled in. His talents in alchemy, formations, and talismans were remarkable. Logically, if a disciple achieved excellence in 9 out of 12 subjects, with the remaining 3 failing due to insufficient aptitude, the master would typically express commendation and encouragement. Yet, Yihuan frowned and asked, "Why then do you still have 3 subjects in which you did not pass? Shouldn't you be practicing instead of following me?" Jiang felt the wave of grievance wash over him. His fellow disciples received personal tutelage from the master, yet he could scarcely catch a glimpse of him. Master always makes me wait, but he is a transcendent being in the void refinement stage, with a lifespan of countless years. While I am merely a novice in chi refinement, destined to live but a century. How long can I truly wait for him? Jiang touched his own face, casting a glance at Yihuan, who still retained his youthful visage, while he himself had changed considerably. Yihuan, perplexed by Jiang's melancholic disposition, remarked, "You are currently in chi refinement. Do you truly think you will remain in this stage forever? You are yet to reach adulthood, and it is perfectly natural for your appearance to fluctuate. Once you mature, you may seek a rejuvenating elixir to maintain your youthful visage. Instead of indulging in idle thoughts, it would be wiser to focus on your cultivation." Bai Tao is a renowned figure. Her arrival at the Sugu sect is known throughout the establishment. Descending from the Chuanyu Peak, one can see disciples strolling in pairs, engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon seeing Elder Jiu, the disciples hurriedly approached to pay their respects. "Excuse me, do you know where Bai Tao is?" "Yes, indeed. The esteemed Bai Xianjun resides on Yaoguang Peak." For reasons unknown, Yihuan felt a peculiar excitement emanating from the group of disciples. After Yihuan departed, the disciples spun around in exhilaration. What could the esteemed King Xianjun want with Bai Xianjun? Will there be another confrontation? By the way, I heard that young Master Ji possesses a unique constitution. After cultivation, his union with others can significantly enhance their power. Do you think Elder Jiu's abilities could possibly be? One of the companions swiftly kicked him, exclaiming in anger, "Were you insinuating? How could you even suggest such a thing about Elder Jiu? Everyone in the sect knows that Elder Jiu was once an extraordinary genius, far beyond needing young Master Ji." The chastised disciple quickly apologized. "I was merely speaking foolishly, forgive me. However, if Elder Jiu and Bai Xianjun were to engage in battle, wouldn't we be fortunate enough to witness an exquisite clash?" Indeed, I gained immense insight from the last confrontation, and my practical swordsmanship has greatly improved. So true. Let's hurry and share this delightful news with everyone. As Yihuan stepped through the grand entrance of Yaoguang Peak, the news of Xianjun Jinhua seeking a duel with Xianjun Bai had already spread throughout the sect. As she traversed the path, she sensed an inexplicable excitement among the disciples on duty, accompanied by a subtle anticipation. Were it not for her formidable mental fortitude, she might have suspected something was amiss with her. Where could Xianjun Bai be? Wang Xiliang, the disciple on duty today, noticed the 9th elder approaching him directly and inquired, suppressing his own exhilaration, Was he truly about to witness the clash of titans today? What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Just moments ago, several friends had offered to take his shift, but he was far too astute to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. Elder, please follow me. Xianjun Bai, a distinguished guest of the Luoyue Palace, resided in one of the more prestigious suites on Yaoguang Peak, complete with a private garden adorned with artificial mountains and flowing peach blossoms, a sight to behold. As Yihuan reached the threshold, she encountered Bai Tao, who was stepping out for a breath of fresh air. Bai Tao regarded her with no hint of surprise, as if this meeting had been anticipated. Xianjun Jinhua, what brings you to me? She inquired. Yihuan gestured for the disciple to leave, and Wang Xiliang descended with a heavy heart full of regret. Xianjun Bai, you must know the purpose of my visit. Bai Tao regarded her intently, a smile gracing her lips. Xianjun Jinhua, why is that? She took a step closer, fixing her gaze on Yihuan's icy demeanor. You clearly harbor no affection for Brother Kong Bai. Why then do you come to obstruct me? If you were fond of him, I might consider yielding, but your indifference is evident. Yihuan was displeased by the closeness of others and took a step back, her voice tinged with annoyance. This is none of your concern. I have merely come to inform you to cease your harassment of Si Pei. Bai Tao clapped her hands in laughter, remarking on the audacity of such unreasonable behavior, which she had never encountered before. He is unmarried, and so am I. Why should I not pursue him? I am not here to plead with you, but to deliver a warning. Yihuan cast a frigid glance at her, her expression as chilling as ice, hoping that Bai Xianjun would recognize her lack of appreciation for such insolence. She extended her right hand, revealing a glistening, translucent sword that emanated an aura of frost. My blood dream has not tasted blood for quite some time. Bai Tao regarded the sword with an inscrutable expression, a flicker of apprehension crossing her gaze as she recalled the last encounter when she nearly lost her life to this very weapon. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she managed to smile. Jinghuan Xianjun, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? However, it has been some time since Jinghuan Xianjun has been at Shigu sect. I wonder where you have been wandering? Yihuan sheathed her sword, her demeanor as cold as before, as if she were not the one issuing threats. I have not gone anywhere, merely taken a stroll. The anticipated clash among the disciples of the sect did not materialize. Instead, the two engaged in a cordial exchange. Upon descending from Yaoguang Peak, Yihuan encountered the sect leader, Gong Pu, along with 3 elders waiting for her. Sect leader? Elder 3, Elder 5, Elder 7. What brings you here? Elder 5, Ji Qing, known for her vivacious personality, pouted and spoke with a hint of disappointment. Little Jiu truly holds a grudge against us. Now that she sees us, she addresses us as sect leader and elders, not as senior sisters anymore. Yihuan pondered the interactions among her peers, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. 5th senior sister. Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, her inner self blushed with embarrassment. Having cultivated in solitude since childhood, she had never experienced the companionship of senior or junior disciples. Indeed, this must be little 9. Elder Ji Qing's face brightened with joy as she stepped forward to pinch Yihuan's delicate cheek, exclaiming, little 9's face remains so delightful to touch. Elder 7 stood to the side, her expression filled with concern as she scrutinized Yihuan from head to toe, finally relieved to find her unscathed. What brings all of you here? Asked Sect Master Gong Pu, stepping forward. We heard you were going to duel with Bai Xianjun and were worried, so we came to check. Yihuan looked utterly perplexed. Where did you hear such news? I did not engage in any duel. The sect master awkwardly chuckled, stroking his non-existent beard. As long as there are no issues, that is good to hear. Little 9, do not fear. If anyone dares to bully you with me around, I can heal even the gravest of wounds. The warmth of her fellow disciples made Yihuan, who is typically solitary, feel a sudden softness within her heart. Is this what it feels like to have someone to protect you? It truly is wonderful. A smile graced Yihuan's lips. Since arriving here, her moments of laughter had increased significantly. The elders, often preoccupied with their duties, reassured her, and upon confirming her well-being, they dispersed. Pei and the original host were undoubtedly long acquainted. Though devoid of romantic affection, a profound friendship existed between them. Pei possessed an intimate understanding of the original host, having initially doubted her identity at first glance. Yet, why did she today assert she is indeed herself? In truth, she had indeed questioned the nature of her connection with the original owner of her body. They practiced the same cultivation technique. And the Chuanyu Peak where she currently resided was the very Chuanyu mountain she had inhabited thousands of years prior. Their souls were indistinguishable. How could it be that two identical souls could exist in the world? Could it be the machinations of the system in her mind? Yet, the Haoren Jingqi Sutra she practiced was undeniably a family legacy. How could Yihuan, thousands of years later, have mastered it so perfectly, albeit with slightly less prowess?
System.
Have I completed my task this time? Host only needs to fulfill the role of a mortal teacher to restore her original cultivation. Very well. I shall not dwell on it. Yihuan calculated the passage of time. She had only been away for a day, which was inconsequential. She resolved to devote herself to her cultivation, feeling a premonition that once the restrictions on her were lifted, she could transcend to the latter stage of Dongxiu. For 7 consecutive days, Yihuan sat upon the meditation mat, and at last, she exhaled and opened her eyes. Host, have you completed your cultivation? Yes, I have. Yihuan gracefully rose to her feet, pushed open the doors of the hall, and beheld the resplendent spring outside, where the grass was warm and the clouds were gentle. She recalled that the world below was still ensconced in heavy snow, while here, it was already a season of warmth and soaring eagles. Host, shall we depart now? Let us wait a moment longer. Wait for what? Where is the host who used to leave at a moment's notice? Has she vanished? As Yihuan made her way towards the mountain peak of the sect leader, she sent a message in advance to Gong Pu, announcing her intention to visit. Xiao Jiu, you have arrived. Is there something that cannot be conveyed through sound transmission? As the leader of Shugu sect, one of the 5 great sects, Gong Pu was indeed preoccupied with numerous affairs and had little leisure time. Master, I humbly request that you look after Pei in my absence. If this statement were overheard by other cultivators, they would undoubtedly perceive it as an affront. How could a distinguished practitioner be tasked with tending to a mere pawn? Such a revelation would surely provoke laughter. They might even demand that she immediately expel Pei from the sect to preserve its honor. Yet, there was no hint of disdain on Gong Pu's countenance, only a teasing smile. What is this? Little Jiu has truly developed feelings? You have come personally to request my care for Pei? Master, it's not as you think. I am merely concerned, fearing that when I depart, Bai Tao might disturb Pei again. Gong Pu wore an expression of understanding. Since little Jiu has personally sought my assistance, rest assured, I shall look after your young lord with utmost diligence. You need not worry.
Thank you, Master.
Gong Pu added with a smile, but I must ask, why have you been wandering so frequently of late? Where have you been? Yihuan replied calmly, Oh, I haven't gone anywhere in particular, just meandering about aimlessly. Gong Pu nodded in agreement. It is indeed beneficial to explore. It greatly aids your cultivation. I perceive you are nearing the peak of the cave void realm. As for Pei, you need not fret while I am here. Wait, little Jiu. What is it? Regarding Jiang Wang, what are your plans for him? What of him? He was once your disciple, and I ought not to interfere. But since you took him under your wing, you have scarcely guided him. Though Jiang Wang possesses a frail constitution and lacks a solid foundation, he exhibits extraordinary brilliance in other areas. He is a rare talent. Yihuan recalled Jiang Wang's remarkable academic achievements that he had mentioned to her, acknowledging Jiang Wang's exceptional intellect. Such a gifted disciple. You must take good care of him lest he be snatched away by others. Were there truly others who wished to take Jiang Wang as their apprentice? If that were the case, Yihuan would certainly welcome it, as it would prevent any melodramatic entanglements between her and Jiang Wang from occurring again. Indeed, Gong Pu nodded. Several elders have approached me expressing their desire to recruit Jiang Wang as a disciple.
Oh,
Who are these individuals? Seeing her seemingly indifferent demeanor, Gong Pu exclaimed, You truly no longer wish to have Jiang Wang as your apprentice? Gong Pu shook his head. However, Jiang Wang is resolutely devoted to you. That boy has firmly stated that it is you who enables his cultivation, and throughout his life, you are his sole master. It seemed that the complicated fate between her and Jiang Wang was not yet destined to conclude. You might as well take Jiang Wang with you. It would be beneficial for his training. Yihuan hurriedly waved her hand. The place I am going is fraught with danger. It would not be appropriate to bring him along. Very well, Gong Pu lamented. Before your departure, do take the time to instruct Jiang Wang. With a master like you, it is indeed concerning that his swordsmanship remains subpar. Yihuan's expression was one of difficulty. Your sword techniques are renowned across the world. Can you truly be at ease with such a disciple? If Jiang Wang were merely mediocre, it would be one thing, but he evidently possesses great potential. Yihuan longed to assert that she was at ease, yet, confronted with the earnest gaze of the sect leader, she found it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Alas! The sect leader was striving tirelessly for the advancement of the Shigu sect, unwilling to let even a single prodigy slip away.
all right.
I shall instruct him before taking my leave. Her strategies had long been imparted to Sima Xian, and adhering to them would pose no significant issues. Should an urgent matter arise, the jade pendant she provided would serve as a reminder. Yihuan chose to remain for the time being, guiding Jiang Wang. When Yihuan teaches, she is exceedingly rigorous. No, her clear voice carries an air of utmost seriousness. Your strikes are far too sluggish and feeble. Master, I wish to learn the way of the sword. Their gazes locked, Jiang Wang's eyes brimming with fervent determination. Very well. Yihuan refrained from dissuading him, merely. Chapter 59, The Mortal Emperor Teacher, 26. Yihuan gazed at him with calm eyes, and in an instant, Jiang Wang comprehended her intent. He lowered his head, dejected, and murmured, I understand. I cannot go. It is perilous. The absence of women in the military camp meant that Yihuan's arrival reverberated throughout the entire encampment. Sima Yan's childhood friends learned of a woman's presence, and none other than Sima Yan's esteemed. Chapter 61, The Mortal Emperor Teacher, 28, Master.
Take a look at this.
Sima Yan cradled a piece of jade, resplendent and shaped like a full moon, a treasure they had stumbled upon. Master, do you like it? Chapter 62, The Mortal Emperor Teacher, 29 indeed. The young girl, charming and poised, naturally exuded an air of superiority. What brings you to seek me? This individual was a stranger to him. Chapter 63, The Mortal Emperor Teacher, 30, Master. May I enter? The voice outside belonged to Sima Yan, as usual. Humph. This young man intends to bring you harm. Truly, he possesses a heart as cruel as a wolf and a disposition as treacherous as a dog. Chapter 64, The Mortal Emperor's Mentor, 31. After following the grand procession for 3 to 4 days, Yihuan was finally nearing the imperial city. Strangely, Bai Tao had yet to make another appearance. Chapter 65, The Mortal Emperor's Mentor, 32. Upon seeing her, Sima Yan's dark eyes radiated a glimmer of light as he meticulously pondered. Chapter 66, The Mortal Emperor's Mentor, Side Story. Yihuan departed as silently as she had arrived. Sima Yan, as usual, approached her door and called out, Master, Master. Chapter 67, The Mortal Emperor's Mentor, Side Story. 2. In his dreams, Sima Yan seemed to revisit his youth, recalling the night he and his master celebrated the new year in Jingwencheng. Yet, this time, he grasped his master's hand. The host, if only there were a. The speaker may be indifferent, yet the listener is attentive. The conversation among the disciples was overheard clearly by Jiang Wang, who stood in the corner. They could soar with others. Yihuan and her 2 disciples set off from Chuanyu Peak toward the sect's entrance. Jiang Wang followed closely behind Yihuan, glancing at his senior brother Yuan Bao beside him and then at the figures ahead. The next day, Yihuan rose early. Bai Tao's coronation ceremony was also scheduled for that afternoon, and the disciples were to gather at the Luoyue Palace Square to witness the event. Bai Zidi's face turned ashen. However, as many distinguished guests were present today, he suppressed his anger and remarked, "It seems we have indulged you far too much." Upon finishing his words, Bai Tao could not help but glance at Jiang, who noticed Yihuan gazing at him with a hint of bashfulness, lowering his head in response. "Perhaps I am overthinking. It might just be a mere coincidence." Yihuan remained silent. Qingcheng Mountain lies within the realm of cultivation known as Qingzhou, characterized by its expansive plains, lush forests, and pleasant climate. The Yunzhou of the Shugu sect traveled through the skies for 3 days before finally arriving at Qing. "Senior Sister Hua, what is your intention?" She huffed. "I summoned him here to apologize to you. He struck you, so you ought to return the favor." After another 3 days, the Yunzhou at last reached Qingcheng Mountain. Due to the sect's grand competition, the entrance was bustling with activity, with disciples disembarking from the Yunzhou, taking in the scene. The long street, originally a place for locals to sell their idle possessions during the competition, became increasingly crowded as more participants joined the fray. "Master, please try this on and see if it fits." Jiang picked up a jade hairpin and moved behind Yihuan, her dark, lustrous tresses unfurling before his eyes, the delicate fragrance wafting from her. "If that is your reasoning, why not find another vessel for Yun? Must it be Sini?" The Shundong shook his head, sighing. "Yun's soul is too weak, unable to." The soul extraction technique forcibly removes the soul from the body, an agonizing process. Even if Sini cooperates wholeheartedly, the Shundong employs utmost gentleness.
Such is the case.
Yuan Bao, upon witnessing Yihuan's cheerful demeanor, felt as if a newfound conscience had awakened within him. He promptly spoke, "Master, I spent a considerable amount of spirit stones on the bustling street yesterday, The expressions of the elder from the Longhu sect and the water marsh immortal lord tightened, their faces betraying their discontent. The water marsh immortal lord managed to force a smile, thinking that the young child's ideas were often at odds with those of their elders. Yihuan sought out Failwan based on the latter's provided address, yet upon arriving at Failwan's door, she found the room deserted. A kind disciple residing nearby suggested, "Master, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Jiang Wang looked up to meet Yihuan's gaze, his expression. Upon hearing this, the third elder could discern the situation clearly. It was evidently their own disciple who had instigated Jiang Wang first. "Xiao Jiu, this matter is not entirely." Jiang Wang was suddenly lifted off his feet, his gaze dark and fixated on Failwan's high ponytail, his pale hand resting on Failwan's shoulder, as white as parchment. Jiang Wang remained silent, his eyes cast downward as he hurried along, determined to catch up with Yihuan. Failwan trailed behind, cautiously murmuring, "At this age." Yihuan occupied the prominent seat at the banquet, her cool, ethereal aura failing to deter others from frequently toasting and attempting to curry her favor. The third elder sat beside her, engaging in light-hearted conversation to assist her. Yihuan longed to say, "You should keep it for yourself. The elixirs you concocted are of no use to me." Yet, confronted by Jiang Wang's sparkling eyes, she, "Isn't your master in seclusion?" "My master, fearing your solitude, has sent me to accompany you." Failwan murmured softly, uncertain of who might truly be his disciple. The natural relaxed smile on his face transformed into a rigid, insincere grin upon seeing the Jiang family. Young master, Jiang Wang greeted with a smile, tilting his head. Yihuan maintained a calm demeanor, and I understood. Jiang Xiu, standing beside Yihuan, quickly interjected, "This is my second son, Jiang'an. Please summon Jiang Wang." Jiang Xiao said. Hearing this, he responded readily, "Master, I shall fetch Jiang Wang at once." "Very well. Master, I'm fine," Jiang Wang exclaimed, his expression brightening into a radiant smile upon seeing Yihuan. Jiang Xiu hurriedly stepped forward to pull Jiang'an aside, his face displaying an awkward expression. To the world, the spirit clan appears both powerful and enigmatic. They age alongside the heavens without the need for cultivation, inherently possessing the ability to control all things, akin to the divine beings of legend. I concealed myself in the shadows, overhearing their discussions, and discovered that the root of Yihuan's ailment was caused by your father. Not only Yihuan, but also our deceased clan members from the spirit clan. The original plotline has indeed diverged to the point of being unrecognizable. Jiang Wang recounted to Yihuan everything he had just learned from Han Shui. As Yihuan listened to Han's tale, she suddenly inquired, "Which prominent families are you aware of?" A hint of embarrassment appeared on the pale, half-cold visage, with a faint blush gracing the cheeks. Perhaps it was my own weakness. I had spent an inordinate time selecting treasures in the forbidden area, yet none would condescend to accompany me. The elder remained silent for an extended period, uttering not a single word. Jiang Wang knelt upon the ground, feigning calmness, though the truth was he felt a tumult of nerves, yet he preferred to take a chance. But what if the spirit clan are there still people in the Wang family's basement? Indeed, I have come to understand. Yihuan slightly averted her gaze, stating that they were imprisoned below esteemed immortals. Beneath here lies the Wang family's basement, Han whispered, indicating the location below. White Peach glanced in the direction indicated by Han host. As long as the path to ascension is re-established, the abilities of the spirit clan will gradually be restored. In this manner, host, do not lose heart. Yihuan's thoughts flitted through her mind in an instant, and she instinctively spoke, "Of course not. Only by ascending can I attain true happiness." The remnant soul, perceiving White Peach's wavering demeanor, earnestly urged, "Trust me on this. White Peach, do you still doubt your ancestor? Would I wish to harm you?" Yihuan sat beside Jiang Wang, ever vigilant of his condition, ensuring his safety. Jiang Wang, with his eyes tightly shut, earnestly attuned himself to the circulation of spiritual energy within. His visage, teetering on the brink of tears, drew the attention of those around him, who remarked that a man seldom weeps. Should he weep, it must be for a genuine sorrow. In the same lineage, Jiang Wang followed Yihuan and along the way encountered Yihuan and a group of medical practitioners. Yihuan had also extended an invitation to Jiang Wang, but he declined. Upon seeing Jiang Wang and Yihuan ambled along, stopping intermittently. After approximately 2 days, they arrived at the base of the mountain. Looking up at the seemingly endless mountain range, Yihuan lamented, "This place is finished. I have abandoned my junior disciple." He struck himself fiercely across the face, questioning why he had not prevented Jiang Wang from leaving. "Master," Jiang Wang murmured, "could it be that there is no exit here?" The cave was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from Yihuan. Presently, they found themselves in this cavern, likely under the watchful gaze of the figure lurking behind them. Jiang Wang sensed something intruding into his being, crawling towards his spiritual platform. He heard a soft exclamation, "Why is there still a trace of that fellow Lin Bei?" "It cannot be by you. My mother passed away when the Moonfall Immortal had ascended nearly 5 centuries ago." After speaking, Jiang Wang pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Predecessor you?" Behind the stone, a woman adorned with flowing dark hair and striking beauty stood, curiously clad in an outer garment despite being in the midst of bathing. Jiang Wang froze, gazing silently at the water. I do not believe the words of the clan leader. Seeing my stubbornness, the leader had no choice but to confine me in the spirit clan's prison while he sought out by you to confront her. Within the soul lamp, the spirit murmured. Yihuan relayed the information bestowed upon her by the spirit, carefully selecting what to convey regarding the nature of the black mist to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the leader furrowed his brow in contemplation, realizing the gravity of the situation. In the grand hall, a dozen ethereal figures materialized, all prominent figures in the realm of immortality, boasting formidable power. These individuals deliberated for approximately an hour before reaching a consensus. Bai Tao stood amidst the crowd, observing Jiang Wang's bewildered demeanor, sensing an unsettling discord. When Jiang Wang had rebuffed her on that fateful day, he had not appeared thus. Bai Yu, as the remnant soul wrested control of her body to deliver lethal blows to the disciples of Su Gu sect, understood that the events of the day would not conclude amicably. The current state of the Falling Moon Palace was no longer what it had once been. A fleeting doubt crossed Bai Tao's mind, yet it did not hinder her impromptu performance. Jiang Wang remained silent, his head bowed. Yihuan gazed at Jiang Wang, who seemed remorseful, his head lowered in silence. An unexpected wave of helplessness surged within her. Though Jiang Wang had just been admonished by Yihuan, his countenance bore a clear expression of. It must be noted that Lin Nan's visage was impeccable, yet. Yihuan glanced at the intricate patterns and ostentatious colors of Lin Nan's attire, recognizing that this garment. The original intent of the Falling Moon Palace was to focus solely on Jiang Wang, yet now Yihuan had interfered. The individuals from Falling Moon Palace could only force smiles and acquiesce, ultimately. After several months, Jiang Wang once again found himself standing upon Yihuan's sword. Yihuan, fearing that Jiang Wang might inadvertently fall, allowed him to stand in front, facilitating Yihuan's movements. Jiang Wang was hardly taciturn. He was simply rendered speechless by Yihuan's enchantment. Following Yi Qin into the city, Yihuan noticed that Yi Qin had dispatched individuals specifically to attend to. The lingering soul erupted into laughter. Bai Tao, startled by the unexpected mirth of her ancestor, waited for the residual spirit to calm before inquiring, "Ancestor?" No need. Cultivation can also replenish one's energy. The following day, the six gathered at the Lord's residence, with Yi Qin accompanying them, each celestial being. She suspected Bai Tao might be playing tricks on them. "Master, I wish to change my attire." Jiang Wang glanced at the garments worn by others. Noticing several relatively modest outfits, perhaps he could don one of those. Yihuan was well aware of their intentions. Did they wish for her to probe the Lord's residence? "Since your cultivation is the highest, you should go. We trust you the most." "I do not possess such resources." One individual stepped forward, hesitatingly stating, as he produced a small pouch, carefully tipping its contents out. While Bai Tao examined the map, Yihuan feigned interest in it. In truth, she had no need for a map, as her system could provide her with. Zhuan led Yihuan and Bai Tao through the Lord's residence for approximately the duration of half an incense stick before pausing. "Grandmother, the cultivator you desired is right here." "Very well." After Yihuan finished instructing Yuanbao, she also explained the situation to the people of Luoyue Palace. A profound silence enveloped the group, who wouldn't wish to venture outside. Ji Ting ascended to the second floor, locating Jiang Wang's room by memory. With a swift kick, he flung open the door, murmuring, "Little beauty, I have arrived." As the other party attempted to dissuade him, Ji Ting waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "Enough. Enough. It seems you have no pressing matters. Everyone may leave." Following his declaration, one faction insisted on immediate departure to avoid prolonged complications, while another advocated for waiting for the opportune moment to win Yang Zun's favor. Ji Tung perched high above, listening to the two factions debate fervently. In the front yard, Yihuan observed the chaotic scene as the crowd hurriedly assisted the unconscious Ji Tung into the house. She quietly approached to take a glance, noticing Ji Tung's eyes. Recognizing Jiang Wang's initial movements, Yihuan surmised that Jiang Wang possessed considerable skill this time. However, facing the formidable Yu Wenli, who was even stronger, she speculated that Jiang Wang, not knowing why she had suddenly uttered those words, it felt as though she were recounting a personal experience, which struck her as rather amusing. Yihuan, with her delicate and frail hand, leaned against the pillar behind her, struggling to maintain her composure. She withdrew her hand, rising to stand tall and proud, exuding an air of chilling elegance that concealed her inner embarrassment. "I saw you were having a nightmare, so I wished to help you dispel it." Jiang Wang, aware that Yihuan required no sustenance, unwrapped his provisions, preparing to consume a few bites before quenching his thirst. Unexpectedly, Yihuan nodded and said, "I share the same sentiment. I may require your assistance then." "What would you like me to do?" Fu Yao inquired, taking a step forward. "I shall reward you with 3 additional books." Jiang Wang accepted the hefty tomes, glanced at them, then looked up at Yihuan with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Observing Yihuan's evident discomfort, the system cunningly suggested, "Host, considering your commendable completion of previous tasks, I have a lottery event for you." The crowd was taken aback. "A demonstration now?" Yihuan placed her hands on the barrier, channeling her spiritual energy, and the barrier visibly cracked in an instant. Bai Tao instructed Wunyan Xianjun, Jin Chan, and Jiang Wang to blend into the cage with the others, while Bai Tao, Tianji, and Yihuan concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. A small team of several dozen ventured into the desolate wilderness, having journeyed for approximately 2 days, with some of the earlier disciples beginning to falter. At the entrance of the Shigu sect, Gong Pu awaited the 4 of them early in the morning. Yihuan invited Ji Sipei into the room and brewed a pot of fragrant tea, placing it on the table. As the aroma wafted through the air, Yihuan recounted her experiences along the journey. Ji Sipei chuckled softly. "Young Master Jiang, at your age, are you still afraid of thunder?" His gaze fell upon Yihuan, a teasing smile in his eyes. "Master, I truly wish to visit Yunxiang Yishang tomorrow." Jiang Wang, undeterred, inquired once more. Yihuan, perplexed, remarked that it was merely a few garments, completely devoid of her usual grace. As she gazed upon the bustling street, reliable sources indicated that the Jiazi's secret realm would manifest in 3 months. "I understand." Yihuan nodded. "I shall go." Upon hearing her consent to descend the mountain for leisure, Jiang Wang stepped forward to express his modest desire. "Master, will you accompany me?" As the first dish was served, a lovely white porcelain plate cradled a budding flower, while the chef, clad in his attire, gracefully poured soup from an exquisite little pot. Chapter 164. The Jiazi Secret Realm, Part 1. White peach, coarse-sourced earth milk, qingming fruit, and colorful moon orchid. These 3 must be located. I am aware. I will find them. Chapter 165. The Jiazi Secret Realm, Part 2. Typically used for possession, Yihuan stated, noting the drastic change in Bai Tao's complexion. Trembling, she asked in a pale voice. Chapter 166. The Jiazi Secret Realm, Part 3. Young friend, please enter. The old man beckoned, his hands notably gaunt. Chapter 167. The Jiazi Secret Realm, Part 4. Huang Ju is also your mentor. Is this how you honor your teachers? Observing Yihuan's anger, Jiang Wang hurriedly admitted his fault. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Chapter 168. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 5. Jiang Wang stood to the side, marveling at the formidable beauty of the Shindong. In the next moment, he beheld the Shindong transform into a handsome man, engaging in cheerful conversation with his master. Jiang Wang appeared pale. Chapter 169. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 6. Master, may I have a glance at the magnolia? Jiang Wang inquired. Yihuan, puzzled, glanced at the magnolia adorning her wrist and asked, "What do you wish to see the magnolia for?" Chapter 170. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 7. Upon finishing her words, Yihuan vanished in an instant. Chapter 171. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 8. Did not Master say to stay close to you? Yihuan found herself momentarily speechless.
Indeed.
Those words had originated from her, yet it felt rather inappropriate for the two to be holding hands. Chapter 172. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 9. Master, I could only faintly discern the four characters: South, Sky, I, and Person. The rest remained obscured. Yihuan sensed that these characters were of paramount importance. Chapter 173. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 10. Master, that beast. Chapter 174. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 11. The man spoke with resignation. My strictness towards you is driven by the hope that she may ascend to the higher realms alongside us. The woman lowered her gaze in silence. Chapter 175. The Secret Realm of the 60-Year Cycle, Part 12. Jiang Wang observed his diminutive master, relentlessly practicing under the coercion of his parents, perpetually striving for improvement. Regardless of her exceptional achievements, her parents would forever. Chapter 176. The Secret Realm of the Epoch, 13. Just as troubles compounded, she suddenly heard the sound of gas infiltrating. Without hesitation, she immediately sealed her and Jiang Wang's sense of smell and handed some detoxifying pills to Jiang Wang. Chapter 177. The Secret Realm of the Epoch, 14. Jiang Wang drew forth the sword gifted to him by Yihuan. Master, I am here to assist you. The small serpent was merely a nuisance due to its venom. With Jiang Wang's current prowess, he could. Chapter 178. The Secret Realm of the Epoch, 15. Master. Could this be the secret that the old man spoke of? Yihuan gazed at the lifeless flower, her expression full of questions, inquiring of the system. Chapter 179. The Secret Realm of the Epoch, 16. Jiang Wang hastened to call for Yihuan, but after calling for a long time, she remained unresponsive. In desperation, he had no choice but to enter the water and push Yihuan, yet his attempts. Chapter 180. The Secret Realm of the Epoch, 17. The demon beasts within the secret realm caught a whiff of the woman who had previously dealt them a harsh blow from afar, and they were preparing to retreat. However, upon further inspection, they discovered Yihuan's current state. Chapter 181. The Secret Realm of the Epoch, 18. Fu Yao retrieved 2 cushions from the Cosmos pouch and placed them on the ground. Please have a seat. Yihuan sat amidst the soft whispers of the room. In Chapter 182, the secrets of the Jiazi realm unfolded, while Chapter 183 continued to delve deeper into its mysteries. Did not my master present me with a coming-of-age gift as well? Jiang Wang remarked with a smile. As long as my master remembers, it cannot be deemed a delay. Yihuan, now an adult, took her seat, while Ji Sipei sat opposite her, gazing intently. Yihuan, your absence was quite prolonged. I feared I might not see you again. Indeed, she replied, I seek the falling moon palace, while my desires lean towards the white moon. Ji Sipei, intrigued by Yihuan's intentions for the white moon, contemplated but refrained from inquiring further.
Linda.
Surely, I cannot deceive you. The hurried voice of the robed cultivator echoed, urging, bring them quickly. Yihuan was aware of the shadowy figure that had lingered moments before. Upon her words, the room fell into an eerie silence.
Yihuan.
Did you leave the Shigu sect to evade Jiang Wang? If that is the case. But Jiang Wang is truly remarkable. Are you not even slightly swayed by him? The system bore witness to Jiang Wang risking his life to save her. My heart is solely devoted to. Bai Yu chuckled, Yet I wonder if the immortal Master Jiang Hui will be disappointed upon seeing me today. It mirrors exactly my thoughts. The banquet, like a shattered illusion, revealed many familiar faces, including that of the esteemed Miss Su Rong from the Su family. Bai Yu desperately attempted to avert her gaze or conceal her features with her tresses, yet Yihuan. Jiang Wang, is this the outcome you desired? Master. Jiang Wang found himself at a loss for words, not wishing to incite his master's resentment, nor to harbor any himself. Though I am not Su Rong's master, I have watched her grow. Elderly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, recalling how clever and obedient Su Rong had always been. Immortal sovereign, please end her life. Elderly implored, consumed by a profound hatred for this person. Yihuan shook her head, asserting, she still holds value to us. Why must I merely watch as those far inferior to me ascend?
Why?
Why am I condemned to remain here? I yearn to explore other realms. Sect leader, there are no eternal enemies. Jiang Wang, half reclined upon Yihuan, gazed greedily at her slumbering visage. Her skin, as pure as jade, appeared translucent and flawless. That is well, Yihuan sighed in relief. The spirit clan is not what it once was. If you were to destroy this barrier, the spirit clan would face imminent peril. Lin Nan, what has occurred cannot be altered. However, you're still alive. You can still take action to make amends, can't you? Since the last time Yihuan had indulged excessively at Jiang Wang's place, nearly leading to a grave mistake, she had developed an aversion to alcohol. She cautiously lifted her wine glass. Indeed, Lin Nan murmured softly, a glimmer of light emerging in her eyes. You are right. I should go in. As she spoke, Lin Nan took a step forward. In high spirits, Lin Nan crouched down to embrace the small creature, gently stroking its soft fur. The little yellow beast gazed up at her with its dark eyes, filled with drowsiness. Upon exiting the spirit clan, Yihuan attempted to contact Jiang Wang using a communication talisman, yet her messages fell into silence. Lin Nan asked anxiously, is there really no? The man, both in demeanor and appearance, seemed extraordinary. Had she perhaps rescued a remarkable individual? My name is Zhou. Yihuan disagreed with Lin Nan's perspective, asserting that everyone should bask in the sun's benevolence. What right do we have to deprive others of that? I must find. Lin Nan fell into the well, and surprisingly, the space beneath was far more expansive than it appeared from above, ample enough to accommodate 2 people comfortably. Lin Nan. Yihuan found herself ensnared within a formation, while Lin Nan was captured by Yang Taiping outside the array. Yang Taiping was indeed once the ruler of Yuzhou, although he faced a momentary defeat. From the instant Yihuan encountered Yang Taiping at the Mu residence, she began to harbor suspicions regarding his connection with the Mu family. Bai Yu is certainly not a person prone to negligence in her duties. Moreover, there is no need to wait so long. I can escort you directly to the Jiazi secret realm, the system interjected. Just as Yihuan was about to respond, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her. Xiao Jiao, is what they said true? This was the first message from the sect leader. Xiao Jiao, do not feel overly burdened, even if not. The 2 hesitated, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Upon noticing this, Fu Yao produced a pouch of spirit stones and placed it upon the table. What is the matter with him? Fu Yao inquired. After Yihuan finished feeding the spirit herbs, Lin Nan, lacking the time to address his small emotional outbursts, patted his quilt and directly asked, do you have that jade pendant? What jade pendant? Jiang Wang questioned. The following day, after Jiang Wang had recovered, the group prepared to set off for the Falling Moon Palace. Master, what is our purpose in going to the Falling Moon Palace? I have heard that Bai Yu could hardly have anticipated that the once revered and beloved figure she was would, after her ascension hundreds of years later, become a source of disdain and scorn. Bai Tao took the lead. The Bai Shui Palace had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Su Gu sect. Yihuan made sure to inform the palace master in advance, expressing her desire to meet with the immortal Jun Hiwu, the denizens of the Bai Shui Palace. As the melody concluded, the steward ascended the stage and proclaimed in a resounding voice that the highest bidder of the night would not only enjoy the company of the esteemed Lord Kong Bai for an evening, but also have the privilege of having any wish granted by him. After the crowd voiced their sentiments, the immortal Jun of Hengwu inquired, "When shall we depart?"
Now,
replied Yihuan, who had previously consulted the system. However, she pondered, "I believe Jiang Wang would be utterly opposed to my ascension. How could he ever consent?" Yihuan understood love as being selfish and possessive, yearning for togetherness. Jiang Wang was rendered speechless. In truth, even if he had words to utter, he could not deter Yihuan. The grand hall was in tumult, with both factions embroiled in heated disputes, their faces flushed with fervor. When Yihuan gazed into Jiang Wang's eyes, she realized he comprehended her intentions entirely. She acknowledged that her scheme was far from ingenious, riddled with flaws. This place had designated countless lower realms with codes, and the realm Yihuan previously inhabited was referred to as Yinlu. Indeed, the White Moon's orb. "Your Highness, there is no possibility for us. I never held affection for you in the past, nor shall I in the future. Yet you promised me that as long as you took the initiative to kiss me." Chapter 226, Epilogue. G.C. Pei and the White Peach. G.C. Pei heeded Yihuan's counsel to traverse the world, journeying through myriad waters and mountains, witnessing the splendor of life in full bloom. It is unclear when it began, but I suddenly found myself with. Chapter 227, Side Story of Bai Tao. My name is Bai Tao. My father is the water immortal of the Falling Moon Palace, known for his elegance and kindness, holding a respectable reputation within the palace. My mother is the daughter of the Lord of Guangling City, wise and compassionate, a beacon of grace. Chapter 228, Side Story of the Moon Servant and Prince Jichu. I am the Prince of the Divine Realm, the most esteemed young man in this world. I have taken a fancy to a divine envoy from the Danqing Pavilion, and I often visit to create mischief, enjoying her flustered reactions. Chapter 229, Side Story of the Moon Servant and Prince Jichu. I am called Moon Servant, an ordinary divine attendant in the celestial realm. My duty involves overseeing the Danqing Pavilion, which houses rare treasures for alchemy alongside. Chapter 230, Side Story of Baiyu. Part 1. I am Baiyu. Not an ordinary being. I am a consciousness of the world, born from its fundamental rules. I have witnessed countless lives flourish within my embrace. Chapter 231, Side Story of Baiyu. Part 2. I swiftly mastered the divine arts available to divine officials, astonishing even the prince with my exceptional talent. Your aptitude is remarkable. It appears you have grasped the divine arts. Chapter 232, Side Story of Shenlong and Yunyang. I am Shenlong. Even while still in my shell, I named myself Chengyu. With clouds drifting by, I cherish my name. As for my surname. Chapter 233, Side Story of Shenlong and Yunyang. Only upon entering the realm of cultivation did I come to realize that all of this was but an illusion. In my eyes, the pure and adorable Baiyu unexpectedly possesses 6 husbands in the realm of cultivation, a notion I find utterly unacceptable. Chapter 234, Side Story. I am a white fox. I am a white fox, frolicking freely in the wilderness since my youth, unrestrained and carefree. Yet, on that fateful day, I encountered a famished jackal who lunged towards me. Chapter 235, Side Story. Where lies the hatred of unity? My name is Bainu, a butterfly that has transcended into a spirit. The lifespan of a butterfly is exceedingly brief, and it is not as easily transformed into a spirit as foxes, snakes, and other creatures. The cultivation of a butterfly demands considerable effort. Chapter 236, Side Story. Xian I am but a humble snake, a common red moon snake. I can often proclaim that I am fortunate, and I too share this sentiment. My life has been smooth sailing, almost devoid of hardship. Chapter 237. Side Story. Lin Nan. I am Lin Nan, and I have an elder brother named Lin Bei. We are twins, having grown up together, endowed with telepathic abilities that allow us to sense one another. Chapter 238. Side Story. Lin Nan. Too very well. Seek me if you require anything. At present, my brother and the clan leader are absent, and I have taken charge of the formation of the array, much to the hesitation of the clan members. Chapter 239. Side Story. Where lies the hatred of unity? To this was my first lapse in composure, and indeed, my only one. I summoned all my courage and wagered my entire fortune in pursuit of a singular answer. Feng Shi. Chapter 240. Conclusion. Hey, was I once known as Jiang Wang? Am I not your disciple? Yihuan had once contemplated that he would eventually discover his true identity, yet he did not anticipate that this day would arrive so soon.